Where music go? The Project 2024 Mandate for Leadership Conservative Manifesto read. I'm gonna let you guys come up and sound off. Also, Trump has arrived in Milwaukee. They are gearing up for the Republican National Convention, which we're going to be live streaming in this stream as well. So we're just going to tune in for all the shenanigans. We're going to dialogue. We're going to talk about the talking about girl. Times are very interesting, honey. So because I'm working my motherfucking ass off for all of you lovely, wonderful, beautiful people, okay, I'm gonna need you guys to help this stream and help to support the stream by thumbing up the video. You guys know that thumbing up the video not only helps with YouTube's algorithm, but more importantly, it triggers up YouTube's notification system. And shout out to all of the new subbies as well. I couldn't do this without you guys. Shout out to all of you who share and support the platform. Please share this stream out. Have all of your notification bells set to all. And let's just go ahead and push on through. Okay.
I know a place where you can recharge your soul.
Baby, that's Consciouztv.
And in the midst of brokenness, he gon' see your asshole.
Baby, that's Consciouztv.
You gon' heal, you gon' laugh and catch a little shade.
Ooh, girl.
Y'all know he be slaying, y'all better stop playing. Come hear what he's saying.
Ladies and gentlemen.
All right, I just dropped the link for you guys to hit it. Come on up, honey. Pop off, honey, because, baby, I was reading my motherfucking ass off. All right. Consciouztv court will remain in place during the 15th. Hold on. TV court will remain in place during the 15th and 17th. Okay. Oh, hold on. We got some live coverage going on right now. Former president is headed to Wisconsin for the Republican National Convention. Okay. Hold on. All right. Hey, boo.
Hey, Conscious. Hey, crew.
They getting ready, baby. Hold on. The Republican stuff starts tomorrow, right? It's the 15th through the something, right? Okay. Hold on, I gotta bring up Enlightening.
Hey, Conscious.
Hey, boo, what's going on?
I'm excited to have this discussion.
Baby, let's have it. I dropped the link for you guys. Okay, everybody is pooching on through. Okay, so what do you guys think? I guess starting off with rumors, let's just go in order. We got a ground troop. Jess is actually in Wisconsin, so she could give us the 411 and the deets on what the temperature and atmosphere is like down there in Wisconsin. But what do y'all think of this Project 2025 of rumors? I know it was a lot of information. It's scored over a lot. What were your feelings and your thoughts about what you were hearing from that manifesto?
Well, first and foremost, I was just happy that more information was put out there so that people can really have an understanding that this is not just at the just an agenda against, you know what I'm saying, the black and brown or the LBG. Like, this is basically a classism and capitalism issue.
Yeah.
And it's almost something like, it really is something out of a movie, to be very honest. We've seen so many movies where, like, we've seen when the apocalypse has come, you know, after apocalypse, like, you know, post-apocalypse. And this is all given the same sentiments. And I think that a lot of people just have a hard time understanding that art does emulate life. Like, we know that whether you believe in prophecy or the term, because I know prophecy is most of the time attached to religion or whatever the case may be, rather than just the spirituality in a way. But people, like, this is so beyond just the flesh, the natural. You understand? Like, I just see that there have been warnings for ages of what was to come, just like previous times before. And it's just like a reoccurring cycle. And in every cycle, it's like a system that's created to dumb us down. They have tactics that literally dumb us down, and it happens not at a fast pace, but more or less. This been going on forever. Like, and I think people just, I don't know if it's the fear of being awake to the truth of things and knowing that you're not prepared for this, that's causing the delusion and the rejection of what is so obvious to a lot of us.
Yeah.
But this is really happening, and it's been happening. And so I'm not surprised, because as I stated yesterday, it's not all like wanting to be right. Things just be really like, I no longer look through things with a complex lens or through a complex lens. Things are very black and white for me. And I understand when it comes through the greater good, just through our history of what I've known, the little bit of history of life that I do know. Yeah. The poor has always, it doesn't matter the race of the person doesn't matter when it comes to classism. You are expendable. And so that's how we're viewed. That's literally how we're viewed. And I agree with you with because I've been listening to different like Torah readers and people that are into astrology or whatever the case may be. You can't ignore all of the signs, the warnings, and it all comes back to the common source for me is the darkness. Like, you know, like that demonic energy that's roaming. And then it's like, we don't put enough emphasis on that, because I think that if we were more spiritually inclined, like, because I think that was the ultimate goal in putting all of these tactics into the earth, was ultimately to have us disconnected from our spirituality, because our spirituality was going to always have us, you know what I'm saying, aware of, you know, that discernment, aware of what was happening or whatever. But I don't want to I'm gonna let somebody else talk right now, because it's heavy. It's heavy. A lot of people in the chat were like, you know, we're overwhelmed with the reality.
Yeah,
but that is
I couldn't see the chat because I was so focused on reading, so I didn't know what all happened.
It was a heighten of, and I know that's like anybody like responded to trauma, because this is traumatic. What we're experiencing is trauma. It is very traumatic.
Yeah.
So to be aware of getting this information and not just hearing it, but really sitting down with the facts of what has been happening.
Yeah.
Because we cannot deny, like, take away the word conspiracy. This is no longer a conspiracy theory. This is no longer a theory. This is a fact.
Yeah.
We have all the supporting evidence. This is not us, being paranoid, or this shit is happening in real life and has been happening.
Already happening, been happening, gonna continue to happen. Yeah. It's not a
I'm gonna let someone else
hypothetical.
talk.
Okay. Shout out to Reese G in the building. What's going on? Head producer, head reality TV series, the Shawnee O'Neills of web reality TV. What's going on, boo? Reese G says, I really hope everyone take the time to read all 922 pages. It's an alarming read. It absolutely is. We just did a reading, Reese. I don't know if you was in the bushes or around for that reading. I just spent a little over 2 hours going over a 41-page condensed version of the manifesto. It's diabolical. That's for damn sure. All links to join the panel, you guys, are in the description box, you guys. Trump just landed in Milwaukee. He's headed to wherever the hell he headed to. They're getting ready for the RNC. I want to see which coon-ass rappers they have in place. Chinook and Buck, honey, who gonna be back in the jab up and shit. Because the buffoonery of it all. Yeah, now. Hey, you guys. Who I had in here? Enlightening. Think you came, and then Jess, and then Shauna. Enlightening. Welcome to the panel, boo. I actually saw that you was getting in. You were trying to get in here yesterday, but I saw that like StreamYard kept like kicking you out and shit. It was like a lot of it's kicking you out now. I don't know if you can see that.
Oh, it must be.
Yeah, it keeps like zapping you in and out. But welcome to the platform, love. Appreciate you being here. What are your thoughts about this manifesto and what it has in store for all of us?
It's just a heavy sigh at the moment. I mean, I've been very passionate about my disdain for Trump ever since he announced his candidacy back in 2016. I was never a fan of this man. So much information, like Rumors and T had mentioned, it's like information overload with this sucker. And then this Project 2025 agenda, the way it's supposed to dismantle our government as we know it. And I was looking at comments for people who are going for Trump, voting for them, talking about, oh, I stand with the Constitution. How you stand with the Constitution? Your own Supreme Court does it. They're slowly picking away at our own Constitution so they can make way for this Project 2025. Yeah. The Supreme Court has already shown they're in alliance with this, with the conservatives, with the Republicans that are trying to do this. And I hate that people feel like it's a partisan thing. It's not. It's just a matter of right and wrong.
Right and wrong. Yeah. And
I feel like the people that are supporting this agenda and Trump, like, you guys were the ones who didn't pay attention in school. I hate to say it. Like, history can totally repeat itself.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's going by the fascist dictator playbook.
Yeah.
Textbook.
There's a few questions that I have. Do you agree with the way that our forefathers attempted to contend and collaborate with the system?
You said, do I agree with?
Yeah, because I know that now, as everything spills out, there's been a lot of conversations that have put fire underneath the asses of Martin Luther King, a lot of his diplomacy, strategy to collaborate with the white power structure. A lot of people now feel a way about as a result of it not really doing us any damn good. Do you share those sentiments, or?
I really feel when it comes to the work that Martin Luther King did with helping us to get integrated. I feel like at the same time we were darned if we did.
You should have zapped that again.
I'm sorry. I feel like we were darned if we do, darned if we didn't, because we had thriving communities when we were segregated. We were more, the family structure was more together. We were, we had more sense of community. But what did they do? They came, rioted and burnt down our communities. When we were successful and thriving, stole our land. I mean, I really don't know what would have been better when I think about it, because it wasn't equal. It was supposed to be separate and equal. It wasn't equal. And we're here and we're outnumbered as well. So to be integrated and still be hated, and basically with this Project 2025, they're taking away our rights. It seems like they're going to have us segregated again. It's unclear. I can't say. I think he meant well, but overall, they're not going to accept us in the end.
No. Their plan, as it appears to be from Project 2025, is to usher in our extinction by rolling back the rights, rolling back Head Start, rolling back funding, food assistance, etc. They're literally trying to drive us into extinction.
All in the name of God and Christian values.
Bullshit.
I'm glad I put down religion.
All in the name of imperialism. Exactly. They just use and hide that shit behind God and religion.
The hypocrisy of it all.
Yeah.
He's the closest thing to the Antichrist if I've seen it written.
Woo.
They follow and support him. It's very alarming, and I definitely side-eye Black people that follow this, drinking the MAGA Kool-Aid.
Yeah. Why do you think so many Black and brown people have jumped on the bandwagon? What do you think that's about?
They're not informed. And then the cognitive dissonance is astounding, because even when you present the facts, they still got to double back on their beliefs, on their feelings about Trump.
Yeah.
Not knowing there's a whole backing, this whole Heritage Foundation that presented this Project 2025, the Republicans. This is his party. He's going to follow their agenda. He don't care about you. And he didn't want to give those little stimulus checks.
Didn't.
He didn't want to give those stimulus checks. Held him up. And then wanted to print his, and then held him up so he could have his signature on the checks.
A mess. A damn mess.
And I have some people trying to say, oh, we can reason with him. How can you reason with a malignant narcissist? It's not going to go your way.
Yeah. Yeah. I was about to ask, do y'all think, looking back at what happened Saturday at the Pennsylvania rally, that Mr. Thomas Matthew Crooks was feeling the same way? Like, did he do the work of a vigilante? Was he also responding to the threat of democracy?
I definitely,
since we're sitting here now understanding that this is a classism issue, and that what they want for the new America is for all of our asses, LGBT Black folk, poor white folk, underclass white folk. So white folk are also invested. in this threat too. At this point, could that have been a motivation for Mr. Matthews?
That's what I was thinking. To be honest, that and realizing that they're not exempt. It's nothing. Now, let me tell you something. You want to see a male person really lose their shit? Watch them when they battle each other, because it be the audacity. Watch how angry they get if one of them defends one of us. It's like the audacity, because their privilege is solely based on the color of their skin. That's what makes them feel, like they're above everyone. They're entitled to everything. And to have one of their own try to say that they're not, or try to put something to implement them, to put them in the same category as one of us. Yeah, I could see that. Mm-hmm.
Anybody else think that this manifesto and common agenda could have been a motivation for the amateur assassin on yesterday?
I'm not real sure. The jury's still out for me. Mm-hmm. I think kind of building upon our conversation yesterday, there's something amiss. And I've watched a couple different platforms that aren't, I like diversity and what I see, and some people who come with facts or pointing out different aspects of it. And I think one of the major ones was there hasn't ever been an assassination attempt on a presidential candidate. So that really had the hair on my neck stick up, because that made me think there's never been an assassination attempt on a presidential candidate.
But did they not? Wait a minute. What happened to the Kennedy?
It's been 40 years since the last one.
I thought, what happened with Kennedy?
Well, he was the president. No, we're talking about.
Wasn't he running? No, not John. Bobby.
Oh, Robert. Oh, was he running?
He was running.
He was running in November of 1963. He was running and he got shot in
for president. I don't know.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Interesting. Okay. Interesting. Oh, anyway, so that was brought up, and okay, so there's Robert Kennedy. So even that still odd. I'm not standing 10 toes down on anything, because I don't know anything, and I'm neutral, and I can be swayed any kind of way, to be honest with you.
At least you're honest.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I mean, convince me. That's all. I think that's the best way to be, because when you stand 10 toes down on something and aren't and can't be at least open to different possibilities, I think you block yourself from information. Even for future use, you block it. So that's why, people don't like people who are on the fence, if you will. But I wouldn't say I'm on the fence, but I'm just like, I'm open to scenarios. That's why last night, Rumors and Tea, I wanted to hear what your theory was, because I'm like, hey.
That's okay, because you needed more information. Like, there's some people, like, that's why people are so misinformed, because they'll take information from a dog without proof or anything tangible, anything logical,
Right.
So
but I think there's nothing wrong with conspiracy theories, but because the wildest things have happened, and we didn't think they were true, and now that we're
clear, all a conspiracy theory is a theory.
Right. Exactly. Yes, that's exactly what it is. So I'd like to be any conspiracy theory, be open to it, and different. I'd like to hear other people's perception of it. I think that's also extremely valuable, because you can't see everything. You have your own perception. Anyway, going back to when you're talking about, I had so many questions during the last your last live, and the main thing, I'm like, who is the Heritage Foundation? So I looked it up. And I was like, I was appalled. I mean, I think anybody who's talking about Project 25 needs to automatically go and look with who is the face of the Heritage Foundation, and they got board members. And as I clicked on each one, I started getting this stinking feeling in my stomach. I'm like, oh my God, they're all white. Which I think we would all assume that, but still, when you see faces,
all right,
is that
all white?
Right. When you see the faces, it makes it even more real. And I think that's also what people need to do. It's not some boogeyman in the dark, or in a closet waiting to come out and swipe all your rights. These are people. So I think it's important to look at all those people. And so they are basically all white except for two people. And it's believe it or not, there's a black man. And then there is a Hispanic man. Of course, they're the tokens, so they could say, "Oh no, we're not racist." But I invite people to go to that actual website and peruse it, because it's real. I have more questions of when it was founded and how it was founded, and in the that summary, it was talking about 100 organizations that are involved, and I think we need to start seeing who those people are. And I know all these people are upset about Starbucks and Home Depot and all their who gives money to what. We really need to put those 100 organizations on blast and start fucking putting their name out and showing people this, because it's hard to really connect, unfortunately, as people living in the U.S. to say Home Depot, who gives money to Israel. It's like there are people who are furious, and we see that, but a lot of people are not.
Yeah.
Or they're like, that's them and it's us. But when you find out that these are the people who are behind this project and the organizations, putting them on blast, I think, is of the utmost importance, other than actually bringing Project 25 to light, which I applaud you. I think more and more people they're talking about it, but not really like holding discussions about or explaining it. And I'm so glad the group, I don't remember the organization, summed it up. That was a great service to the American people. We need to thank them too, because people aren't going to read 900 pages. And I think that's what the purpose of having 900 pages is.
Right.
But the interesting fact, I invite everybody to do a deep dive into this website, is that they have mentorships, and there's how to get a job there, or of course, membership fees. It's I really wonder how well organized this is and how long they've been here. But they're like, hey, if you want to become let's say you're a lawyer, we have mentors who are in this, who are like, one category I clicked on was judges. If you're interested in being a judge and want to commit to this, or be in a group in a room with the same people who have the same ideologies as you and can mentor you. I was like, oh my God, this is like deep.
It's almost like a sorority or a fraternity. It's very bonded together.
Yes. And I hope maybe not now, but just show like a little bit of that website, because I think it's.
And what's the website again?
The Heritage Foundation. The people who came up with the manifesto, if you will.
Yeah.
But that was mainly it. And also another thing I think will help calm people's nerves. I'm not nervous, because I know one thing. I'm not one of those people. I do have a passport. It's probably not going to try to get on a plane somewhere and move, because I think that involves a lot of organization and planning, like now. I think if you're not planning now, it's almost too late. So, and And
better late than never, Shauna. Better
oh yeah,
late than
I
never.
agree. But not everybody's going to be able to leave. So realistically, I'm a fighter, and I was talking to we had a little family meeting over Zoom, and I asked each one of them, like, what are your plans? And I think that's what we all should do with our family. What are your plans if shit pops off? And my brother, he's like, I'm here to get on with it. You know what I'm saying? Dad, I'm like, yeah, that's me too. I have a cousin who's like, I'm out here. She wants to go to Portugal. And then, my mom's like, I don't know. It was very interesting. And then I was asking different, how prepared are you? Do keeping yourself safe? Do you have, if shit gets real, weapons? And majority of us, which I was really proud of, yes, all but one of the 6 or 7 of us have weapons. So I think that all of us can do that to kind of calm the nerves, at least have an idea at minimum of what your immediate family is thinking. Just asking the question, I think you're already on the right foot to trying to combat whatever's about to come.
Yeah. Okay. Roberta in the comments said, what about the blacks that don't vote? How are those orgs that donate more wrong?
The blacks that don't vote, we used to categorize that to being a certain age bracket of our community. They were like, when we were in our 20s, they might have been in their 50s and 60s, and now they're like 70s, 80s, and they don't vote because they felt as if, it doesn't count, it doesn't matter, this, that, and the third. And a lot of them didn't have the education about U.S. government and how everything flowed and went no matter what. So a lot of those people are dying anyways. So that number may change, but then we do have people that still don't want to vote because of different reasons. And about the organizations, the Home Depot could care less if we were angry that they sent money and plywood and drywall to Israel or Ukraine. They could care less. Because if people say, let's protest Home Depot and don't go there, do you know how many people are still gonna go?
But
a lot. Contractors and everything. They don't care.
Can I say this? Because I don't even want us to keep pushing that false narrative, because a lot of blacks do vote. They do. And they know that that's why they target our communities. When election time comes, they love bomb our communities with promises,
Democrat
photo ops, and whatever little, Timu order that you can get out of them or whatever. So we do vote. Unfortunately, if our votes are not swayed in their direction, whichever party that is, they go to criminal acts. They result to criminal acts, and they do things to sabotage, their way into the office. So I just don't want that narrative to continue to be pushed. Like, we do know that there is a large amount of us in numbers, and I'm just speaking, when I say us, I don't necessarily vote. I mean, I vote if I want to, and I vote if I don't. I mean, I don't vote if I don't want to or whatever. Like, but I focus myself personally on local government more than national, but that's just my preference. But there are other things you can do other than just voting. Voting is just one aspect of fighting this war. And I think that a lot of times that's what everybody's go-to is. But there are just fundamental things, like simple, basic human being things that we can do, like just simply working together and becoming.
I said that last night.
Yeah, like, and it's just like, that's something that we can't ignore. Like, that is, like, earlier when Conscious was reading the information off to us or whatever, like, we're easily distracted. That's our problem. We're really, like, it's a lot of things that I can find wrong, and I can find a lot of good things about us, but we are easily distracted. Like, we know that there are people that are not going to vote. So the people that choose not to vote, we just need to challenge them to come up with another solution that they can implement to help fight this battle. Let's not harping on trying to make everybody do the same thing. All of us are going to have a difference of opinion on how to do this thing. but I think we should support whatever ideas that are going to be effective. Support, and if we get more people that, you know, believe in voting and they want to go that route, you know, in addition to doing other things, support it. But let's not harping on the important. We all know the importance of voting, but we also know why the people that don't vote don't vote. They're clear on why they don't vote.
But we can start it off slow, like I said last night, writing to your aldermen, writing to your congressmen and women. Like mine is Gwen Moore and Lena Taylor and Alderman Stamper. You see how quickly I know that? Because when I check my mail and they put out summer letters and forms and what they're working on, go to City Hall. You like, we don't have to like force them, because it would be like forcing religion down on somebody, but you can start off slow. Oh, come with me to the library tonight from like 6 to 8 and hear the city council talk about zoning or trash pickup and change in collections. You can start it off really, really slow.
I don't disagree. I really don't disagree. I think that it becomes a distraction because people feel attacked. I think firmly we need to understand what works for me does not have to necessarily work for you. I don't want to harp on what doesn't work for you. I want to meet you at a place where we can just, this is a form of coming together and becoming organized. I want to meet on commonality. I don't want to just waste time discussing what divides us. We have enough of that. And it's just a distraction, in my opinion. And I understand it's trial and error, but I can't even say that we need to start off slowly because we don't have time. We've literally like, we're talking well over 40 years. Hell, this probably been implemented ever since they started stop segregation. This, you know what I'm saying? This is not anything that has just happened in the last 10 years. This has been going on for decades now. We don't have time to start slowly. That's why I'm harping on the fact that we're wasting time trying to, because it really does come off as being judgmental. Like, everybody just doesn't agree on how to do it. I just want to encourage people to do whatever it is you feel that's going to help make things better for you. And as a collective, the community, please just do it.
That's true. But I honestly feel like it's a little bit too late. This whole Project 25, it's probably going to happen. Like, it's more than likely going to happen. But it's also another distraction, because when the boom finally hits, it's going to hit and it's going to be too late. It's going to happen so swift, because it's like a fear mongering. The Project 25 is like the little spikes on the back of like the little rug, the little throw rug, and you step on it by accident. You're like, oh shit, yeah. But the real pain is already going to come, and it's going to come hard. It's coming. Like, this project is just another distraction, but it's gonna happen.
Oh, I don't want us to get so pessimistic and down on thinking that Trump then won already, though. Like,
even without him winning, and somebody else wins,
is the Republican candidate? Yes, we don't have to vote them in, and that's why it is so important. I reason with people all the time. I try to get everyone I know, and no, you can't force nobody to go to the polls. But I reason with them, if your vote didn't matter, because that's what the main thing I hear. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. If your vote didn't matter, why did they try so hard to not let you vote? If we can come together on this one thing, the black vote sways elections. Y'all saw what happened in Georgia in 2020. Like, to be just so pessimistic, we are not afforded that. We need to be rallying our people and, having these conversations, having these discussions. Like, I'm so glad Conscious opened up his platform for this, because a lot of people won't, but we need to learn from each other and discuss what a strategy is, like Rumors and Tea says, besides voting. But right now, the tool that we have that we can utilize is to vote and get our friends and our cousins and our loved ones and our brothers and our sisters to care and realize it does matter. Like, conspiracy theories is messing with reality. They're doing this in front of our face because we're still thinking it doesn't matter when our ancestors died to have that privilege.
I would like to piggyback on that really fast and the points that all of you have been making. So first of all, I want to shout out to, I think it was Yvette Thomas, who's logging in from Mississippi. So where I grew up in Arkansas in the South is the northernmost part of the Mississippi Delta. My father grew up under all Jim Crow segregation. He was a sharecropper. He would not tell me what those experiences were like for him as a child until he was on his deathbed, because it was basically identical to slavery. So I don't want us to romanticize what Jim Crow segregation was actually like. There were definitely some advantages to it, but there were far more disadvantages. In Arkansas, like on Black Wall Street, in Tulsa, Oklahoma, like Rosewood, Florida, when Black people as a collective did come together and build our own thriving communities in every state where we had any numbers in this country, the white mob and the white state came and destroyed them systematically. So can we do that? Yes, we can do that. We have done that. The powers that be do not allow us to do that. So that's the upside of when we took matters into our own hands. But what Project 2025 is talking about is going forward to a very, very extensive Jim Crow segregation 2.0 that is going to detrimentally affect everyone who is not wealthy and white and primarily male. So the problem that happened with my father, who grew up beyond dirt poor, extreme suffering, is that all of the taxpayer dollars that people were eking out, barely surviving, were taken from everybody's salaries and everybody's compensation. And they were redirected to fund the all-white schools, the all-white public swimming pools, the all-white libraries. But we don't, like, the schools were so woefully under-resourced with second and third hand books that had pages ripped out, that had all kinds of drawing and just had been vandalized, substandard across the board. So even though my father graduated second in his high school class, he struggled to get through college. Right? We can't go back to that. The second thing I want to say is that the reason why we have any semblance of any rights whatsoever, if you want to talk about voting, if you want to talk about an 8-hour workday, if you want to talk about even jobs having salaries or any kind of compensation, if you want to talk about child labor laws, much less any kind of civil rights legislation for women, for differently abled people, for LGBTQIA+, for Black, it is because since 1492, as Native Americans in this country like to call it, Homeland Security, since 1492, since the colonizers' demonic Wetiko eyes asses came to these shores, is because of the collective of people that have always come together in every single generation and have waged their own fight against this. So it's our turn now. Unfortunately, it is cyclical, like all of y'all are saying, like Conscious is saying. And I think that ultimately the larger spiritual assignment is, yes, it's coming to a head. The forces of light and dark are coming to a head. And this is a calling for us to wake up and to claim and activate our full divinity, our full divine natures. The bottom line is it's free will. So it's each and every choice, each and every person's choice, each and every community's choice. And what I will just finish with is, even throughout civil rights, it was not a majority of Black people who supported the civil rights movement, even the civil rights movement with Martin Luther King Jr. at the helm, which he didn't do that by himself. I mean, he was the face of it, but it was a whole collective behind him and with him. It's always only taken a critical mass.
In charge of
Bayard Rustin, shout out to Bayard Rustin, that march on Washington.
The motherfucking CTV of the movement, yes, God.
Hello, fabulous and fly is all hell. So This is the main way that they, like the biggest thing about us as Black people, unfortunately, in this matrix, in this Babylon belly of the beast that is called the US, we have been conditioned and indoctrinated like every other group. So we still have our work to do. So we're going to have cognitive dissonance. We're going to have Black people who have internalized white supremacy and anti-Blackness. But as long as there's a critical mass of us, we can break through the lies and the illusion that the greatest power is not the power of the people. It really, 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 really always has been about the power of the people for 500 years. And part of the reason why Project 2025 is coming so hard, and it's coming for everybody's necks, and it has been in the works since the 1960s civil rights legislation was passed, is the fact that our power has been making strides. Our power has been making differences. And we were toe up from the flow up, and we were completely beat down across any group. You wouldn't have them coming for all of our necks like this. So it's all about our perspective, because in our minds, if we're not elevating our consciousness to recognize our true power and to have faith in all of the ancestors, God, Goddess, all that is, all of that, Father, Father and Son and Holy Daughter, then we've already lost. That's why they are coming for people like me. They're coming for educators like me, and they're going to have to completely take me out, because I have been teaching this truth and this knowledge for at least 2 generations, and I'm going to keep on going. I know it's hard. I know it's discouraging, but this is happening across multiple timelines, across multiple dimensions, and it's us. It is the two-leggeds on planet Earth right now, where everything is hanging in the balance. That's all that I really want to say. I'm going to drop down, and I'm going to
hold on. I got a question for you. You touched on something.
Okay.
People loving you up here, and round of applause. I got a question for you, because you talked about, that it's tiring. There is a such thing as racial battle fatigue. How do people in the fight stay spirited? Because this is so intergenerational, and it is so daily, and it is so secular. How do you maintain
this? We were talking about this in the chat from the last video, Conscious. Whatever it is that you do for self-care, whatever it is you do for mutual care in your family, in your tribe, in your community, give yourself breaks. Give yourself permission to say, you know what? I got to log off. I got to tap out. I got to just do something else for a while. Yeah. That is truly radical. That is truly revolutionary. That's how I do it. And I'm going to say full disclosure. I have tremendous privilege because of my schedule. I get the summers off if I choose so. I get Christmas breaks. I get spring breaks because I teach. Now, I'm always doing work, but I have the choice to really be able to sleep in, to tend to my home, to tend to my health. And I've also done 9 to 5. So that there was one moderator in the chat during the last video that you posted where you read that condensed version of 2025. And a lot of people were speaking to that fatigue. A lot of, people were crying. I mean, I do cry sometimes. And I'll be honest with you, I will go on YouTube and I will just watch a bunch of animal shorts, videos about animals, because I love the four-leggeds, and it keeps me in touch with my humanity. It gives me hope in other people's humanity. I love to see the different four-leggeds from different species loving on each other, coming together. Yeah. That's what helps me keep me going. I mean, I do exercise a lot. I meditate. I do a lot of different spiritual practices too. I mean, I'm gonna tell you that my ancestors,
as you should. You're
child,
supposed to.
child, you know what it is, Conscious. The ancestors yanked me up by the scruff of my neck. So, but the most thing, and I have my friends, I have my family. I'm about to go see my family in Memphis, in Tennessee, next week. So that's the biggest thing, is giving ourselves permission
to live.
To live. The best
and
that
we all
do.
work, no play. You gotta play, baby.
I go to Zumba so I can shake my ass. I done replaced the club and the vodka with going to Zumba and water. The music and the choreography is better. So I do that about 2 or 3 times a week.
I'm gonna tell you what I do. I look at my box of hair and it reminds me that I gotta fight for them. I gotta fight for them. I gotta fight for them to be in these streets. I gotta fight to keep these motherfucking Jim Crowisms out these streets, honey. I look at the things that I value. I look at my niece. I look at my younger cousins, and it just reminds me because I'm kind of past me. Like, I know I have the luxury and liberty and privilege of getting the fuck up out of here at any drop of a dime. I mean, I plan on moving to Mexico before the year is out, for God's sake. But you know, for the people who are going to be here, for my loved ones who are going to be here, for the future generation of melanated people, you know, I think a lot of times, especially in this social media age, we do get caught up in expeditious results. And I think we're used to that because of technology. And so I think we think that a lot of societal change is going to come in the blink of an eye. It's going to come at the snap of a finger, because everything right now is coming at the snap of a damn finger. But this is about the long haul. This is about this is about, baby, this is a cross country journey, not a local. This ain't a staycation. This is a cross country journey that we on. However, I do empathize, because that exhaustion is a lot, and constantly having to, because you know what the fight does, it brings you back to the trauma. You have to live that trauma over and 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 over. And I'm not mad at the melanated folk who don't believe that voting is helping, because we were voting when there was a knee on George Floyd's neck. We were voting when Trayvon Martin was laying lifeless in his backyard with his eyes wide open. You know, we were voting when Sandra Bland was roughly apprehended and then became no more. You know, we've voted. And here's my question too, because I think it was Enlightening who said that, you know, if voting, and this is, I'm just playing devil's advocate here, as it relates to voting being a real thing, I think it can equally be argued that voting is one of the greatest lies ever told. Not even particularly local voting, but more so presidential voting is one of the greatest lies ever told. I think that trying to keep you from voting is just a way to keep the propaganda going around voting, because you got to make it look real. You have to. So, I mean, if you're trying to make a false reality or false evidence appear real, then you got to put as much blood in it as possible. So you got to fuck with people's right to do something that don't matter in order to maintain its substantiation in their eyes. I think one of the things that really curved my attitude around, particularly the presidential votes, was the fact that I had no idea that every U.S. president, including Trump, are all second, third, fourth, sixth generation cousins. That there's literally bloodline, a documented and historical bloodline that's running through all American presidents. And so when people are sitting within a system saying, how can these be the only two? Maybe it's because you don't in fact have a choice, and it's designed to be the way that it is. And we know damn well it would be statistically impossible to vote another cousin in per presidential election. That's just statistically impossible. That couldn't be possible if voting was organic. But all in all, whether one believes in voting or not, I think Rumors and Tea or someone else said it on the panel that there are multiple roads to rectifying the world as well. And while we should vote for those who believe that voting is I've never voted ever in my entire life. And as ridiculous as this coming election is going to be, I still don't feel the spirit of going to vote because I've never seen any vote that was close. What they're calling close has been by the millions a lot of times, or it has come down to the electoral college, just like when this country was willing to vote a woman into presidency, aka Hillary. She won the popular vote by 3 million more votes than Donald, but he clocked it on the electoral college. And I think all of this adds to the frustration. It adds to the fatigue. It adds to the disbelief. It adds to so many people's disinterest in voting, particularly people who, Black and brown people, I expect to feel this way, because the people who are the most impacted by any ridiculous system are the people at the bottom of it, the people who don't benefit the most from it, of course. So I feel like I'm curious to know what will the new narrative be to inspire young Black voters to vote, because I think the same old rhetoric of this is one of the most important elections of your life. We've heard that every election. We've heard that tonality every election. The youth has, as far as they're concerned, they always been in danger. Like the country been dangerous, like the whole time. You know, we have 400 plus years of history, you know, of unrest, of civil unrest in the country. And people take a look at that, and some people conclude that, yeah, this is stupid. To vote is just stupid. It's stupid. We're voting them in just to vote them out. We have a lot of issues in an anti-Black racist system because we can't even fully trust the people that look like us, because we know half of them suffer from Klansman syndrome. That's why we had to develop the old saying that all skin folk ain't kinfolk, because you can look like me, dress like me, smoke like me, smell like me, and be with the other side. So then, with all the tap dancing, all of the coonery, all of the witchcraft, all of the smoke and mirrors, all of the, it's just one thing after the other. Not to mention that this system, this political system, actually unalives melanated folk who get too close. I will never forget, just about 5-6 years ago, there was a slew, 8 female judges who had been appointed, all mysteriously murdered. One found drifting down the motherfucking river. Another found mysteriously unalived in her apartment. Another found in the trunk of her own vehicle. Clipped. Y'all probably remember the slew of holistic doctors that were being unalived per week. And Dr. Sebi made it into that lineup of holistic doctors who were just being clipped. So a lot of times when this type of conversations come up around what must Black and brown people do, because of everything I just said, I'm always asking, beyond political positioning, what in the fuck are we going to do to protect what we employ? Because even if we can get the right chess pieces on the board, we typically can't keep them on the board. Where is the military power going to come from? Why aren't, as Black and brown people, we're not having conversations about developing our own coalitions in that regard? Our own military, our own policing, our own armed forces, because haven't we learned anything from Tulsa? Haven't we learned anything from the bombing and the obliteration of Black Wall Streets? Plural. Haven't we learned from the insurrections that pale people are still with the motherfucking shits? Like, what does it matter if we can vote people into office when they can blow the fucking house apart with military drones, military helicopters, when the U.S. government, the Ku Klux Klan, and all other anti-Black ass organizations can galvanize their powers and blow the house of cards down? Like, beyond voting, what else do we have? Because that'd be the only fucking conversation that we have as it relates to a remedy, as if the system is going to be cured through voting alone. We can't even protect ourselves from these forces, or at least are choosing not to, or at least are not having the conversations that lead to the preparation of such a thing. It's like, when are we going to go beyond that? We're going to have to, you see how this manifesto got the back end sealed up, the front end sealed up, the middle sealed up. They got check and balances at every motherfucking checkpoint, and all Black people talking about is fucking voting and voting and voting and voting and voting and voting and voting. And then had a Black president they wasn't even happy with. Wanted to vote and impeach his ass out of the goddamn White House because he had the audacity to be pro-LGBT.
Conscious, when you were saying that, I was just thinking the reason why I believe we were able, the time when we were militant during the Black Panthers, their time, was because these were all ex-military. Like, so the mentality to fight, I think that because we don't know how to fight, and I'm talking physically, we don't know how to defend ourselves properly. I believe that is where all of the, like, I think that's the core of the hesitation. And that's what, I'm trying to get people to understand. There is definitely more than one way to do this thing. And we don't have time to be wasting discussing one theory. We don't. I get it. You don't agree with voting. Or
no,
if
it's not that I don't.
I'm not talking about you. I'm saying, I'm generalizing.
I just want to be clear. I'm indifferent. I don't care about people voting or not. I'm not like whenever people say that they want to vote, I don't talk people out of voting. Like, if you believe in voting, vote until you're blue in the face, vote until your knees can't take it, vote until every nub has pinched the button, vote until your eyeballs fall out your head. Like, if that's where your conviction and your truth and your factuality is, I just want to be clear. I'm not an anti-vote person. I don't personally vote, but I don't push y'all don't need to vote too. But I'm also interested in what else are we going to do beyond a ballot.
And that's my whole point. In a generalization, it's just more than one way. We have to pay attention to our enemies. Honestly, that's something that is taught during warfare. You study your adversaries. You study the only way to successfully defend yourself and beat your adversaries is to know their strategies. And they've used several, even violence. But they were smart enough to know that violence was not the only tactical strategy to use in order to get where they're at, to accomplish their goals. And so, yes, I'm never going to tell no one not to vote. But you have to know that aside from just voting doesn't just help alone. There are other things that we have to do. And
But
the
that's
first
my
thing I believe,
but that's my question, Rumors. How are we
what
going
else?
how are we going to protect it? We are sitting in a system where we're very aware that white people have the political and the military ability and privilege. They have the physical means to bulldoze over and have historically our efforts to liberate ourselves when we championed in this system. So it's kind of like, if you look back, like the old saying is, the best predictor of the future is the past. If we have seen persistently in the past that white efforts have galvanized and utilized violence as it relates to smashing the liberating efforts of Black and brown people and their allies alike, to me, sometimes the vote, political conversation feels like we're also asking a group of people to continue to build a sand house near a shoreline, when we know, because history bears it out, that it's inevitable that the ocean will claim way to what we built in the sand. So then what logical sense is it to continue to only focus on what we need to get in without having a conversation about how the fuck are we going to protect it and maintain that it remains in? We don't even have the literal physical power. We're not putting our money to it, even though trillions of dollars come out of Black consumerism and Black spending. We don't have our own hospitals. We don't have our own schools. We don't have our own military. To me, these are things that we should be building first. And then, like, once we have the foundation to protect our means, protect our turf, then forge ahead into the world with a list of fucking demands and rock the table. But we keep going to the table knowing that these
Hello.
Can't we do both?
This is Jay.
But that's what we were saying. Yeah, that's what we were saying yesterday collectively. In to, you said it perfectly. These are the things we need our own. And the fact of the matter is, we have, just because they come and fight, like, we just have to go to war. That's just the bottom line. You have to fight to
go to
keep
war
what you
how?
have.
Like, go to war, do what? Like, go to war?
I mean,
like,
fight to
what does
keep
that
what
look
you
like?
have. What I find is, though, we go into this thing where we
can't even stop these motherfuckers from, we don't even want to stop these motherfuckers from sitting on the neck of another nigga. We don't even want to stop these motherfuckers from unjustly unaliving another Black person. Go to war how? Go to war on what merit? Go to war on what strategy? Go to war on what incentive? How we even want to protect our kids once we decided there's going to be a war? We literally haven't even begun to have the nuanced conversation and really paint the universe from that frequency. And that's what I'm inspired by after reading this the condensed 1,000-page manifesto to our 41 pages, that these people got their shit together and we don't. And if that manifesto did not inspire us to develop a motherfucking our own play-by-play, day-by-day, 7 days a week, like they got to take over the world set out like a fucking meal plan. These motherfuckers got the fucking takeover drilled out, scripted out like a fucking meal plan.
How can we?
And what do we have?
But that's what I'm talking about, creating. I understand right now, at this very moment, we are fucked as a collective, as an individual. We are fucked. I'm talking about creating what we need in order to come out of what's already been put into motion.
How are we supposed to have our own of anything on this white man's land?
I'm gonna tell you how. By stop fucking buying white, because we damn sure made Apple rich as fuck.
That part.
We make the white man's real estate wealthy as fuck. We are the smallest group in the fucking country, but have the biggest spending power in the motherfucking country.
That's
and the reason why
right.
we don't have our own is because we don't spend according to our priorities and our needs. And every other motherfucking community and ethnic group knows this, which is why they put their Chinese restaurants in our fucking neighborhood. They put their beauty supply stores in our neighborhood. They put their gas stations in our neighborhood, because that's where the wealth is. It's with us. We are the only fucking people who legislate every other ethnic group from the bottom up and have the dollars to do so.
Yes. Yes. Hello, everyone.
We not a broke ass community of people. The data blows that out of the ocean. We have what, 13 trillion in spending power? Like how much fucking money?
Per year.
Per year.
I'm not against boycott.
Hi, everyone. This is Jace, and I'm so pleased to hear all of you wonderful people speaking on this very, very serious topic. I am a big advocate of voting because my parents were in the movement. I have memories of being a little thing, very concerned about white people throwing things at them and calling them niggas, and being terrified that some of these beasts were going to hurt my parents. So voting is very personal to me. We stand on the shoulders of those who have been assassinated so that we might be able to vote. Everything a Black person has and achieved in this country has been bought by our ancestors' blood. So it's very personal to me. And I encourage, and like one beautiful sister said, that we hear that our votes don't count. And then she made a very profound comment. If our votes don't count, why are so many states gerrymandering and so many laws and things being put in place to keep us from voting? It's because it does count, and it began to count when President Obama was voted in. More Black people who had never registered to vote before in their lives voted during that presidential election. Also, I campaigned for Stacey Abrams and Fonnie Willis, and Stacey Abrams did something very brilliant. I know that governorship was stolen from her. I just know it because Brian Kemp is a bastard. But she went out to what was called the Black Belt, the Black farmers who were all along the Tennessee, Alabama, and Florida state lines, all of those areas where Black farmers were. They did not know that they could vote. So she registered them to vote. And that increases our numbers on the voting rolls. I just want to say that we have had many discussions about what we as a people should be doing. And how many times have we heard we got to come together? How many times have we heard that? We want to talk about coming together, and then in the very next breath, we're tearing someone down. Just right now within this administration, there are more Black people and dynamic Black women in particular who are in the House of Representatives, who are
with on committees. We have some dynamite Black people who are within this administration. What we understood was that we had to educate ourselves and get within the system to make changes within the system. And of course, the Klan followed our lead, because we got a Klan Congress, a Klan House right now. They said, oh, they educated themselves and they got within the system, so we can do the same. If we don't wake up, like you said, all the money, the trillions of dollars per year that we put in other businesses, that we put in the hands of white people's businesses, if we don't wake up and understand that the only way we can do something, why is it that every community, every immigrant comes here? Right now I'm in LA. They have Little Tokyo, Koreatown. The Filipinos got them a section. Hispanics got them a section. Everybody that comes here gets a community with their own banks, their own businesses. They take care of each other. And yet we've been here longer than anyone else, and we still haven't done that. And all I can say is, if we don't support one another, we'll never get there. If we don't support the Black banks that are opened, if we don't support Black businesses and businessmen and women, if we don't support them, how are they to survive?
Okay, so let me fuck y'all up then with everything that you just said, Jace, and everything that I just said. A lot of Black people now are arguing that segregation was the worst thing we did because we gave up our individuality and we gave up our collectiveness in order to integrate ourselves into dominant society.
Mm-hmm.
That manifesto, Project 2025, wants to essentially bring back segregation. What if this is our opportunity to do it right this time?
It might be our opportunity to do it right this time.
Since they want to put the power in community, they want to put the power in the state, they want to put the power in, and they want to that. This gives grave opportunity. It's going to be one hell of a thing to have ripped away because nobody is prepared to stand on their own. It's certainly not minority communities in that way, but it also creates one hell of an opportunity to begin again.
Does it though?
That might be the opportunity. This might be the opportunity. You never know.
Does it though?
That might be the opportunity if people choose to take advantage of it.
Okay.
And in answer to your question, when you were saying how you didn't believe in voting, and
I didn't say I didn't believe.
No,
in voting.
I understand what you meant. I understand.
Well, I want to be clear because people love getting out here, not y'all, but other people love getting out here running with shit. So I want to be clarified. Let's be very specific. I have never voted. I have never felt personally called to vote. I don't care if other people vote. I've never taught near person from voting. I believe in other people utilizing their right and their privilege to vote if that's what they want. I just have never voted.
Yeah, in response to what you were saying when you were asking how can we get it together, and the ladies made some of the suggestions, I think if people are cooperative, we can do both. You have those who believe in voting, and then those, what I think is the real power is voting with our dollars. I think the person who gave a very good playbook for it was Claude Anderson's Powernomics. If you listen to him when he really broke it down, what causes the weakness, because and this is what happened during the civil rights movement. And I've been talking about this for a long time because I would read about this stuff. I didn't grow up in this. I went to school in another country, but I always was fascinated with the Black American culture and their struggle. And one of the things that I would read was about we don't shop where we can't work. There was a lot of things changed with our dollar. We had power with our dollar. We need to go back to that. But the problem you have now is too many people trying to assimilate. So that's why this segregation thing, they may be shooting themselves in the foot. What they think will hurt other people. Exactly. It might be what will empower us. And this is where the voting comes in. If you get good people. And you know why? Because everything we do, for every action, it's like a game of chess. Oh, they're going to take this move. Okay, how can we circumvent or mess that up? So you have to have the people who are going to fight to protect your rights. For instance, do you know how they did the red line?
Yeah.
Way monies from people. Who are those people in power who will fight for you while you're doing this? Because you can build certain things, like for instance, eminent domain. I think it was in South Carolina where these people had land, and by everything of the law, they're supposed to keep it. But guess what? They always will find a way to change the laws. So hopefully your own people might be the ones fighting for you. So I would say both would be done. And this whole idea of telling Black people come together, stick together, it has been preached since time immemorial. During the civil rights movement, it worked until integration came in. And what I understood was a lady of that time told me that integration was never about love for one another. Integration was all about the Black dollar. They saw what the Black dollar was doing. So we've been talking to people, but you have everyone who wants to assimilate to be white. Look at the number of Black men. And I don't want them. Go to hell, go wherever you want to go. But look at the number of Black men who get money. That money is trickled back into their communities. So if they want to do the segregation thing, that will force people to maybe rebuild, and that money stays within us. Maybe this might work in our favor. But until people are willing, because Black people have more power than we think. We have more. I keep saying it. Why is in Harlem? Why is it in Harlem? I saw a soul food. Who owned it? A Chinese woman.
Mayonnaise.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Yeah. Oh, she knows. Okay, thank you.
Mayonnaise.
Exactly. How that is this? Now, can a Black person even go to Chinatown and put a table? I'm not even saying do a store. That's asking too much. Can a Black person go to Chinatown and even put a table? I've questioned this to everybody. You know what they say? Because they will not support us. I want to do a documentary on the hair thing. When the Black people want to look, the Koreans dominate the hair market. 90% of their customer base are Black women. When the Black women wanted to get it, because it's not that we don't try, we do try. You know what these okay, I don't know if I can curse. You know what these mofos said?
Ministry child.
Okay. They said, we're not doing any business with any NIGGA. They told them to their face. But you're the 90% customer base, 90% customer base. So I'm like, listen, if we need this more than ever. Let me tell you why. You can't wear your hair the way you want. You can bleach your skin, turn your nose. They still don't like you. Now, all these businesses, can you imagine if Black women were the ones doing the nails, selling the hair, the hair product? Do you know how many jobs that we would circulate that you don't need to look into nobody's damn face? That's like the woman who owned Miel. I'm gonna be quiet and let your panel talk, because you have a very intelligent panel. So many women were speaking so intelligently. That's why I came on. The lady Miel, I think she did something with Rosemary. Now I don't know what happened behind closed doors, but I was sad that she sold her business. You know why? Because that would be money for her children. Her children don't need to go look at nobody's face. Her children don't need to cut out their dreads or bleach their skin so that, oh, give me a job, massa. But and that's another thing. Can somebody tell me why? I think there's something going on. Why is it every time Black people do a successful business, here they come? Carol's daughter, she doesn't own it anymore. It's now by Carol. What is it?
Because they know that as a result of us having a pathology of craps in a barrel, that we more so move forward with the agenda of money in mind rather than community. And that brings me back to the fact that we also are going to have to figure out a way to fall back in love so that we can leave the shit that cracks the glass ceiling that we create and birth out of our talents and out of our intellect to our children and to our community. That's why you have Jay-Z, who sold Tidal to a white person. You have BET that was sold to white people. Every time Black people get shit, we sell to the highest bidder. And that also is a reflection of our values and our focal point.
But Conscious, can I cut in real quick? That's what they told us. Do we really know if that's what happened? Do we know if behind closed doors they didn't muscle them and tell them, listen, if you don't do this, who knows? Because I don't understand why would she sell those businesses that could be for her children? Your children don't have to worry anymore about begging someone for a job.
Why would somebody already with a multi-billion-dollar company or patent, etc., care about the business itself when they feel like I have the wealth to leave to my children? I have the means to leave them the money to create something else if need be, to take care of them. See, Black people are not thinking in that like sentimental way of literally keeping our assets also within family, within community. We are at the dollar and we make the dollar the priority. And then once we get the highest quota, we feel like that's the ultimate margin of success, or that's the sole agenda, is to be after the top quota.
Another thing, one final thing that I want to say, and then I'm allow other people to talk.
They auctioned our asses off.
Mm-hmm. One final thing that I want to say too is another thing is distraction. You see, the entertainment. I see the word entertainment in America as differently. I don't think entertainment is just entertainment. I think entertainment is distraction. We need to stop what we consider. Okay, let me give you an example. Don Cornelius. Everybody was talking about how wonderful Don Cornelius was. He brought soul music and dance. Don Cornelius was an exploiter. He did not pay his dancers. He didn't give them anything. Okay, you have 50 cents. People are calling 50 cents a genius. I'm sorry, I don't see what the genius is. And when he went to Capitol Hill, you know what he went to Capitol Hill for? To get liquor licenses, to sell more poison to the people. Okay, I see. It's when the few times that I would go in the liquor store, the most saddest thing that I would see. You know who owns it? Chinese. And who do I see going in there giving their little $1, $2, $10? Black people, and it's just so pathetic. We need to stop. Look at the shows, regardless of what Cosby did. I'm not saying that Cosby was right in what he did. He was wrong. But that was one of the best shows. Living Single. The show where they were going to college. Anything that uplift Black people, they get rid of it real quick. But what's the top show now? Power. Everything in power is killing and violence. So I think another thing is that, the adults, the parents, get your children away from these things that they're making you believe is Black excellence. It's not Black excellence. It's Black exploitation. It's Black exploitation. That's what it is. Because a lot of that is, I think, those are the things that distract us, giving us that illusion. Remember that phrase, the illusion of inclusion, and then we get lulled into that, and I want to be part of that world, and then we're no longer part of our greater good. I think these are the distractions make us lose focus. So I'm gonna be silent and let your panel. You had a great panel
Thank you,
on. Let
Rose,
them
for that.
speak.
Thank you for that, boo. That's
Yeah.
great talking points. I
Okay.
want to get a Reese in here. What's going on, Reese?
There's a lot going on in this
A
panel.
lot.
Oh my goodness. So there's so many things. I think that when we look at the unity of Black and brown people, there are certain spaces that have been created for us by us that we feed into. It's just not all clumped in to show a unified front, like say a Chinatown or certain spaces in every state where you have particular plazas or markets that are solely owned by one particular race. I think it would benefit us if we start acknowledging that and pushing that up and pumping that up, because it kind of gives off at times a cup half empty versus a cup half full situation. I understand people say that when you think about Project 2025, there are several companies. I would encourage people to look at who's on that list and
That's
look at
right.
the board members of that list, because there are people of color on those boards, which means that what needs to happen is that the other side, whoever is opposing to Project 2025, need to figure out a way to come together and be all for the opposite. I think that people are missing that. They're missing that, because when you look at the Democratic Party, it's all about, they go along to get along, sweet and cuddly, cute and cuddly. They're so disparaged. We're so this, we're so that. And that's not what the other side does. The other side is they're going to lean into propaganda. They're going to lean into picking and prodding at the other side. That's what's going to happen. And so I hate when I do hear, it's your prerogative, do what you want to do. I hate to hear when people say they're not voting, because it does take away from the potential. It encourages the potential of something bad to happen versus the hope of something good happening. You may not agree, but if you are an ally to people that are affected by what the Republican Party does, it does take you to just swallow your pride, swallow that gumption, take that extra 30 minutes, take that 30 minutes to go to the poll and make that vote, because even though you may not agree, you may not agree. Well, not saying it for certain people, but it does come down to pride at moments, because you have a lot of people on social media, our number one friend right now, that wake up and scroll, and then they'll send out a update on their timelines that say, I don't like this man because he's old. I'm not voting for him. I'm not voting for either one of them. For a seating president to effectively make change, he has to be in office for 2 consecutive terms. Yes, you may not see immediately in front of your eyes what is beneficial to you from what this particular president has done, but what he hadn't done is put us in a line of fire with a plan to show you what can happen, like a 2025, Project 2025. So we have to be mindful of what's right in front of our faces and what voting can prevent. Now, that means I think that people of color, Black people in particular, are the smartest, the most the most intelligent, the most, what's the word I'm looking for?
We're well informed. We have to be.
We have a way to take something bad and make it something good, period. So what we have to do is we have to encourage each other to vote just to get the waters calmed over there. We got 4 years to make change if we get somebody that hasn't publicly said they're going to try and exterminate us through the caste system, hierarchy, and skin color. So if we go ahead and get somebody in office that's just going to have the calm waters there, then we can look at our state and local legislatures and then go and protest, go march, go speak. But a lot of us don't do that either. Not because we don't want to, but we don't know the full effect of what that will do. I've marched. I've taken advantage of being one of the first Black chairmen in an organization, which probably, if Project 2025, not probably, which is certain that if Project 2025 does manifest and become a thing, because I am obviously gay, because I am Black, because I'm intellectual, anything that I do can automatically be blocked because they have a leader that is all for that. You know what I'm saying? So we have to kind of shift our thinking so that we can plan to have our own coalitions. Yes, that's fine. Great. We can have our own organizations that group together our own heritage foundations or whatnot. We do have them, but they have never all come together and created something all as one band, one sound. What they have done is say, you know what? Let me network laterally so I can pull in my people to try and push something, and it fails because you're not grouping together with the other people that are trying to do the same thing. Only thing, Me Too movement, BLM, all those things are great and it happens, but it may not always apply to someone, which then makes them sit down and not worry about it. But if you got Black friends and you're not Black, it applies to you. If you know of a woman that could potentially go to work and be harassed, or a man, I mean, I've fallen victim to being sexually harassed at the workplace when I worked for a fast food company in high school by a heterosexual woman. Didn't know what it was until now it's been highlighted how the Me Too movement could have given me more peace just being at work at a job that I love to do versus me quitting because I felt uncomfortable because I was a little plush bunny that was getting touched on by this heterosexual woman in that moment. But it took an ally of mine to tell me, no, that's wrong. You get what I'm saying? So we have to look at how allyship to us, LGBTQ folks, I can only speak on that because I'm not heterosexual, but I do have allies who are that. I do have allies in my corner for the things that we're trying to do and what I'm trying to do. And we have to look at if it's in plain sight. If a burning house is 2 blocks away from you, why would you want to walk with your Sunday best into that house willingly, knowing that you're not going to make it out? That's what Project 2025 is. So those that may be in the comments or watching this in post, yeah, you may not want to vote, but just do it so that we can make strides for something else and not endorse or fall victim to something that has been put right in front of our eyes with an easy free download.
So here's my question. If Trump goes into office anyway, what's the plan? Because what's the because we act like we still don't got work to do regardless of, like, no matter which way it's cut. But
no, I believe that there's a lot of work that can be done even if he does get in, but we do have to be obvious. We have to be mindful of what's already been placed in front of us, because Project 2025 is not saying if Trump get in, we gonna push this. What it's saying is if we have a candidate that believes in this, we're going to push this. And they've even publicly put a time limit on when this is going to be affected. Because all they're going to do is press backspace, change Trump to somebody else if there is somebody that can help them push their narrative of what they think is right. And then on top of that, any person of color, no tea, no shade, but all of it at the same damn time. If you think voting for Trump with Project 2025 being out there with all the insults, there are blatant insults within Project 2025 against the African American community. Is right in our faces. How dare you say that a single parent household is breaking down the country? So that means all the single Black mothers out there that have raised successful children that are multimillionaires, and their children are able to pull their mothers up and say, "Mama, you can rest now." That's a stain on the United States of America. A same-sex household, they say in this, at the very beginning of it, is a stain on the United States of America. And we just think, oh, okay, that don't apply to me, but it applied to me because I want to get married one day. And you love me. Well, why can't you lean into that? Just saying. But I think that if he gets in, which I hope that he does not, I pray that he does not. If he does get in, then we have to, unfortunately, the only sigh of relief that we can have is he can't get in again. But there's going to be a lot of work. There's going to be a lot of steps that are pushed back for us when we can just take a couple forward with putting someone else in that we may not necessarily agree with. Talk about Biden. We may not necessarily agree with him with what he's doing or think that he's up for the job, quote unquote. But at least he's not telling us to our faces with a group of people behind them, this is what we're going to do. I think all politicians have ulterior motives, but at least there is some good that has happened that we can kind of pinpoint with this particular man. Trump, not so much. Except,
well, in Project 2025, I mean, they would criminalize the LGBTQIA community.
Yep.
They would criminalize it. Also, they're going to abolish all the Department of Education. Any of you who have folks who have worked in the civil service for years and years and years would be removed if you are not a loyalist to him. He is surrounding himself with people who are loyal to him, not loyal to the country. And I agree, you could feel that for me, again, I talk about how important voting is to me. I think about it because what would be taken away would also affect coming generations. We have a lot of very young, brilliant political voices who actually get it, and they're out speaking up, because the future of generations after I am gone, perhaps after some of you are gone, are going to be affected by what we do today. And so I understand, I would take wisdom and integrity and knowledge over somebody that I've had the displeasure of meeting on several occasions, and who simply is a liar, a fraudster, a grifter. He's being who he's always been in his business practices. Sometimes when you shake a person's hand and you look into their eyes, you can tell who they are, because what the eyes are the window to the soul. And when you see darkness, that was enough for me. Plus, we have to remember that he took out full page ads in all the major New York City newspapers, calling for the execution of who are now called the exonerated Central Park Five. He had been sued by the government because he was able to get the Housing and Urban Development Administration, because he refused to rent to Black people. I know there are a lot of rappers who are saying they're going to vote with them. They would be doing so selfishly because they're wealthy. And it means that he's going to give tax breaks to the wealthy. So I think that's pretty selfish of them, but okay, if that's how you roll, that's how you roll. To remember how you became wealthy. It was our Black dollars that put a lot of y'all in the positions that you are in today. For me, and at this point, even with some of the immigrants that come here, they come here to become white aligned. They come into our neighborhoods and build this businesses because we're going to spend, but they are white aligning immigrants until their civil rights are, they feel that civil rights are somehow been defiled or broken. Then they want to run to us, by the way, who are the reason you even know anything about civil rights. They run to us and they want us to march with them for them. We have a man named Ed Herr who is suing any Black organization that is out there helping Black people because of discrimination. he's the one that kind of pit the Asian community against the Black community dealing with affirmative action, because he convinced them that the reason Asians weren't getting into Ivy League schools is because Black and brown people were getting all the play. There's a lot going on here, and I'm encouraging every young Black person to educate yourself, inform yourself, because this is a serious election. I, for one, am not interested in. I've traveled the world and been in some countries, but I'm always happy to come back to the United States of America. As fucked up as she is, okay, she got some things that we need to work out. But I tell you, I'm always happy to return to this soil.
So speaking of how fucked up she is, a mother Jace, I want y'all to take a listen to something, because Candice always came to mind in talking about Project 2024. I want you guys to listen a little bit to her debate with Marc Lamont Hill, who had her on his platform, and she was very much so pro defund the Department of Education, etc., anti-government, etc. And I want y'all to hear a little bit of this dialogue. And if anybody like wants to interject, if they hear something that they want to like speak to, just let me know as I play this audio. This is fair use, courtesy of Marc Lamont Hill. And this is a debate between Candice Owens and himself. And they're going to get into voter suppression. They're going to get into all this shit that we're talking about here. Let me switch over my microphone. Make sure you guys thumbs up the video. And shout out to the panel, because you guys are really like, everybody got on their reading glasses tonight, honey. Everybody done been in their encyclopedia tonight, baby. Y'all are really doing it. So shout out to you guys. I'm still not convinced to vote, but I hear y'all. All right, let's listen.
And so I have regrets, from starting with Charlie Kirk, and then I was at Prayer U, and I was at Daily Wire, and each station taught me different lessons. And now I guess God just feels that I was just ready to go out on my own and to talk about the topics and take the risks that I'm taking now with my new show, which I'm really enjoying.
What lesson did you learn from Daily Wire?
Well, I've learned, I think I'm still learning lessons from the Daily Wire, but probably the biggest lesson for me, I think, is to
let's get to the good shit
about the Catholic faith, and then it actually,
you know what I mean? What do you say?
Yeah, I would say that is just patently the wrong take. Your rights are not given to you by a state. Your freedom is not granted to you by a state. It's the exact opposite. Actually, the right to life is divine. And so that instantly, for me, when you start talking about reproductive rights, that's like a very colloquial way of trying to present child murder. And so I've talked about this on my show. I mean, we look back on past civilizations like the Aztecs and the fact that they sacrificed children literally to the rain gods. Like they would just slaughter 26,000 children, and kill them because they thought that if we killed these children, then it would rain. We're doing much of the same stuff right now in this society, except we're killing more children and we're sacrificing them for things like my career. I mean, we've had.
Now she's speaking on the issue of abortion. She's saying that modern day abortion is equivalent to a ritualistic sacrifice of children.
She's conflating the damn thing.
She is. Oh God.
She is conflating lies. Yes.
Why, Candace, can I intervene really quickly? So I can't. I mean, I teach about indigenous civilizations and Aztecs, and they did. I've never heard this statistic anywhere. So what I want to say to provide some historic context is first of all, which she's leaving out intentionally, for thousands of years, ever since human beings were organized into hunting and gathering bands, human beings have always known how to practice abortion. We have known how to practice birth control from actually a variety of kind of homeopathic or more herbal medicinal practices. And human beings have actually practiced birth spacing for thousands of years, number one. And number two, in the United States, up until the 1920s, the United States, most gynecological and reproductive health care, including the delivery of babies and the abortion of fetuses, was performed by women. They literally were called abortionists, they were called midwives. And it was only when the government and the financial sector decided to make medicine and the practice of healthcare primarily based on making money and profits, one of the first things they did was that they changed the gender of all of our healthcare services, including reproductive and OBGYN services, to make it predominantly male. And they push out women midwives and also women who were literally called abortionists. And they did not do it because of divine reasons, which she's speaking a bunch of gibberish. This country was established on the separation of church versus states. We have constitutionally mandated rights, which are constantly under attack, have been under attack, but she's not even telling the truth about Cream, Wu-Tang Clan, class rules everything around me, follow the money. The reason why this country wrested and stole reproductive rights, including abortionists, out of the hands of women practitioners because they wanted to create the current profit mongering healthcare system that we have, that is not about healthcare, but is about causing disease and disease management so that we can be perpetually ill and on our deathbeds. So I can't with her. I don't know why people keep having her on their platforms. It goes back to money. It has nothing to do with God. It has nothing to do with even religion. And in all actuality, what we have been doing systematically is we are sacrificing our children anyway. We're sacrificing the a lot after they're actually born. I wish that these folks would care as much about actually nurturing and cultivating the next generation while they're in utero as while after they're born, as they purport to do while they're in utero. And 2025 shows that they're just going to just basically eat them up and spit them out the other side. They don't give a damn about kids. So I might need to drop down because I cannot listen to this bitch. I cannot stand her.
No, I actually love hearing you saying what you're speaking
Thank
on.
you so much. Thank you.
I don't blame her.
Thank you for educating
You are
us.
speaking, girl. You are speaking.
Because hold on, y'all. We got a lot, because we got a lot to listen to. But if you trust and believe, you ain't triggered yet. That's for sure.
I'm not triggered, but I just have a quick question for the panel, right?
Mm-hmm.
I know that I understand that Candice Owens can be polarizing, but how come we don't have this same vitriol for someone like Nas, who says hood rats stop aborting your wombs, like it's been in our music for quite some time. They say things like, Margaret Sanger, I like to hang her, and it's always been this conversation in regards to Black women and abortion and it affecting our population, or like that. This is nothing new. I think I understand that she's polarizing. I understand that she married a white man, but I'm just trying, is it that she's a Trump supporter? Is it like what
I think both. Can I say something? Okay, I want to respect everybody. All right, I'll let you go first.
I was going to say, I think both people are hypocrites.
Okay, hold on. Who's speaking?
Oh, let the other person go first.
I'll say something about it real quick. I'll just jump in. This is Reese. So I think that I have a love-hate relationship with Candace Owens. The only part that I really love about her is that she shows and exhibits being a strong Black woman, and she is an example of being strong. Love that. She's certain, she's set in her ways. We need to see more of that. I just hate that what she says is so based upon clickbait. Excuse me when I say
it's a magnification for me, because she be a man.
And on top of she uses Christianity she weaponizes Christianity and amplifies what certain people think, which is totally fine. You know, do your big one. I was raised in the church. I'm more Christ-like than Christian. That's a whole conversation that you got to break down. I ain't going there. But I think that when you look at a person like Candice Owens, she's just really saying, if we put a little Southern accent on her, she ain't none but one of the cousins down the street that's gonna say what she gonna say and not give a damn about it. The only thing about it is because she has a platform that's so large that when she says certain things, she always blurs the lines between church and state. That's a problem.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
The other problem for me, and this is Jace, the other problem for me with Candace Owens is that she is entitled to her opinions. What I dislike is that she is, first of all, she's carrying water for white supremacists and white Christian nationalists who've taken Christianity and making it something violent and awful. It's all about killing. That to me is the perversion of the Christ and the Christ mind. But she's also getting play because everything she says has to be negative about who she is. She's a black woman. I don't care if she married a British man and thinks she's Meghan Markle or some damn body. She pisses me.
Excuse me. So to your point, can we say she's just like a plant, like an industry plant, as far as that? Because that's what it sounds like.
I don't. Sometimes she might say something that makes sense. However, it just feels to me that her whole agenda is based on putting down the very people that she is a part of, and that it was proven when she was niggerized on Ben Shapiro's panel, and they fired her from those white supremacists, the Daily Wire, and all the shows that she had programs on. And so now she is looking to come on black shows in order to, I don't know, to win us over or to have us accept her or to whatever it is. I just think I think she is a mammy carrying water for a white supremacist. Back in the day, she would be a bed wench. I just don't like anyone who. I just don't like it. I don't like her putting down black people as if we have contributed nothing. We are brilliant. As we are, that we ought to be thankful that Massa is letting us live in these United States of America. I mean, I don't.
You better speak.
I do not.
So is it her patriotism? Because this is the thing, right? She's not saying anything different than a ton of black folks have said for centuries that we revere. Honestly, like if you were to listen to her, agreeing or not agreeing, you know what I mean? There's so many people that I don't see us have this same like knee-jerk reaction to. I don't know if it's her affectation when she speaks. I don't know if it's because she's married to a white man. I don't know if it's because she voted for Trump. Because let's say she was out here saying the same things, but she didn't disclose her political views. She's not saying anything different than I've heard come out the mouths of Southern preachers, of the Hotep community, a ton of
Marc.
it's all the same rhetoric. She sat there on a panel and was saying the same exact things that Killer Mike was saying. However, they were, applauding Killer Mike and wanting to roll out the red carpet. I didn't know if it was because he was.
I think the difference, like with the Hoteps, is that even though the Hotep community plays into very conservative ideas and gender binaries and all of that, Candace, on the other hand, like Auntie J said, it's not just her talking points, it's the fact that she makes it appear that the black community does just need to pull themselves up by their bootstrap, that we are almost imagining racism, that
that part.
We are seeking a handout, that black people are just ultimately beggars and lazy, we need to get the fuck on with it. And she almost vehemently denies racism largely, really, and its systemic reality on the black community, and she seems to put more on the burden on Black people while giving white people the benefit of denial.
Exactly.
I mean, well, she
Can I say
she
something though?
honestly,
Can I say something? That's it. I was. It was a genuine question. Like it was a genuine question, and you actually answered it. I don't think it's anything that she's saying outside of the fact that she kind of puts white people on a pedestal when she speaks, and that can be triggering in itself. So yeah, I think that's
especially when she herself benefited from Black initiatives who had her back when she was in fact experiencing racism as a college goer. I think she used the double what is called the double
NAACP.
the NAACP, like to sue her school or her university or whatever the fuck it was. Like, she literally has pussy popped and backpedaled and literally played Black and white face simultaneously. Like, she's literally came over here and sucked up the resources when she needed to benefit, and then when she thought she could win by playing the other side, she pussy popped over there in order to, like, it's literally like the lack of integrity. And then and I think what's irritating a lot of people is like the unapologetic pussy popping of it. It's so stark and unapologetic and almost like ruthless and just ridiculous and absurd because she acts like the public doesn't know.
Yeah.
You said everything that I actually wanted to say about that, because what I feel about Candice Owens, she, like you said, she'll be on this side and pander, and she'll be on the other side and pander, and then she'll double down and be straightforward, like this is how she really feels about something, and then she'll act like she ain't did shit. It's like trying to give smoke and mirrors, the Gillian dialect about things, and it's like we way past that. We understand it and see past the bullshit.
Now,
I mean, look at what she said about George Floyd. She was saying she wanted to criminalize this man who was killed who was deleted by a police officer. But rather than looking at the heinous action that occurred, she wanted to say that because he had a bit of a criminal background that he deserved what he got.
That's not what I was. That's not what I was saying. I was saying, like, in general, I see how she's trying to play the fence on both sides and put both sides against each other. That's what I meant. What I said.
Okay. Gotcha.
Okay. I was gonna say this though. Even I don't personally screw up with Candice. I have had to intellectually drag her on my own platform a time or two and tug on that middle part real hard. However, I also am in a place where I'm mature enough to take the meat and spit out the bone. So like people like her and Dr. Umar Johnson, is like I'm able to now listen to them and not make it about them. Kind of like you're not the messenger, because I am a truth seeker at the end of the day, and a good idea is a good idea, or a fact is a fact, or a solid vision is a solid vision, or solid intel is solid intel regardless. I do hope that as a melanated community, we can not always make everything about who the person is and more so focus on what's being said, because like all things, a broke clock can be right twice a day.
2 times a day.
And I can agree. I can agree on that with you, because I do like know that.
Hello.
Okay, I'm gonna pause.
In my opinion, because I don't want us to spend too much time here either, because like a lot happens in this debate that I think is interesting. But I do think that I forgot what the hell I was going to say. Hold on. What was I going to say? I don't know what the hell I was going to say. But
you were saying you didn't want to spend too much time on this conversation.
Before that, it was something I was about to say. But nonetheless, let's just listen, because it's a lot that happens. I want us to hear it all.
While at the same time, through the lens of faith, it just made me realize that what's happening on Earth, the politics is.
Let me switch from my.
Everything that has happened. it's a nonsense to even talk left versus right, conservatives versus liberals. I actually remove that a lot from my rhetoric. You probably have noticed in my show, because you're either for God or you're against God, in my view. And there could be people that are confused along the way who think that, you know, they're married to this Republican argument or this Democrat argument, but at the end of the day, you're either for evil or you're for goodness.
I'm going to tell you the cynical interpretation of what you just said, and I'm not quite that cynical, because I actually think you're being sincere, but I think that I still worry about the danger of that kind of approach. There's a way, particularly with Black audiences, where when you say I'm for God, that resonates with us. I'm for good versus evil, it resonates with us. But sometimes public policies get framed in ways that sound like they're just objectively good versus evil, and they sort of ignore all of the political baggage, all of the political danger, all of the ideological stuff that comes along with it, whether it's school choice, whether it's reproductive justice, whether particularly the abortion battle, whether it's stem cell research, even welfare. And the reason I say that is because, like, for example, if you are leaning into your faith more, particularly as a Christian, one might say, shouldn't you be thinking more about the state? Shouldn't you be thinking more about providing welfare? Shouldn't you be thinking more about providing support from mothers? Shouldn't we be thinking more about expanding the social safety net and shrinking the military on some Book of Luke, you know, preach good news to the poor, Jesus gospel kind of way? You know what I mean? What do you say to that?
I would say that is just patently the wrong take. Your rights are not given to you by a state. Your freedom is not granted to you by a state. It's the exact opposite. Actually, the right to life is divine. And so that instantly, for me, when you start talking about reproductive rights, that's like a very colloquial way of trying to present child murder. And so I've talked about this on my show. I mean, we look back on past civilizations like the Aztecs and the fact that they sacrificed children literally to the rain gods. Like, they would just slaughter 26,000 children, you know, and kill them because they thought that if we killed these children, then it would rain. We're doing much of the same stuff right now in this society, except we're killing more children and we're sacrificing them for things like my career. I mean, we've had actresses standing on stages holding trophies. I think it was Michelle, I can't think of her last name, who stood up on a stage and said, you know, if I didn't have this abortion, I wouldn't have won this trophy. That's demonic. That is absolutely demonic. If I didn't kill my child, I wouldn't have won this trophy is demonic. And so what's really happened is that people that actually worship Satan, and I'm not saying that in a funny way, have repurposed arguments through the lens of what you're describing of like, well, it's a reproductive right. They're using language to really just do things that are utterly demonic. And I would say that it is ironic because in order to be ideologically consistent, and I know one topic of area that you and I agree on very much is that what's happening to the children of Gaza is wrong. Right. Yeah. So how you can say you got to either be pro-life or against life, right? You got to be pro-innocent life or against innocent life, right? Pro-innocent life for me means that I'm going to fight so that people are awakened to the fact that all of us were severely propagandized in school. I was pro-choice too, so I don't come from a place of judgment when I say that. I come from a place of understanding and re-examining how these ideas that are not natural were put into my head, that a woman should ever have a child ripped out of her womb. They are poisoned, they are torn limb from limb, and they can feel pain. We live in a society where you will see people outside marching in the streets if a dog is hit, and yet in a society where people casually talk about children being ripped from their mother's womb, which is the one place that they should be the safest. And the reality is that the most unsafe place in society, because you talk a lot about Black people and their issues, the most unplaced safe for a Black child in American society is in its mother's womb. And that is horrific, and it should be reversed.
Okay, I want to ask the panel, does anybody here believe that abortion should be banned? Does anybody believe that the fetus or the clump of cells that is being extracted at the point of an abortion should take favor over the desire and the well-being of the carrier? Is there anybody here who feels that way?
Go ahead.
Oh, I was raped, and
that language book is great.
all right. I was violated. I apologize. I was violated. Mm-hmm. Fell pregnant, and it was it was one of the most difficult decisions I made was to not carry the pregnancy. There are a number of reasons that women may decide that to have an abortion. It could be about her health. It could be about the viability of her fetus. It could be getting knowledge that the child would have a number of birth defects with once they're born, and they have to depend on insurance companies and try to get the help that they need that could be quite costly. Here's the real deal that is happening. The reason this has become such a thing, particularly among white people, is because in the last census, they found that Black, brown, and Asian populations grew while white populations declined. They are attempting to remain in power. They want to remain the majority power makers. So they place these obscene abortion laws, and even with no exception for incest or the other thing, in order to increase their numbers. So it's much deeper than just a woman who may die or may have an ectopic pregnancy or may have a child that dies within their womb or whatever. These people are concerned about remaining the lawmakers, as in Project 2025, that they think the only people who are smart and should be able to make decisions for other people's lives are white men. So it's more than just that. But I think that it is a personal decision that it should be made with the parents or the parent. That I don't think that in any case that it's an easy thing for anyone to do. It certainly wasn't for me, even under those circumstances. So no, I don't think it should be banned. I don't.
I want to add. I want to add to that. I want to add to that. She's very, very correct. It's all about population. It's there.
Okay, hold on, y'all. I had asked a specific question of does anybody agree with? Is anybody pro-abortion? Because Marc Lamont is going to do a justice to everybody who is like pro-abortion. Is anybody here who's like anti-abortion? Like, that's what I want.
Nope.
No.
No.
Okay, so everybody here is
No.
Not.
okay. All right, so let's get back to this.
Here's my issue with that, and there's several. And the person you're talking about is Michelle Williams, the actress, the white actress, not the singer in Destiny's Child. Just for people to know, I don't want Michelle Williams to get a whole bunch of hate mail. What she said was, because of my reproductive choices, right? Because I had reproductive freedom and choices, I was able to engage in the career that I want. I think the problem is, and this is the problem I think with the left and the right, is sort of how we strategically deploy this language and also how we strategically deploy these ideologies. Specifically, this idea that, well, we want to protect children in Gaza, or we want to protect children, a dog on the street, but we don't want to protect the human life and a woman. We want to rip that one out. I think another way to think about it, and I think the debates that have been ensuing for decades, centuries now, is partially about what constitutes.
Okay, so Marc Lamont is kind of long-winded. I kind of want to get to Candice Owens and talking point. he be going on.
I want to assign to people who support abortion this idea that these are full-grown babies and we don't care and we're killing them. I think they begin from a very different scientific and
the basic science is this: if you have to kill it, it's alive.
Well,
that's probably the easiest way. If you have to do something to kill it, it's alive. Right. So if it's dead, there's nothing you don't have to do anything. It's dead. Right. Because it's dead. It can't keep growing. So if you have to get a doctor to go in and kill it, it's because it's alive.
The question is, what is the it, and whether it constitutes a baby, whether it constitutes human life. To be clear, I'm not making the case for abortion or against it. I'm simply saying that the people who operate from that perspective have a very different take on this. And for me, as a man, I've made the decision that it's just not my call.
And it is, and that even that is wrong.
Hold on. I want to finish the other part of the thought. I think that.
Okay, so that's another interesting question on the extra panel. Does anybody here believe that the man should be involved in the abortion decision? Should men have a say-so?
No.
If men are expected to also pay child support, etc., should
only
a man
if that only
say-so?
Only if the law is going to make that male sole responsible no matter what, meaning that relationship can break up and end, the mom can expire, he has no choice, that child is in his custody.
Agreed.
But if the law doesn't even force the mom to take care of the child, then why should the man be subjected to such? Like, the mother can give it up for adoption. The mother can allow the grandmother to raise the child. Like, the mother isn't mandated either to raise the kid.
No, but in regards to having an opinion, having the right to have an opinion about it, I think that the only way that should be allowed is if there's a law that's going to make him legally, like automatically, instantly, especially if the woman wants to, terminate.
Can I speak on something?
Are you speaking on what I'm asking? Because it got to be on the Q&A.
No, it is.
Okay.
Okay, in 2020, I found out I was pregnant in January. I didn't know I was. And I went to the hospital in Atlanta because I live in Georgia. East, whatever you call it, East Side, whatever medical. And what I felt like what I had got deserved to me was not. Because as a black woman, I had I must say, I ain't trying to be funny, but like, I think she's Asia or Indian. And I was in so much pain because I was having an ectopic pregnancy. I didn't know what was going on. I didn't know if I was just going through, losing the baby, having a miscarriage, but I had a ectopic pregnancy. And I was in so much excruciating pain. And she, as a woman that could know the pain or study it in school, she had an attitude towards me because my attitude towards her was a certain way. So my point is, while I'm going into what I was talking about, about how they feel like about with black women and stuff, they don't feel like we experience pain. So she left out the room because she felt like my attitude was messed up. And then she came back, and then after the test results, she was like, "Okay, we gotta do immediate surgery on you." And I'm like, I've been in pain, but you've been feeling with your feelings about what you think of me is what I am and how I experience pain against another race pain. And that's what I had to experience. I could have died because it was a life or death situation. If they didn't do that, that could have killed me. So my point is, moving on with y'all conversation, I agree and I understand, and I'm like, that is crazy to me how they look at us when it comes to our pain of what we go through with pregnancy, and then with the Rover, I can't say it right, versus Wade, their target is to black women because the natural state of having kids is not the natural state they show us. They show us the same way of what they would do, and that's why a lot of their women, which is pale face, I'm not trying to be all in, losing they self and babies because we knew beforehand what we would do and how we had our kids, which is like you said, midwives and everything like that, and they took that from us, like the young lady said before. Um, I just want to bring my point up and just put that out there because I experienced what they're talking about.
My comment about it, I do think that the choice to have the father a part of the decision is needed if and only if the relationship between the mother and father is one that's going to be welcoming to the child.
Okay, hold on.
So,
Before you go any further, Reese, can you explain that? Because I don't know what that exactly means. I mean, are you saying they have to be together? Are you saying it needs to be healthy? And if so, if you're saying either one of those things, I mean, can any two people really predict what a relationship is going to look like between each other, especially if you're committing to 18 years of collaborating on a project, like going half on a baby?
So to speak, I'm not looking at the future, because most parents don't look at the future. They look at in that moment where they currently are financially, emotionally, all of that. So if a mother and a father agree to bring this child into the world, then yes, he's valid to having an opinion or in the decision making to have or not have the child. If he's not a part, then it's solely on the mother. I mean, but I don't think that it should be policed at all. Her body, her choice. So that it gets muddy when you look at the future versus the current state. Because when you're looking at the current state of if the child should or should not be welcomed into the world, however whatever the process is, it's about the current state. Most people don't think about 18 years down the line.
Yeah, because I'm pro abortion. I'm team autonomy. It's the woman's body. She gets the final say so. But I guess I'm asking, like, not as a finale decision, but a man incorporated. Because when I think about that, playing devil's advocate, I'm also like aware of the conversations around how important women are stressing that fathers need to be involved. Like, fathers need to be involved. I can't raise a man. 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 So then I'm just like, so then if women's community, I don't want to call it rhetoric, but if their talking points have to do with the necessity of the father, then does that make an argument for the father to have a say so?
I believe it does. I believe it does only because of whatever the relationship is with the parents, because that's how I kind of see it. Because there are tons of people in the world that can be the best parent as a single parent, but there still has to be a grown-up conversation, because you do have a life that you have a life in your hands of as to what you're going to do and how y'all are going to move forward. And then all in all, I'm always for the child, but if that child comes into this world and they don't have a huge amount of love around them and a sense of welcome, that's going to affect the child. So I do think that the decision, going back to your question, should the father have a say so? Yes, they should have a say so, if and only if they can have an educated conversation around, should we bring the child in this world or not? But again, her body, her choice. If she says, there's so many risks within this, I don't want to do it. Hey, that's something that the relationship will or will not stand the test of time if he opposes her decision to not have the child.
Does anybody here feel?
I feel like Okay, go ahead, Conscious.
Hold on, Vanessa.
I wanted to ask you because
I was going to ask, is there are the standards kind of unrealistic for fathers versus mother?
Absolutely.
In, right?
I think so.
The mother gets to have a say so in determining whether the child or whether birth is going to happen or not. And then the
60,
mother
40, 730. I feel like that.
Hello. And then also the child the mother gets a say so in terms of everything else. Like, she gets to decide initially, I'm having this baby to keep your ass.
True.
And as a result of you and I not being together, that usually is going to lead to some type of neglect or passing the child off to some other relative or part-timing the responsibilities. Like, the woman gets a lot of creative input in terms of how, what, where, Is everybody here Does everybody here feel like that's completely fair?
I don't think it's.
And
I
that
don't
the
think.
father, and that it's the, and that it's only the father's responsibility to make sure that he's healthy, to make sure that he wants to do his part, when the mother still has all this creative zigzagging that's allowed. She gets
I
to
don't
change.
think it's. I don't think it's fair, Conscious. But quickly, I think that we have the wrong focus. I think that first of all, it's a really slippery slope to try to mandate what anybody can do with their body. That just opens up the floodgates for just curtailing all kinds of bodily autonomy. But number two, I think that's why we need to look at policies like Biden wanting to permanently institute a child care tax credit, or we need to have affordable daycare. We need to have paid maternity and
Okay. I
paternity
agree.
leave.
I'm
So
sorry. I don't want to cut you off. I'm sorry. I agree with you, but we don't need to put it on Biden. That's something that we can agree on that we want to understand as the people to do, but don't put it on Biden because Biden ain't the all see all for the situation.
yeah,
We
I use that
also
as an
have to do it
example
within
because I use that
ourselves.
as an example because he's already instituted that. So I'm just using that as an example of a policy. But I'm saying it is us, the people. It is our tax dollars, and we need to create safe, holistic safety nets for children. First of all, we need to close the gap between the mortality rates of pregnant Black women and also after they have given birth, and also Black babies, because the mortality rates for Black women is the most dangerous if they are pregnant and after they've recently given birth. So I'm just saying for us to think through, because it is us, it's our taxpayer dollars. So we need to think about all of the different ways that we can provide support networks for our children and our babies and ourselves when we do decide to carry pregnancies to term. Like, unfortunately, you
And
were
I can
at a
agree.
really
I can
difficult
agree on your
place.
I can agree on your aspect of what you're saying and stuff. But I'm speaking from the other side to where what you're saying is correct and good and it's good ideas. But some of us is misfortunate that don't have that way to be able to do that. So when you speaking like that and saying those words and those things, it's like, okay, yeah, we can do that. But at the end of the day, the reality of what we really dealing with as Black women and young Black women, older Black women, is hitting different than that.
So to lean back to what she was saying about the healthcare, about childcare, I think that was a very good point because it's definitely needed for children that are here and to come in the future.
Right.
And we need to add
I agree.
a scoop on top of that needs to be access to healthcare for women of color because
Right.
it's so nuanced and oh my God, the buzzwords always kill access for women of color when it comes down to healthcare. But the question of there really is no equivalent to a woman choosing or not to have a child to a man outside of vasectomy, but there's still a wide gap and range of weight of what that looks like. So I do believe that it's always going to be the mother's responsibility with the support of the father to make a decision for what's best for them as a unit or what's best for her as a solo parent or a single parent. So if the man is involved within her life and he's all for her in support of her, that's where the man comes into play. He needs to be in support of what the woman chooses to do. If she wants to have the child, he needs to be in support of it. If she doesn't want to have the child, he needs to be in support of it. And that is to me what creates a healthy unit for them, and then also if she has a child, for the child in the future.
Can I
You
speak to
actually come through and gave the right answers to the question.
I'm sorry. Can I speak to that really quickly, Conscious?
I just want to gain.
My cousin was deeply
Hold
affected.
on, y'all.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Hold on, it's two people speaking at the same time. I want to get a T Lounge in here, and then whoever wishes to speak. T Lounge, go ahead.
Yeah, my cousin was deeply affected by the fact that his girlfriend at the time had an abortion up until this happened when he was probably like in his early 20s, and he was in his 40s when we had this conversation. He was still deeply impacted by it. Now, was he a jerk about the situation and didn't support her? No. However, in when he's able to speak freely about it, he was extremely hurt. And that's not the only man I've spoken to who was hurt by a woman having an abortion. And I think that the common the common what everybody pretty much goes by is like, oh, well, they're men, and they can't be emotional, they can't be vulnerable, and this can't deeply impact them, and I get it. Like, I'm not oblivious to the fact that this is life changing for the woman, and the woman carries it and all of those things. But I think that when Conscious was asking that question, what about those gentlemen who really didn't, I like, they're just a segment of society, or a way that society deals with certain things, to where it's like, F what you want, like, as if it's not truly a part of that other human. Like, it takes two to tango,
Mhm.
and it's really like, has affected him like a lot,
And,
a lot.
and my heart goes out to that brother for sure. But then that leans into partnership as well. I don't even when the father does support the mother, I think that at times, because Black men in particular, whether they are heterosexual or homosexual, that's something that you can unpack, are seen as the strongest entity within the family, right? And then the mother is the matriarch. But there is a sense of partnership that's needed to happen when big decisions happen, because men, most of the time, are not going to express how they feel about something that directly affected them too. So, like in your situation with your family member, I hate that, because it seems as if that she was not the proper partner for him, and then he may have been holding that, and you may have been another person to help him release that. But it does go hand in hand with partnership too.
That's true.
Yeah, I mean, I get it. And then it's like, oh, you wonder what that person would have been like. But I don't, just having that conversation, he made me kind of go there, because typically it's like, what can you do? That person just did not come into existence,
And maybe because this is the way that the power dynamics are shaped. This is why people should have particularly heterosexual people should have casual sex more responsibly, and have certain conversations and understandings as it relates to the possibility of the manifestation of pregnancy, whether it's a girlfriend boyfriend situation, or whether it's just casually hooking up, that there needs to be kind of some understanding in terms of it.
Can I say something and ask you a question about that, Conscious?
Yes, I also wish you would not be cutting people off like you be doing. But yes.
I'm sorry. I ain't trying to cut you off, but I really got a good question. Okay. I actually been recognizing and paying attention to the difference between heterosexual and homosexual. Not being shady on that by saying it like that, but I gotta say how I think I know. I'm trying to be all politically correct. Um, what I understand and saw in y'all community, y'all more free and more confident in what y'all do. With heterosexual wise, I can't sit up here and say something to my husband and say, "Oh, yeah, that's a cute man," you know. But you can tell your significant other that nigga is sexy.
Those
I
are
noticed that.
Not necessarily.
Stereotypes.
No, but I noticed that, and I noticed that in
absolutely cannot happen in same gender loving relationships.
Like, I mean, for example,
but I see it. I guess from my experience. Let me talk from my experience.
I'm not saying like it's not like a memo has gone out, and that's just the way that all like same gender or queer relationships.
Yeah, but I'm just speaking from my experience. What I see is y'all allowed to be vocal of whatever you see or what you experience. And in the heterosexual, that's what I'm trying to get y'all into our world to understand what we do. Um, that's not a thing you can do for a man with a woman, and a woman saying a guy look good, And
No,
the
baby, I do
girl,
that. Like,
you know,
how is that correlating to talking about like abortion and men's involvement? Like,
okay, I changed the subject. I'm sorry. But let me tell you something. Let me tell you something right now. I went into the debate with my grandfather, and in actuality, he told me that he wished that they wouldn't have took away the draft. And I ain't gonna lie, I kind of got a little
okay,
livid
how you got the draft,
about
baby?
it.
You talking about men having?
No, I'm talking about 2025.
I know, but we're not
Because
talking
that's
about.
in that.
We talking. You got to stay on conversation, Vanessa. We can't be curving because we got. I got a lot of shit to show y'all. I need y'all to get in and out
Well,
with.
get me together. I'm finna shut the fuck up right now and put myself
I
on
need y'all to
mute.
get with these answers. Stay on brand. We ain't got time to be derailing and going.
I know, I get it. That's why I said I'm finna put myself on mute or whatever. But I do get what you're saying. The agenda, what we were actually talking about.
Okay, thank you, baby. Okay, so let's get back into more of Miss Candice.
Logical inconsistency that I see is actually often on the right, where they are passionately pro-life for pregnant mothers, or impregnated mothers, however you, women who test positive on the pregnancy test, however you want to talk about it. But the moment that baby is born, they vote against prenatal care. They vote against Head Start. They vote against early childhood education. They don't do anything to stop the morbidity rates. They fight against food security. They fight. They amplify food deserts. They support public policies that reduce the possibility of life. And so it sounds to me oftentimes that the right isn't pro-life. They're just anti-abortion.
Okay, so I think you're being well-meaning, and I think that a lot of people who hold your perspectives have not fully thought through the entire picture. You see this a lot where you see people that are saying we need government solutions, we need to have early education, government programs to help, and they haven't yet realized that the entire problem was created by governments. You're going back to the same source of the problem. Here's an actual fact, and it's a book that is on the high on my list of books I tell people that they should read, which is Thomas Sowell, wonderful author, who wrote a book called Inside the Education System, and he explains that one of the biggest myths about the pro-life movement is the idea that they started teaching sex ed in school because people were just having sex. Actually, America was a remarkably conservative, sexually conservative country all across the board in the 1950s. The majority of high school kids were finishing high school with their graduation, with their virginity intact, and then the government decided to get into the classroom and teach sex ed, okay? And within just in one decade, within 10 years, this completely changed. And now kids were having sex, and this is what we are dealing with today, right? So first and foremost, it was the government deciding that they were going to step in and be your family that led to this problem of women that were having premarital sex. The culture changed. The government was behind that culture shift. Planned Parenthood got into the classroom and began pushing down their books because they see an entire market of people that they can feed into the pharmaceutical industry with birth control, another ill in our society that's making women sick, but we'll park that aside for another conversation. Hormones and putting hormones in your body all the time is obviously making people ill, and they can't see that.
Does anybody here agree with that? That Planned Parenthood, sex ed was a byproduct of the government attempting to make more, to create more consumers as it relates to the pharmaceutical industry, etc., and that when sex ed was introduced into the school system, that this led to an onslaught of teen pregnancy and teen fucking?
No.
I
I think that's the stupidest thing she could have possibly said. Come on now. People were when teenagers get to a certain age and their hormones are raging, it happens. And it was happening in the 40s and the 50s and the 60s, and it was always happening in the early days. When I'm just thinking, when she's trying to say that the introduction of sex education seemed to say it was okay for youngsters to begin. People have always done that. What sex education was about was to teach people about their bodies, about the reproductive system, and pretty much say that if you make the decision to have unprotected sex, a baby can be made. No, I think what she's saying is just absolute. She wants to make it sound so intelligent and so well researched. I think what she's saying is just stupid. It's absolutely wrong. It's wrong.
And then she's being, hold on, I'm just trying to listen to a little bit more because she, listen to this.
Into the problem, right? We actually, the solution was families intact and families that were talking to mom and dad about the bees and the birds. And then a government created a lie. This is a fact. This is not, this is a fact. It's not like a no thing. You can read the book inside the education system. It has all of the sources. It is a fact statistically. And then the government transformed culture by telling kids they didn't need their parents and they could make decisions by themselves. Now you're saying we have kids that are having sex. We have people that are getting pregnant irresponsibly. We created that problem. So now obviously the government can fix it. This is the same thing with welfare, right? It's a fact that Black Americans.
Before you get to welfare, I just want to push back on the sex ed thing. I'm happy to talk welfare.
No, but it's the same. I want to put these two points together. It's the same thing with welfare. It's the same thing with welfare. You have people saying we need more welfare, more government solutions. The government created the problem. The government intentionally, we had a racist president, Lyndon Baines Johnson, who intentionally broke down Black families when Black Americans were outpacing white Americans in terms of economic growth. This is why people have fond memories of their grandparents being together. You know, we have good music, all of these good values. The family units were together. And then what happened? The hippie generation came in, the government broke down Black families, and Black Americans became more impoverished than we've ever been in our entire life, despite $3 trillion being spent on welfare policies since the early 1970s. Black Americans are poorer today. The government does not create solutions. They only start problems and then tell you that the solution to the problems is more governments, which just actually creates more problems. It's a vicious cycle. Put the government out, put the families back.
Now, I think that T-Lounge, well, even though like we answered T-Lounge's question about why people are polarized by Candice Owens, even though she says a lot of things that other people that we respect allegedly have said. But this particular talking point that the government is a problem, that welfare broke up the nuclear Black family, that it was the beginning of Black collective poverty and a dependency upon the white man system. We've obviously heard this echoed by a lot of Black speakers and sociologists, etc. Does anybody here agree with this assessment? That
absolutely.
Oh, is that Reese?
First of all, she's got her historic facts incorrect. Welfare did not begin as she's saying it. Back at the end of World War II, I think it was, there were a lot of men returning to America. There was no work involved, or work was difficult to get. And the president, I'm thinking it might have been one of the Roosevelts with the brand New Deal. He decided that in order to sustain families, in order for them to be able to put food on the table and to get social services, was by creating what we now call welfare. It didn't just begin. She's got it wrong. It didn't just begin the way she's talking about it. I mean, and we weren't. And what is also statistically correct is that the statistics always go to urban areas to try to make it sound as if Black people are the only ones or the biggest abusers of welfare, when they never go out to rural areas in some of these southern states.
That's right. She's
and
right.
which and others I remember when I lived in Michigan, the biggest group of people who were getting welfare were white women and white people outside of the city. They never go out and take those statistics. They always base it on urban areas. So she's not telling the truth. I mean, and she can speak statistics all she wants. Historically, she is incorrect. Welfare was begun to help those that were returning from the war and work was scarce, and food and being able to sustain your family was scarce.
But Mama Jace, to welfare's point, if welfare was created out of virtue because work was limited men were out of work, but then the welfare rules are you can't even assess it if you have a man, and if you do have a man, you're going to get partial benefits because you are already partnered up, or possibly no benefits depending on just what the income is. But if you do have a partner, you can still access welfare, but only receive like partial benefits, and or in order to access the full gamut, you can't even have the man live in the home.
But I
So
believe that rule changed later on. Like initially,
Yeah.
It hasn't
like this
changed
lady,
everywhere. It's still other cases in South Carolina and especially a lot of southern states.
right?
I can
That's
agree
just
with
other states,
Conscious on
correct.
that with South Carolina because they want you to put the man up for child support just to get food stamps.
And that's true in New Jersey as well. My mother worked for social services. She was a supervisor for the county that we live in for years before she retired. And that is absolutely correct. In the state of New Jersey, you cannot get any kind of welfare benefits, assistance, or anything unless you put if the man is not with you, you got to put him on child support first. That's in New Jersey. I don't
And
know
that
about any.
defeats the purpose
That
because
might be
at the end of the day,
nationwide
it's
though.
like,
So
Because to some of those black supremacist talking points, it was by design.
I think too, I've seen Candace speak on this before, and I think at times when she's speaking, and I appreciate Mr. Hill, because I live for how he gives people a platform to state their opinion so he can learn more from them, so he can understand them. I think I wish more people did that, because a lot of people don't, i.e. Don Lemon. Another conversation.
Mm-hmm.
But when
oh,
we look at like say 1960s, right, going into Reagan in the 70s, and we talk about the welfare queen, which was the stereotype they created for the black woman that was on welfare. At that time, African American people only made up, what was it, 35% of the people in the United States actually benefiting from welfare. Everybody else was
Mm-hmm.
other than black. So when she speaks on certain things like that, it kind of make my coochie itch a little bit, because she always takes pieces of what's relevant to her point
right.
and not
Yeah.
the whole thing. And it does take people like Lamont to correct her in the right way. So she definitely had part of her facts, but most of it was wrong. And even when you think about welfare,
that's
even when you
why
think
I
about
say she
welfare,
played both sides of the fences. Try to
I
play both sides of the fences.
I think that when it comes down to a person like Candace Owens, she's one of those people who the black community call, a porch monkey coon. When you sit and you forget about where you came from, and then you try to take yourself away from what you know. Just because you had steak, don't mean that you don't want to go back to chicken. Privately, I
That's
think she
right.
eat up. I think
That.
she eat a wing and a breast every now and then. But with her,
That part.
she she
That
always
part.
makes
She
it
goes to
she makes it a
Bojangles.
point. Oh yeah, she go to Bojangles, honey, KFC
And
too.
Popeyes
But
too.
I think
Churches.
that she makes it a point. She makes it a point to always lean towards how she can circle back around to her point and her values that are linked back to whatever her current moment of hype is. Granted, I do think that she does, in certain cases, when it doesn't talk about her religion or things that oppose her religion, she speaks positively and in favor of black people. But whenever it's linked back to, say, Christianity or social issues, she's the first person to make an opinion very well thorough. And mostly people want to lean on her side with it that watch her. But I think that when she talks about that whole welfare piece, I mean, we got to look at the facts. The welfare queen, which was the stereotype they painted for black women because it was profitable to make the black woman look a particular way in the 60s, leaning going into Reagan in the 70s. And it was proper for them because it made it seem as it took the heat off of the white families that were coming back from the armed services that couldn't get jobs because they had no education. Hello.
Yeah.
And then we
Yeah.
but we don't want to give the proper proper due to the African American people who had their own communities that went to school, that actually got educations, but they weren't giving them jobs because they were trying to save the
Those who
jobs for
empower
those.
control of the
So I ask you a question.
Literally.
Is she the sexy red of the corporate thing versus
I
the
think
sexy red of the other side?
I think that
Yeah,
she is
that's what I'm asking.
I think that she is the Republican Jasmine Crockett.
Yes, and also Risa in the
Okay.
with the welfare queen, they did not just depict black women as being the main users of welfare. They also had all of these lies about black women scamming welfare. The other thing,
Right. Right.
scamming, and the other thing in getting all this money from scamming. The other thing is Thomas Sewell is like Candace Owens. He does not present actual valid research, like the bell curve author Charles Murray was found to have falsified that data that showed that black people were inherently less intelligent. So she just citing other people like her that's liars by omission and commission. None of it is valid. I can't with her.
That's right. And there was what was never reported. It was only a blip. But when they were speaking about welfare queens, they actually found a couple in Florida living on yachts, white people living on yachts, who had gotten all their money was from a welfare grift.
From a
There
grift.
were a couple. They found a couple of, and there were more, and it was more than one. But what happened was that when that information. Yes, when that information came out, then it was quickly like swept under the carpet, So,
And
golly,
the black recipients still make up the majority of welfare recipients, like non-black persons.
yes.
Yeah, it's white. It's white. They
To this
just
day, still the majority.
You can go out to any podunk little trailer park outside of Atlanta and all these little towns and whatnot, filled with white people, and everybody is getting a check. Okay? But they don't count those, they don't use those for statistics. They
You
take
know who makes
everything to the
And
urban areas.
also there was a heist. There was just a heist that they just had. Matter of fact, I believe it was during the pandemic. There was a heist where all of these Jewish people
exactly?
were, because I live in Jersey.
Mhm.
And it was a heist, and all these Jewish people were frauding off of food stamps and
Yes, big
welfare.
time.
It was big bust.
Yes.
It was a
Big
big
time.
bust. It was a big deal here in Jersey. I remember that. So
And
Yeah.
to that point, right? Two things about that. One, my homeboy worked at Bev. It's where you have to go to get investigated to get welfare. I can't think of what it's called now, right? And so he was new there, and they was running around trying to get this paperwork together for, let's call him Steinberg, right? So they trying to find they trying to get all this stuff together for Mr. Steinberg. He thought Mr. Steinberg was work like the head of it or something like that. Come find out he was a recipient, and they was acting a fool trying to get his stuff together because they did not want to mess with Mr. Steinberg. And on top of that, when I was working at Saks, baby, when I tell you heist, them curly Q ones, I can't even describe to you. To the point where when I was ringing one lady up, this white lady, I'm ringing her up, and I see them getting ready to go in the fitting room. I'm like, oh my gosh, one moment I gotta let you all in. The lady said, go ahead, take it. I said, no, I'm almost done with you. She leaned in, she said, go ahead. I used to own a jewelry store. I understand. She wanted me to stop and help them people because she already knew what it was hitting for. That's it. Sorry the detour, but I think
Okay.
yeah, like, so that's like what I'm saying. Like, most of the recipients of welfare aren't even black people.
And the reason why
Yes.
is because they count themselves when they're doing statistical data, they're counting themselves as other. So there's really not a lot of empirical data in regards to what they're receiving, what they're doing, how things are being maneuvered, because they're they are other.
Yes.
Like it's enough data there though for us to know that they make up the majority over us. I think this is why they rely on the negative publicity to do the rest of the narrating, because if people got into the actual numbers, the numbers would reflect something very different from the public social narrative of, once again, like Reese said, the traditional welfare queen, etc., the EBT queen, all of that. But that's why they have to push the negative propaganda about the Black community. They don't want us to get into that number conversation because the numbers do say otherwise. Okay, but let's get back to Miss Candice real quick, because they have it going on in this damn dialogue. Let me see something. I think I done messed up my thizzle here. Okay. All right.
Together.
So a couple of things, just a couple of fact checks. The idea, first of all, and I've studied the history of sex ed quite extensively, and sometimes I teach about it. You know, and I'm a professor of urban education, and one of the things we talk about is sort of the rise of it. It actually begins not in the 1950s, but it begins in the 1920s, and it begins actually for very good reason. It wasn't about pregnancy. You're right. Pregnancy wasn't the biggest problem. You know what the biggest problem was? Gonorrhea. Gonorrhea and syphilis to soldiers after World War I. Everybody was getting all the stuff, right? Because soldiers weren't wearing condoms. They didn't know about that stuff. And the government said, the military said, we can't have unhealthy soldiers. So what we're going to do, they've passed the, I believe it's called the Chamberlain-Conn Act. It's in 1918. Yeah, the Chamberlain-Conn Act, I'm 90% sure it's called. Y'all can fact check me if I'm wrong. But they passed the Chamberlain-Conn Act in 1918, which mandated sex education to soldiers. And then by the 1920s, 1930s, that expanded to schools. So by the 1930s and 1940s, somewhere between 20 and 40% of public school, or of all schools in the country, were doing sex education. But you're right. The part you're right about, and this is, again, the Thomas Sowell kind of sleight of hand that happens from right-wingers sometimes, in my perspective, is that, yeah, it's true that there wasn't a lot of anti-pregnancy talk before the 50s. And yeah, there wasn't a lot of, less than half of the people weren't doing sex education in schools, but so 40% were, and it was to stop these diseases. And then what happens in the 50s is, I think, a really important thing, and that's the question of abstinence only. If we're going to teach about sex ed in school, do we want it to be abstinence only, or do we want to talk about people's sexual rights and people's sexual freedoms? Do we want to just say the answer to not get pregnant is don't have sex, which is sure, like that's true, you know, just like, you know, safe gun handling, don't buy a gun, right? But if we're going to say, like, if you're going to use these things and do these things, how do we respond to it? That becomes a different conversation. So this wasn't just the government intervening in people's moral.
It was. Your fact is wrong here. The majority of kids I said were graduating with their virginity. They were not having sex. Yeah, but I know. But you're saying is that, but they were just having sex, and there was just problem with gonorrhea. That's just not right. And he also has statistics about the STIs. And to your point, I don't think anybody thinks of Thomas Sowell as a right winger. He's pretty apolitical. I mean, he's conservative in terms of his economics. He's obviously trained under Milton Friedman, but that wouldn't make him produce a book that shows you statistics. I mean, he cares deeply about looking at the numbers and making sure that they make sense. He's one of the greatest.
If you think Thomas Sowell doesn't make right wing arguments, I mean, whether it's about affirmative action, whether it's about sex education, whether it's about, like you just said,
what he continually shows you is that every time the government intervenes, after you are able to do this look back, things are worse. So how can your solution be? If you can tell me a time, when we can talk about Black Americans, women, where government intervened and it actually solved the problem.
Sure.
Because affirmative action didn't. Affirmative action absolutely didn't. Misplacing Black kids has harmed them.
I'll give you a few, but just to be clear, an example I just gave you, soldiers were getting gonorrhea and their STI reduction.
Poor soldiers overseas are sleeping with, I totally consider, but we are talking about.
No, you asked the question. I'm answering your question, which was you asked what a government solution to a problem. Well, in this case, the government intervened and soldiers got fewer STIs. That is a solution to a problem. But if we want to talk about public policy for citizens, I'm happy to give you a more substantive one. I think that's a good one.
What do you mean the government hasn't stopped people from getting STDs? What are you talking about?
No,
they intervened and they created more problems. Not that they intervened.
No, I disagree. I disagree. The evidence of something working isn't that the problem goes to zero. If if, for example, there is a high STI rate or a high suicide rate or a high whatever rate, and it drops dramatically through an intervention, the intervention is effective. And what I'm saying
I would argue that there are higher STI rates, I would imagine, now today than there were in the 1920s. Simply on the basis that the majority of people have their genes intact, whether that's in the military or abroad.
Let's go to another, just in the interest of time, let's go to another example. You said when is the time that the government intervened and made lives better? Yeah. Would you agree that the Emancipation Proclamation was a government intervention?
I'm talking about welfare policies, which is what you're saying. The government intervenes.
I didn't want to cut this off, but this shit is weird.
Bro,
how do you feel the freedman's borough? Can you tell me what exactly that was?
Okay, and this is an important thing to know. So after slavery, the Freedmen's Bureau was created for the sole purpose of providing support, resources, social mobility, etc. For who? For freed men, people who had, and women.
Can you tell me what explicitly was given to the freedmen?
Resources, money, access to land. Now the
slaves were given money.
Formerly enslaved people were, that was the plan of the Freedmen's Bureau. Now the challenge of the Freedmen's Bureau is always execution, right? But the idea was food, shelter, clothing, medical service, and land. These are the things that were promised to them. And absolutely people benefited from the Freedmen's Bureau. I don't think anyone would say that they did not. And I'm happy to have you come back another time because I don't want to put you on the spot.
Well, this just says no. It says, I just looked that up. It says zero money was given. The federal government compensated the owners of the enslaved people for their
money was put into food, shelter, clothing, medical services, and land. And that's what I'm saying. It's for people who were enslaved, yes. But again, I would encourage you to read.
So what were they actually given? I'm asking you, what were they given? You
food,
said they were given
clothing, shelter, land, medical services.
So the government gave the slaves shelter?
Formerly enslaved people, yes. Shelter, food, land, medical supplies. This is all from the Freedmen's Bureau. So that's an example of a government intervention that I would argue worked. Would you argue that the GI Bill worked?
Hold on one second. I just really do not remember Black people getting houses. I thought that was the whole reason people are asking for reparations now. So I'm just
shelter and land. They weren't given to a large extent.
Shelter where then? Sorry, I assume you meant houses. What were they given? What was the shelter?
Sometimes it was access to public housing. Sometimes it was access to lands that had been confiscated or abandoned. There were multiple ways that people got access to land through the Freedmen's Bureau. It was all an attempt to redress. And of course, obviously, many of us today are saying, well, we need reparations. We need more of it. But there was absolutely in that moment repair and redress for people through the Freedmen's Bureau.
He's not making it make sense.
No, it's beyond 40 acres and a mule. This, again, I don't want to get. I'm happy to talk about this. I just don't want to. There's a couple other things I want to get to you on, and I want to give you a chance to come back. I can even send you some resources on the Freedmen's Bureau so you can come back and we can talk about it. You still may agree with me,
everything I'm reading says like you said, they laid out plans and then it didn't happen. So I'm just trying to figure out.
The Freedmen's Bureau was not really as successful as it could have been, but it would be inaccurate.
It applies to the case of every modern argument made for reparations. If you're alleging that this happened. So I would love to know it because then I could throw that into someone's face when they say we need reparations. I would say,
Okay. Question to the panel. Do y'all agree or disagree that government has stagnated Black and brown people or helped and been a stepping stone to Black and brown people? If y'all had to allow the pendulum to rest somewhere, would you say that government has been a benefit and an asset and a accessory to Black people being able to move ahead in this society, or has been something that has stifled those efforts?
I would say yes and no. Quickly, look up the era right after the end of the Civil War, which is the Reconstruction period. It lasted for barely 10 years. When the government has actually implemented and lived up to the promises in the legislation, you have the largest number of Black elected officials all over the country. That is when freedmen schools were established. And actually in the Deep South, there was no network of public schooling for all of the children there. It was the Reconstruction era and the newly freed, formerly enslaved peoples who created the whole foundation for the public education system in the country, or in the South specifically. Also, in addition to that, the Freedmen's Bureau That was where we get the 40 acres and a mule. That's why Spike Lee named his company 40 acres and a mule. That was never fulfilled. Black people were
Hold on. It was
existing by
fulfilled
leaps and
for a
bounds.
moment
Black
and then
people,
taken
do not
back.
cut me off. Do not cut me off. Black
I
people were
apologize.
breaking refugees' lives. Black people were excelling and thriving in such a short period of time that that's why the South came in and introduced Jim Crow segregation for the next 80 years. The other thing that's very effective with affirmative action, was supposed, people don't even know what it is. The way that it was implemented, the largest numbers of people who have benefited from affirmative action, past and present, are white women, based on gender. So that was never put into that was never put into place to close the racial gap for Black people, even though it comes on the heels of civil rights. So if you look at who was the targeted group for affirmative action, which is white women, it's been very effective. Look up Reconstruction. Look at all of the gains. We have never had, we still don't have the number of Black elected officials at the federal level, all the way to the state level. We have not had it since. So when we actually put forth sound policies and we implement them true, being like with high fidelity, it does work.
Yeah, it does. And I just didn't mean to interrupt. I just wanted to say that during that, there was a brief moment where the 40 acres and a mule was fulfilled. And I believe Andrew Jackson became president and gave it right back to the slave owners. And that just, and that of course led to the Trail of Tears. He was a terrible man, but for a brief moment, we were good. And then not only during Reconstruction, you know about the peonage system, because during Reconstruction, when Black men, when Black women were free, they could not walk down main streets. They had to walk along the railroad tracks. And I'm going to tell you a true story about my grandfather and what he told me. If a white man walked up to a Black, and Black men were allowed to carry weapons. If a white man walked up to you and put a long gun in your chest and said that Mr. So-and-so said you stole a pig and now I'm going to have to kill you or you're going to go and work off your debt. That's where we see these Black men in black and white striped suits breaking rocks. My grandfather said, and this was particularly in the South, it was called the peonage system. All of a sudden, there was no more, Black men were not working white people's lands. They weren't slaves anymore. So in order to kind of get themselves a staff of people to work, they had a peonage system. If you ever have an opportunity to read a book or watch a documentary called Slavery by Another Name, it explains just how long that peonage system went. And it was when Franklin Delano Roosevelt came into power as president that he sent the FBI down south to find out why these Black men were being held as prisoners. And some of the things that happened as a result of that were really awful. In one particular case, the Black man who was like the foreman of these men took them and drowned them for massa. But then the bodies floated up while the FBI was there investigating. So even through Reconstruction, when we were doing well, when our communities were thriving, I forget how many times the dollar would circulate within the Black community. There were still people who were hell bent on destroying us. That would be the Tulsa massacre. That would be anything having to do with Black Wall Street, all the Black cities that were thriving, or Black, the one that's underneath Lake Lanier, Otisville. That
And see,
would
that's
be.
why I have a question about that. I have a
Um,
question about
can I
that because we talked about.
change that
Hold on,
before
is this Conscious talking or someone else?
No, I'm through. I was just
before we
agreeing with
change
her.
the subject? I just wanted to piggyback off what she was saying about the chain
I
gangs
wanted to
and
too.
the prison thing. I just wanted to piggyback real quick. That's when she was what this lady talking about is absolutely correct. And Ava DuVernay's documentary 13th talks about what she was just talking about with the the prison systems, how they started it by trying to make us slaves again. So that's all I wanted to say with that.
Oh, yeah, I agree with that. All I was just saying and wanted to put in the forefront as well is that um, we talked about some things beforehand, and then we talked about this, and this conversation came back around. Um, is that the metaphor about all of it all is that the metaphor is like, okay, these people are doing this and doing it like that, and then you turn around and we're going through this election and everything, and what going on with everything is the same thing. So the question that we have is that okay, um, people are asking these questions and saying these things about certain things, and then they turn around, they're not understanding that this actually happened beforehand and we're on the same page. Or it could be on the same page, but you're not understanding it.
So, to comment just briefly, thank you so much for bringing up the penis system. That's very important for people of color, African American people to look into. My family actually was a part of that process. My dad was a part of integration at South Gwinnett High School. I actually went to South Gwinnett High School, so it was like a whole moment to go to the school that my father was a part of integration, busing, all that good stuff. But I think that the one thing that the government has been, or that the government system has given to African American people in particular, is the fact of access, because we have been one of the only races to be swift enough, cunning enough to see what other people are benefiting from so that we can utilize that for our gain, and
Right.
then in turn possibly turn that into generational wealth if we can get there,
Well,
because the finish line is always being pushed away from us, point blank period.
because
But at least we have I'm a cup half full type of chick. So even we look at access, we have access to be able to be in these high ranking seats. We have access to be able to walk down the street and not be victims of stop and frisk. But I mean, that whole situation, if Project 2025 is gonna try and bring that back. So y'all need to go out there and vote. I'm gonna say it again. But I think that that is one thing that I can say. Yes, the government, because I'm gonna be for my country, yeah, and for my heritage at the same time. But while I'm here, that is something that we do have benefited from, which is access. So
And just in saying how the federal government has helped us, if
Hello,
when
hold on,
the federal government was involved with,
hello, hold on, y'all. So to be clear, is everybody here mostly saying that overall the government has been a benefit to Black and brown people? Because I'm not talking about like a few sparse in between wins, but like overall.
yes.
yes,
oh,
I'd say
definitely.
yes.
Yes. Anybody?
I'm
I don't,
sorry. I'm sorry. I didn't hear the last part of your question.
that government has overall been a help to the Black and brown community. Yes or no?
No.
1954 overall, yes. Since
No.
1954.
How?
Overall,
Over. Okay.
well,
Who's
for
saying
instance,
no?
if the
Who's saying
federal
no?
government
Any yes or
hadn't,
no? Who's saying no? Like who's saying no?
I'm
Sheila,
saying no.
and why is that?
Oh gosh, that's a whole laundry list of reasons why I feel as if
But just give me your
government
best
is a help.
argument for why
Okay,
yeah,
not.
so as far as like my political views, right? I'm a liberal. I'm center left. I'm a social liberal and I'm an economic conservative. Okay, so when it comes to our economic status in the country, I feel like a lot of government being in bed with us at every single given turn is problematic overall. whether it's the welfare system, whether it's if you know all of this like legislation in order to be able to get licensing, if you just have the wherewithal to sell. You know what I'm saying? It's just like a lot of shenanigans that I'm just not with. So I think that is a major hindrance as far as Black and brown people are concerned. People, period. How about that?
Okay. Anybody else with overall?
I think yes. I think yes and no. One of the things that I think was very helpful for us in terms of voting is when the federal government was involved so that states could not illegally gerrymander their states so that it made it in order to suppress votes. And now that states have been given back, it's been taken back to the states. We see, and not just in the southern states, we see all up in the flyover states, how many of them have gerrymandered the districts. I mean, so that it makes, in Texas, for instance, it's so gerrymandered that it has made it very difficult for Native Americans and for Blacks and for Hispanics to vote. In Florida, they pretty much gerrymandered that state so much for, even against their own state constitution, that the Democrat area is pretty much non-existent, and they had some gentlemen suggest that maybe they should just wipe out their Democrat district. And when the federal government was involved, it was illegal for the states to do that, to give everyone an opportunity to be able to vote. So on that, I have to say, I was pleased when the federal government was involved, because now we're experiencing a great deal of voter suppression in several states. I'm not saying that the government should be involved in everything we do. No, I'm just saying that there have been some things federally that have benefited us. And that's why I keep, like Reese, I say, let's vote, because I just am so proud of the Black representatives in the House of Representatives. And I'm very proud of Raphael Warnock, the first Black senator from the state of Georgia, Joel Ossoff, the first Jewish senator from Georgia. I'm so proud of what they're doing for not just the state of Georgia, but nationwide. If we can, we have Jasmine Crockett, Ayanna Presley. We have a Black woman vice president. There are several Black. We have the lovely lady from the Virgin Islands. Her name escapes me. Stacey Plaskett. We have several other Black women in the House of Representatives who are fire. They're doing the heavy lifting, and that's why we need to get out to see that we can get more of those kinds of women involved and men in our federal government, because they are actually doing the heavy lifting for us. And I'm very proud of the work that they're doing.
I have a question for you. Do you find it unsettling that we have an electoral college and that they can vote however they choose, even if
absolutely.
Hold on. Let's answer that at the end. I want to.
Oh, okay. All right.
Okay.
I just want to got a little bit more of this Candice thing to go.
Okay. All right. No problem.
I want to get this out the way.
And land and money and
the argument of the
my
Freedmen's
family
Bureau.
missed the call. So
let me move forward, because I think you're missing what I'm saying. I'm saying the Freedmen's Bureau was insufficient, but it certainly was effective. The argument would be, if anything, to your point, that we should have more intervention, more resources, more money, for the very reason you're saying, because Black people have not reached.
No, I'm saying it never works. I'm saying it literally never works.
Let me ask you a question. Did the GI Bill work?
Which part of it?
Was it an effective form of public policy to help anybody?
I am saying that every single intervention in terms of welfare has been a disaster. And I'm talking about even from the VA. I'm talking about you're talking about sending kids to college, that portion.
The GI Bill help people get houses, help people go to college. It literally created the white middle class.
Okay, I strongly disagree that the white middle class was created by the GI Bill, only because one of my makeup artists is one of the beneficiaries of the GI Bill, and she told me about all of the issues in terms of how they make it virtually impossible for them to access that money.
You realize I'm talking about after World War II, right? I'm not saying the GI Bill
I thought you
continues.
were talking about what they extend now to, which is the same promise that they'll pay for your college.
It already is. I mean, be very clear. I mean, literally created the white middle class. I don't mean like supports the current white middle class. I'm saying the bill was created in 1944, right? It was called the Servicemen's Readjustment Act. World War, of course, II ends in 45. It's from 39 to 45. And at the end of that period, they started to figure out how can we have the equivalent of a kind of like Marshall Plan? How can we have the equivalent of some kind of intervention here that will support soldiers? Now, it was racist. A whole bunch of like my father didn't have access to it. My grandpa and my father and my uncle was in World War II. My father missed it, was in Korea. But the idea here is that a significant class of American people was advantaged by and was sustained by the GI Bill. Most of our friends, fathers and grandfathers that have the houses that never went to college, that have the driveway and the dog and have the car, they got it because the GI Bill gave them access to school and other things.
Okay. Well, so I'm going to let's just do a look back. Let's do a look back. Okay. There could not have been more welfare in terms of the amount of money that has been given to Black Americans since the 1970s. We're talking about trillions of dollars. Let's just look at the sheer results of that. Black Americans are poorer today than they were. But there cannot have been more opportunities in terms of the affirmative action that existed for a very long time to get Black Americans into schools. Let's just look at the actual results today. Black Americans, the majority of Americans, not just Black Americans, are illiterate. Okay, so they're literally being sent to school to learn what? If we know that you can go into Baltimore and across 5 schools, you can't find a single child that is proficient in reading and writing. And instead, what they're saying is, let's get rid of honors classes. Let's change the test so that we can produce different answers. So we can pretend that kids are graduating. Let's lower the test scores. I'm talking about in terms of people's IQs.
The majority of Americans aren't illiterate, just a fact check, but I want you to continue. But the majority of Americans aren't illiterate.
That's not what I said. I said the majority of students today, right? The overwhelming majority of students today cannot pass a basic literacy exam. I think the number right now.
That's a different claim. Initially, you did say illiterate, but go ahead, continue.
I think I said illiteracy, like a literacy exam, not illiteracy, like illiteracy, like a.
The audience will fact check one of us.
So if we know that we have had staged all of these interventions for Black Americans, and we are looking at our students today, and we're seeing that, okay, the majority of Black kids cannot pass a basic literacy exam, the majority of Black kids cannot pass a basic mathematical exam across the country, and you're saying, well, what we need is even more intervention, which is to put them longer into these school systems that are failing them. I'm not sure that makes sense. So I actually think that we need to remove, and let me just pitch my thing. I know that you love government. I know that you think government is the solution. I think government is every ill. We can wax poetic about that into perpetuity. But the reality is that the school systems and the government are failing our children intentionally, because what they are doing is they are trying to rebuild the slave system that was in place, and they're doing it with a sleight of hand. You want to talk about a sleight of hand? It's the fact that the slave codes existed and they barred children from being able to read, Black people from being able to learn how to read for a reason, because when people are not educated, they can be easily enslaved. That is what we are seeing right now. The majority of Americans are not well read, but they're on TikTok and they're on Instagram, and they believe everything they see is a reality. You're recreating Plato's allegory of the cave. These people jump when they see shadows on the wall, referring to that allegory, when in reality they have no sense of what happens when you come out of the cave. So this is intentional. The government knows what it's doing, right? This is the reason why they're pushing through things that you have supported, like I'm sure you've supported, I'm guessing, because you like government initiatives, like CRT, and like these things in the classroom. They're going to replace hard academics. Did you support it?
I don't know if it's a thing to support, but I don't consider it a government initiative.
Government initiative, because what they're trying to do is they're trying to replace hard academics with emotional engineering. They're literally turning Black Americans into slaves again, slowly, right? So if you look at every single system that was put into place so they could maintain slavery for as long as they did, there's a breakdown of family. You know, you read Booker T. Washington's Up From Slavery, and he talks about how he had no feelings because they wanted the slaves not to be attached to their kin because they were constantly treating them. They're doing that today via welfare policies, incentivizing poor behavior. When you take a look at the fact that kids aren't learning how to read, again, that was another slave code. Virtually everything that they are doing right now to Black Americans is the recreation of slavery. And unfortunately, Black Americans are not seeing that because there are too many Black voices in media.
No, I think we do see it. I think we do see it.
No, I don't think they do, because you're sitting here saying to Black America, I know the government has always failed you, but all you need is a little more government, and this time it's going to fix. You need more free stuff. It hasn't worked. It hasn't worked. So I am begging your audience, if you have been listening to Marc Lamont Hill, let me just finish. I'm on your show. You have to be nice. If you're listening to Marc Lamont Hill, okay, and you are realizing that, I think he's a nice guy. I think he's well-meaning. I also think he's smart. But I also know that he's wrong, okay? I know that he's wrong. And the biggest case for understanding that he's wrong is to simply look around you. Look around you, okay? Everything is falling apart. The answer is not more government. The government did this. It is absolutely foolish to believe that the government is...
Anybody feels the way yet?
Everything she's saying is a lie. I am absolutely disgusting. She is completely twisting around half truths, outright lies. She's not identifying accurately what the actual policies have been, and she's certainly not identifying the root cause of anything. I'm disgusted. I mean, if this is what people are listening to and anyone else who promotes this, I can't. I can't. Everything she's saying is a lie. It's all a play on words. She is just disgusting to me.
I agree. But why is it a play on words, though? Question.
First of all, it's a play on words because here is what the right has been doing for decades. Anyone who is becoming a teacher is being taught for years and being shown the statistics that let's talk about peonage. Let's talk about a reviving of the peonage system or slavery by another name. So when the government in different states started diverting money from public education all the way from early elementary, through middle and high school, and through college, what they do is she's talking about standardized test scores, which are not the same thing as being illiterate. She doesn't even know the proper terminology. So what private prison construction companies do is they look at third grade reading scores of all third grade students in the United States. They've been doing this for years. I know from a variety of different kinds of outreach programs that I have been doing over the last 30 years and partnering with other universities and also community-based organizations. Think about it. Third grade is plenty of time to intervene and to help students get their reading scores up so that when they take the test in the 5th grade and the 8th grade, they can pass the standardized test, which is not the same as literacy. But what has also been studied about third grade test scores, and this is for a variety of reasons, that children who do not read at grade level based on the standardized tests are a lot likelier to end up getting pushed out of school because they're not just dropping out for no reason, and they're ultimately likelier to end up being incarcerated. So by 3rd grade, we've got two choices. We can actually do interventions, which I've done for years, which are effective. We can help our children. We can help this whole country. We can help future generations. We know how to do it. It's not rocket science. Or they can say, oh, private prison construction corporations who get our money, get taxpayer dollars, and literally get paid based on how many bodies they have in the cots in the prisons, who are then paid pennies on the dollar to make all kinds of products for multinational corporations. That is what peonage slavery is. That's what Miss Jace was talking about and describing. So the bottom line is, we know that, for example, that kind of an intervention works. We know that the reason why the country is not investing in public education increasingly is because they would rather see these children ultimately end up in a prison cell so that they can make more money off of them, because they can strike these deals with these private prison construction companies. And then so the multinational corporations can make way more money off of them because they're not paying them anything but pennies on the dollar. And then that's putting the rest of us out of a well-paying job. Like, that's what I mean.
I just want to cut in and say that I agree with everything that you said.
Yes.
I agree with everything you said. I feel the passion because I really feel it. That's a thing that I had a debate with my grandfather at 80 years old. But I agree with everything you're saying. I asked a question and I got a lot. And I actually understand your passion and everything because I feel the same exact way. And I'm just glad that I was able to ask a question and you was able to explain and express it how it needs to be explained. I appreciate that. I was never trying to come for you, but I just wanted an answer because I have dealt with people that say things and don't express it the way you express it. And the way you explained everything, it was expressed how it needed to be and how it should
Beautifully.
be.
Thank you. And
Thank you
I'm
so
frustrated at
much.
Candice Owens. I'm not frustrated at any of y'all. Boy, I know I'll be getting in my feelings. I'm a fire sign. I'm frustrated with her. So yeah, I
Yeah.
definitely thank you.
Yes, I appreciate you, Professor. I'm frustrated
Yes,
with
you.
Candace Owen as well. Uh, I I just see her as she
Problematic.
exactly, she's very problematic, and to me, she comes with
Do y'all
statistics,
think
but
that
she
she's
never.
well-meaning though? Do y'all think she's well-meaning?
No.
I
I'm
don't think she's
No,
well meaning at all.
no, I don't feel like she well meaning at all. Like I said, she's been playing both of the fences. I don't feel like she's well meaning at
I
all.
don't
At
know. I
all.
don't know.
I think she
Listen.
means well only to the people that think like she does.
That's right.
I think that she is
That
selfish in
part.
her well
That
meaning.
part.
I think that she says a lot. First off, I was just sitting here listening to what the woman was just saying and what Candace was just saying, and I don't know if people are hearing it, but it sounds like they're saying the same thing. They're both talking about the prison, the school to prison pipeline. Okay,
Yes.
and so it's like I feel like people are turning a deaf ear to what she's saying because she absolutely does pander to white society. But is she coming from a standpoint of where like I have an issue with people who have an issue with the critical race theory. However, is she coming from the standpoint of the Civil War and the fight was not necessarily about racism and black people, but it was coming from an economic standpoint where it was agriculture versus industry and free labor versus you know not manual, but like a why am I having such a hard time?
Paid labor, being paid for your labor.
Being paid for your labor, right? Or not having anyone to do it at all because the machine was going to do it, and that's what the whole that's at the root of it, and that the root of majority of our issues that gets conflated with racism is economical, is geared towards the 1%, like sometimes I feel as if we're so far from our roots, inclusive of the Republican Party, completely forgetting that the Democrats are the party of the Ku Klux Klan. It's like I
But
feel
it's
as if
switched though. Remember, it's switched.
I'm sure that it's switched. I'm just talking about the root, and I'm talking about like what's at the root, and what's at the root is always a dollar sign. And a lot of times I'm listening to her, like Conscious said, I'm eating the meat and throwing out the bones. You know what I mean? I am I have a visceral response to people who have issue with reparations, with critical race theory, with so many different things, but I also hear them. It's not like everything that comes out of someone's mouth I'm just disregarding because I have an issue with a point of contention. You know what I'm saying? If they are truly
No,
educated
that's true what you're saying. Keep on
and
going.
in what they're saying. You know what I'm saying? It's not like she's absolute. Like I get extremely frustrated and I do not like to have certain conversations with people because I know that they're speaking from a place of not really being well informed about libertarianism and and the onset of the Democratic and the Republican Party and what the actual issues are, especially when I'm talking to black people who on one hand will sit there and talk about how they can't, the gay people and the BET and they was kissing on there and all this other nonsense. You understand what I'm saying? And a lot of nonsensical things. But then in the same breath are like down her throat for saying it like she means it in a way that I guess doesn't speak, is just not down to earth or whatever they're looking for. But I'm just like, I hear the same things being spewed out of people's mouths, and I'm like, why? What's with the visceral response to her? I worked in a public school system. These kids cannot read. I worked in two capacities, but one was as an after school specialist teaching theater. I had to literally just put down the script and give up on teaching them what we were doing once on this island. I gave them the script. They could not read it.
It make you confused,
I had an hour or two with them. Screw the script, because I don't have time to actually teach you how to read this. And I mean, that went on even in the 7th grade when I was doing creative writing and writing prompts. These kids could not write, and this was years ago. These kids are like 20, nearing 30 now. It's even worse. I just stopped teaching in 2018, excuse me. In 2018, I did some volunteer stuff since then, but I'm telling you, I just did not have the time to, and this is before the pandemic.
So was that limited to the district you were teaching in?
I was teaching in Brooklyn. I was teaching in and mind you, some of them were honor roll students in Brooklyn, and I gave them writing prompts. I was teaching in a Catholic school where some of the children had they could read and write. However, the things that they were talking about was wild in the Bronx, in Manhattan, all over, because as a dance and theater teacher, you have to stack your paper. So you go from Long Island, you go from one school to the next.
In New York.
And in New York. And I don't know how it is in the rest of the country. I can only speak to my experience. These kids are in trouble. And then that was years ago. Recently, when I was teaching, now the next thing is the whole TikTok has their attention span at a minute. Whatever topic you are on, and a lot of people's attention span is like that. Whatever topic you are on, if you don't hit it in a minute, they are off to the races.
Well, to add to that, T-Lounge. I'm looking at the Mako360.media. It has an article on the early literacy rates for Black and Brown students. Alarming, advocate says. Montgomery County Public Schools has shown progress in its goal of preparing students to read by the time they reach 3rd grade. However, significant gaps remain among Black and Brown students, according to the fall 2023 literacy assessment results released in December. While the results show a clear increase in the percentage of Black and Brown students who are reading at or above the benchmark, 38.5% of Black or African American students and 65.3% of Hispanic and Latino students were still below or well below the benchmark. Compare that to the 31.3% of white students, 30.1% of students of 2 or more races, and 22.6% of Asian students below or well below the benchmark. In 2022 to 2023 school year, 34% of students enrolled at MCPS where Hispanic, Latino, 24% were white, 21.7% of students were Black or African American, 13.8% were Asian, and around 5% were 2 or more races. Over 160,000 students are enrolled at MCPS. If you look at the data, yeah, we can talk about improvement, but quote, I've got 40% of Black kids and 60 to 70% of Latino kids are failing, said Brian Johns. Now, I know a lot of teachers too have been like speaking out on TikTok, YouTube, social media about literacy issues, their frustrations with basically how handicapped our kids are. and have been applying pressure to parents as well to continue education even beyond the four walls of the school. But there's been like this massive outcry from even educators around how something is failing our youth, whether it be the American school curriculum and school system itself or something, but something is failing.
Also, Conscious, look up statistics on the impact that having Black teachers in the classroom has on Black students. Especially Black men teachers.
And that is wild. I'm so sorry. Yeah. I went for Teach for America, right? And I know when I lost a job. I lost a job when it got to the part when they started talking about standardized tests. And every question was geared towards standardized tests. And the revolutionary in me was not having it. And whatever I answered, I knew that I was like, I'm walking out of here. I should have just sucked it up and said I'll do whatever they want to do as far as standardized tests and just got in that classroom if I was thinking correctly. However, I was irritated because I saw what it was hitting for. Everything being geared towards the standardized test, and they're not caring if they are going to learn anything. But the statistic back then, it was 82% white women. Then the remaining was white men, and then it was like a very small percentage of other.
Mm-hmm. I also want to read these statistics too. According to the National Assessment of Education Progress, 17% of Black students in the United States were able to read proficiently by fourth grade in 2024, compared to 43% of all fourth graders. This means that 85% of Black students in the U.S. lack proficiency in reading skills, and some say that it makes them functionally illiterate. Other illiteracy statistics for Black students include the early illiteracy rates in January of 2024. 38.5% of Black students were below or well below the benchmark for early literacy, compared to 31.3% of white students. Math proficiency, 84% of Black students also lack proficiency in mathematics. The literacy rate for adults as of 2020, the estimated literacy rate for African American adults aged 15 and above was around 88%, which is slightly higher than the national average of 86%. Baby, we got a literacy motherfucking issue, like Candice Owens says. We got a major motherfucking literacy issue.
I think it goes to how because I know when I was coming up, most teachers took, especially African American teachers, I can pinpoint two in my life that really helped shape my care for education. I think that there is definitely a need for some educational institutions to lean into how the children are learning now, and then adapt those things versus trying to make them learn in a particular way.
I agree.
Because, like, I mean, we had Reading Rainbow. Reading Rainbow was...
Come on, Magic School Bus.
Listen. I'm just saying, Reading Rainbow, Magic School Bus. You know, I mean, to me, coming up seeing Arthur, he was Black to me. You know what I'm saying? So we have to look at the access that they give. You know what I'm saying? The access that is given to our children now, it has to be in tandem from the teachers to the parents. I believe. I'm not a parent, nor am I a teacher. But I know that, you know, here in Texas, there are certain things that I'm passionate about, like sex ed in schools. I think it's something that is needed. You know, here in Texas, there is a link that's sent out to parents to say, if you want your child to take it, you have to opt into it, or automatically they're not going to get the sex ed that they need. But that always filters into...
Now, let me ask you this question, Orisi. Why are you pro sex ed for the youth?
Because these kids is fucking.
Now, why don't you think So why don't you think that that's the responsibility of the parents?
I think it's the responsibility because, well, it's both. They have to go in tandem. Because
Yes.
when I was in school, I could remember flipping open a textbook and seeing bumps on the PP, and I'm like, oh, I don't want that. Let me stay away from having sex at this age. And then going home and my mom and my dad telling me, hey, don't do this, don't do that. If you do this, this is what you do. Here's a condom. But you know, times have changed. So there's other forms of contraception out there that I believe that our children should be exposed to, because the reality of it is not many people are wearing condoms when they want to have sex.
That's
simple.
true.
But
True.
there are things like PrEP. There are things like Doxy PrEP. There are things like birth control, the pills. So there's still other ways out there that can help our children with knowing how to safely protect themselves as they continue to grow and get out into the world. Because these kids, I mean, everybody wouldn't like me. I was a late bloomer, but these kids out here, they doing what they do, which I'm not saying, I'm not going to police somebody's body and say, hey, don't do this, because life has its experiences. And we have to lean into all of them to shape us to be, who we are today. But I do think that it's important to educate, because there's a lot of people who are not educated on certain ways to keep yourself safe because they think it's a gay thing or they think it's a black thing, So
a great talking point, Shreese, and you just led me into a very controversial question that I want you guys to speak to. Do y'all believe, we know that young people have sex. Do y'all think that young people should be practicing sex? Does anybody here think that young people being greenlit to experience sex with their peers is actually a part of human development, and is that important to self-knowledge? Is the exploration of sex, like, why has sex outside of potential pregnancy, well, probably due to religiosity, has been so condemned when none of us as adults believe that sex is inherently evil, and even will say that sex has its health benefits, that it could be a part of deepening intimacy and a bond. We know that it has physiological benefits, busting your nut, having an orgasm, etc. Do y'all think that, considering that we keep as a society approaching the issue as if like these kids are going to do it anyway, is it because we're trying to get ahead of something that is actually a part of human development, and because we have manufactured the idea that sex is not for teenagers, that it's not for young people, that we keep disrupting something or not being able to be productive about the conversations that Reese is saying need to be happening? Because how many people have not been afforded to have these conversations when these thoughts and feelings and impulses have came up? I know that I damn sure didn't feel any more comfortable than probably most people here with talking to their parents, and that's primarily probably because the environment and atmosphere was not safe enough and was not curated for that type of vulnerability around a subject that has been made to be so taboo, and a behavior that has been made to be so extreme in judgment. But what is this issue with sex and young people participating in sex with other young people?
I'm going to piggyback on what Reese said really fast, and then I'll mute myself. So I came up with sex education, and primarily we were shown the films in 7th grade of all the different people's genitalia with all different kinds of STDs. So it was about responsibility and safe sex. I grew up when HIV first hit. So there was a real push for sex education along those lines. What I would say is even looking at European countries, think back in the early 2000s, maybe the 90s, there was actually a lot of research done on how a lot of European countries promoted extensive sex education in their schools and within the families, and how it actually did cut down on teen pregnancies and it cut down on STDs, but it did it in a way where they were really just informing the students at different grade levels and, like you said, at different developmental ages, to show that sex was very natural, but also to really give them as much information as possible and to take away the stigma and the taboo. And I think also presenting medical research, like, quite frankly, the younger that a biological girl has sex, and I forget what like when it starts being, they are fully developed, the likelier they are to develop cervical cancer. So I think if we really take away the stigma and recognize that sex is a natural part of human beings, we wouldn't be here. That's how life actually is continued. And we just, really support them in making informed decisions. And we also, like you were saying, Conscious, my parents were both scientists. So the way they broke it down to us was like religiosity combined with just straight up science and like the mechanics of it. And providing like recently, like a full like encyclopedia of images and photos in terms. So I was going to school in 12th grade, asking people if they like to do fellatio or cunnilingus, because I knew they wouldn't know what it meant. I looked it up in the glossary. It was wild. But yeah, I mean, I think that, but a lot of it is religiosity, but also, y'all, a lot of it is how, as Black people in this country, we were completely sexually exploited and brutalized for centuries. And so that's a part of what's also, there's an additional component around the taboo and stigma and kind of overcompensating for really being stereotyped as animalistic and out of control. And Black men were stereotyped as always wanting to rape white women, and Black women were stereotyped as just being just completely sexual. So it gave permission for white men to rape us. But yeah, all of the above.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think that I agree with the professor, because during the Clinton administration, he had a Black doctor, Dr. Joycelyn Elders, who was pretty much run out of her, I think she might have been the Surgeon General or something, and she was run out of office because she was talking about us looking at sex in young people as being a very real occurrence, that our bodies begin to respond in a sexual manner, etc. And she was speaking about safe sex and wearing men having protection, etc. And she was run out of it. My mother and my father sat down and we talked about it very openly, about what happens when you get involved sexually. They never denied that I might not be having these feelings, but they were very open to talk to me about these things. And I realized that that's not always true of everyone. We have to face what is real, and with religion, it became a dirty thing, a nasty thing. And shame was heaped upon you if you ever even thought about it. Within the Black community. And I agree that, and I know even in Japan, they're very open about these things when they talk to their children, and within their education system. We have to look at what actually happens with a human body as we begin to age and as our bodies begin to change. Be honest about it. And yes, we need to have sex education within our schools. I saw the films too, all of that. And I just think that in America, and particularly within the Black community, because of our
respectability politics.
Yeah, within our communities, it's like you just don't do it because it's nasty. You're a fast girl. All of these sort of
All the
things.
respectability politics, a hoe, you're dirty,
Yes.
here. Yeah.
Yes, and we the children as kids need to know about these things
Even
because
though the data keeps showing us that actually transparency turns out better for cultures than trying to suppress realities.
Right. Exactly.
Over in Asia.
It's a huge problem. Okay, now mind you, this took place in 1999. Be clear. All right. I was a camp counselor getting my students ready to go to a trip. So I was going to go get the pass for the MTA to get on the train free. I'm walking past the bathroom. I hear them. Well, if that was my man, 10 years old. If that was our man, I wouldn't be having it. So now I got to double back because I need to know what's going on in there. What y'all talking about? A whole conversation about how Day gave Philly. It was a little girl that came to New York from Philly for the summer. His Jordan to wear and everything, and how that was her man. Mind you, these girls were developing. They were fully invested into these relationships and everything. 10. Same ones that I had to catch behind the slide kissing. You understand? They are having full-on relationships at 10 that include petting and other nefarious acts, if you want to call them nefarious.
Come on, nefarious.
In 2007 in Philly, there was a teacher. It was a middle school. And the kids had the flip phones or whatever out there, and had gotten video of a girl. They were in 6th or 7th grade, giving 2 boys hand jobs at the same time in the classroom.
Oh,
yes, I remember that.
I was this past summer, the past summer. Me and my neighbor, we was like, oh, let's have a drink. And just sit down. So we was sitting on the bench. Now, mind you, the drinks was in a cup, so the kids didn't know what we were drinking, but it was a drink. Don't mind. We're in the corner at the playground, just sitting down. The kids get out of school. Kids get out of camp. They're outside. Then these teenagers come. Next, this girl goes off with these young guys. I don't know where they went. We didn't really pay attention to where they went, but I just know that they wasn't in the playground anymore. When they came back, the little girl, well, I'm calling her little girl. She had to be 13, 14 years old. Was covered in some kind of creamy substance that looked like semen. So I know the guys forced her to go over to the 2 old ladies on the bench and asked her for a napkin, right? We didn't have a napkin for her. The only thing we could give her a paper bag, and I was just sitting there like stunned, like I couldn't come to my senses until she was going out of the park, because I probably would have sat there and talked with her, you know what I'm saying? But like I was literally paralyzed. And so then she goes off on her own by herself, and they all go in a different direction with the other girl. Lord knows what was getting ready to happen there. The thing that really bugged me out, aside from the PTSD that I'm experiencing just telling the story, was the fact that I shared it with my goddaughter, and she said, oh, let me go check some kind of social media. She said somebody had to post the video. I'm like, what?
That part. Yeah.
I think that when it comes down to giving your children or giving children in general education surrounding sex or safe sex practices is always for the betterment. I do think there is a certain, I don't think a 10-year-old needs to know about certain things. The vulgarities surrounding sex, I think, can be given to a preteen or a teenager and all that.
Yeah,
but
it
I
has
do
to be
think
like an
that
education, like that's appropriate.
Yeah, age appropriate. Birds and the bees, no square, all of that, to make sure that they know, because something that we have to acknowledge is, the mental health of it all. When you look at children that are experienced or taken advantage of by people that are older, it does mess with their mental health because they think it's okay to be dealt with that way at that age. So something that my father and my mother, thank God for them, and my grandparents, they talked to me about, hey, this is what sex is. You too young to be doing it. If somebody touches you this way, that's a bad thing. And then just let somebody know. And then it was up to me as I got older to want to experience as I got older. So I think that it's proper to let them know, but it has to go in tandem with education in schools. I think I think that's sufficient, because I don't think I think I was probably in like what, sixth grade, maybe seventh grade when we had sex ed classes. And I think that that's the right time, because then you start, little girls start to develop, and, puberty starts to hit for the boys. And that's when things start, you have different feelings. And I think that mainstream media, sometimes the Republican Party, makes it seem they fearmonger. They make it nasty. They always use the good book, quote unquote, as this is not what you're supposed to be doing, and then they link it to perversions, and that's a whole nother thing when it goes to the LGBT community. But I think that it's wrong to make sex a bad thing, because it is a natural part of life, even based around your personal beliefs of who should and shouldn't be doing it, how they do it, and when they should do it. But I think that, even to this day, I think there are people that are well into their 30s that still don't know certain things surrounding sex. I'm learning new stuff every day, quiet as it's kept.
Look,
And
I
it
was
ain't really
talking
kept
to
too
another
quiet.
content creator, and he didn't even know that a man could orgasm anally.
That prostate orgasm is supposed to be.
He's a man. He didn't even understand that his own body could do that as a result of his prostate being massaged. And there's a lot of women. I've heard a lot of adult women who literally have said, "My mother did not teach me how to care for my vagina. I was not properly taking care of my vagina. I didn't know how to really clean my vagina. Like, my mom didn't give me any of those tools because of the tabooness of sex and genitals and all the stuff being smushed together into one category." And it's really a shame, because I can even think back, as I'm listening to y'all talk, I'm thinking back to my first experience with self-pleasure as a teenager, and how I stumbled across masturbation. I didn't even know what the hell masturbation was. I just was doing me one night in the bedroom. I was just showing me some good touching, some good loving. I didn't even know the mechanics. I had always heard the boys in school being like beating their meat. I didn't know what the hell beating the meat. That's how removed I was. Like, that's how innocent I was, just as a whole. I'm like, what the hell is beating the meat? Like, what? How do you beat your meat? And one night, I actually was beating my meat without knowing I was beating my meat. I don't know what the hell I was doing. And then I had this stuff come out of me, and I was shooketh. Like, it was the stuff, and it was this feeling, and I just remember feeling like Pocahontas in a whole new world. Like, I just was like the veil of reality.
Not paint with all the colors of the wind.
Child, the veil of reality had just got snatched back, and I just was in a whole nother dimension. And now that I think about it as an adult, I actually think it was pitiful that I had no idea how my own body worked. Like, that there was no conversation around my sexual autonomy, around my reproductive system, around just like how to even deal and relate to sexual energy as a teenager. Like if you're not going to encourage me to have sex, or allow me to have sex, or prepare me for sex, or even make any type of room for the manifestation of sex, then what are the alternatives to dealing with this energy? Where else do I put this energy? How?
I kind of wish, I do miss the innocence of when, like back when I think all of us are, in the same span of age, maybe 15, 20 years among us, but I think that I miss the age when, your uncle or your older cousin or your dad would say to the little boy, "You done had your wet dream yet?" And then that sparks the conversation of what that means. And in kind with, the women having conversations with the little girl saying, "Your period came on yet?" And then if the answer is no, they prepare you for what that is, so you're not so shook, because I can remember when I had my wet dream, and I was just like, what Daddy, I had to have a conversation with my dad, and I was like, because I didn't feel comfortable with having a conversation with my mom, because this is a boy thing.
Yeah.
And so I had the conversation with my dad, and then that's when he was like, okay, well, this is what this is, and then this is how this goes, and as you get older, you're gonna start having these feelings and all of this stuff. And I could remember my female cousins, experiencing their periods for the first time, and then my aunts and my mom having the conversation of, okay, well, you gonna use a pad, and then when you get older, you can choose either use a pad or a tampon. And then them also, being very Southern from Atlanta, them also saying, now when you get, little did they know I wasn't gonna have no wife, but they saying, well, you get a wife, you're gonna have to either get her a pad or a tampon. So this is what a pad is, this is what a tampon is. And then in school, they would separate the boys and the girls. They would teach the girls about tampons and pads. They would teach the boys about how to properly put on the condom. Those things, I think it would be nice if they came back. If intramurals were a thing again, and after school programs were a thing again, where parents could consent to their children learning, because we do have to look at, we can't fault the moms and dads for working so much, because the cost of living in certain places is so high. So they do have to make that check. And when they get home, my hat is tipped off to those parents who actually take that extra time to check the homework and check in with the cell phones and all that stuff, because I couldn't do it. I want to be a parent, but I cannot be a single parent. But I don't know how. And if there are any single parents in the comments or on this panel, my hat is tipped to you guys. But I just really wish that some of that innocence could come back. I know that's quite
but I still think it needs to go further than that. Like Orisi, I would prefer the parents to be burdened. I don't mind the school system being involved in sex ed curriculum too, but I really feel like nothing is going to beat being able to have that type of space with your guardians and with your parents, because you really have access to the nuance of that subject matter when you have safety in these relationships that should have a level of emotional intimacy there. Like, kids should be able to be transparent, feel safe being vulnerable with their guardians, and the guardians, the parents, etc., should feel should have normalcy around intimacy and vulnerability as well with their kids, so that those conversations can be very nuanced. They can be very particular, because even from me and Reese's perspective, like, it becomes compounded for us, for same gender loving people, because not only am I experiencing puberty, but also who the fuck is teaching me about anal sex?
Also, Conscious and Reese, I want to piggyback really fast. And the reality is, anyone working with kids, with relationship with kids, they bring it into the classroom. So even if, like, when I started teaching 7th grade in Washington, D.C., I wasn't teaching sex education, but the kids were coming with all their hormones ricocheting off the walls, every kind of which way. They were coming with all of these questions and curiosity and misunderstanding. So, for example, I was a lot younger. I had a boy come up to me, and he didn't know what a wet dream is, but he was very confused, because he said, "You're my girlfriend." I said, "What are you talking about?" He said, "I had my first wet dream, and it was with you." I said, "Okay, that's not what." No, I said, "That's not what that means. Let's break down what a wet dream is and what it isn't." And then they would come in using all of this slang, and I would just have impromptu sex ed, portions, because I was like, y'all were taking all of this slang, but do you know what this actually means? If someone ever did anything to you, God forbid, you wouldn't know how to testify in a court of law to what they actually did. Then I did have a young student, Ira, who was very, to me, clearly, LGBTQIA, and he really grappled and struggled with that. So then I would have, create a space where we could have that conversation, and I would just create a space for him to ask the questions and kind of go back and forth with his different, conflicting feelings. So the students of all ages are bringing all of this to the schools and to the classrooms anyway. So I just think we should be proactive and prepare educators and also support families.
Absolutely. Like I think the teacher and the parents need to be collaborating. Like because essentially teachers and educators are co-parenting with the parents essentially, and it should be. I mean, it can take on a village, but I can understand from a parent's perspective why parents would be uncomfortable with these type of conversations happening outside of them. But I also have to put the onus and the fault on parents for not cultivating the type of atmosphere that students and teachers and educators can create with one another. Like, you need to create that, because that should be your conversation with your children.
Well,
and it should be something that your child can come to both his father and his mother, or whoever his guardians are, or her guardians. And then once again, because it becomes so nuanced when you introduce then sexuality and where is your child on the spectrum of that? Are we talking about a family-loving woman who is not going to be having penetrative sex if she identifies more as a top and more as the dominant player in her sexual role? What does that look like for her? What does that look like for a same gender loving man who is versatile and or a bottom, and anal play and all of that? So it's just like I don't understand why parents wouldn't want that, because I know me, like, I only have nieces and nephews and a bunch of god babies and all this, and I'm an auntie,
right?
And I just I love the idea of knowing that like the youth around me that I have relationship to are literally able to come to me about anything. And we're able to go where we need to go, and they trust me to be that person for them, and to give them that information. And I love that for them. I love that for me. I love that for the community. I love that for us. And I love being able to know that they are going out into the world with perspective and with information, and they're going out ready. And I just, parents need to do better. Like,
well, I'm conscious. I'm gonna say these two things, and then I gotta drop.
Okay.
My niece
called me.
My niece, when she was hold on, I'm getting
about what happened with her and her boo.
Oh, I think we were talking at the same
time.
Sorry.
It's Tea Lounge.
Okay, real quick. So my niece was my two nieces, one was 4, one was 6. The 4-year-old asked my sister, where do babies come from? The way that my other niece, the 6-year-old, responded, she was like, oh my God, like that. And we was like, what do you know where they come from? She was like, yes. I said, where do they come from? She said, first you have to have SAX. I said, well, that helps. And then she said, and then she proceeded to talk about penises and vaginas and sperm. 6. We said, who told you that? My teacher. 6. I said, okay. Now, mind you, she's not my child. And mind you, she wasn't told misinformation. So then I proceeded. I said, well, that will happen when you're an adult, so on and so forth. You know what she said? Teenagers do it. Now that's exactly. That's what I said. I said, ooh, like that. Okay, moved on. Right now they grown. One, the one. Where did I have a baby? Got a baby. Okay, where the babies come from? Got a baby. Right now, my mom didn't talk to me directly. She did, however, like my dad had a book that I wasn't like forbidden to read, and it talked about everything. And then I was given a book, something about the teenage girl's guide to becoming a woman or something. I forgot the name of it or something like that. But I read that thoroughly, and I believe my mother asked me if I had any questions. But when I was reading what was on in that book, I ain't asked her shit. Right? I got the majority of my sex education from Judy Blume. May she long live her. Okay. That's still Judy Blume. Shout out to Judy Blume. Okay. Okay. Big shout out to Judy. Anyway, but I do have to drop because I gotta get to bed, y'all.
Okay, boo.
Have a beautiful rest of the night and happy birthday.
Hey, you too, love.
All right, later. Peace.
That was Tea Lounge, you guys. I make sure that you guys subscribe. She's definitely a content creator, and expounded upon what Tea Lounge said. Like, I got my real sex ed from the X-rated world. I was like, oh, so that's where you put that. That's how you twist. That's how you turn. That's how you like. Okay, I was getting the play-by-play from the adult entertainment industry. That was my reference for what you do, how you do it, how you get down with the get downs. Once again, inappropriate references to being educated around the subject of sex. But nonetheless, these are the side effects and the ills of that type of space not being able to be facilitated between, you know, the proper authorities and young people. So, yikes. And you say you want to be a parent, Reese.
Oh, absolutely.
Really?
I would love to be a parent one day.
Boy,
I don't want
girl.
to be. I would love a son to keep my last name going. You know, traditional that way, but I don't want to be. I would not choose to be a single parent at this age. You know, as my financial status rises and I get a little bit more settled, then we can, you know, revisit it. But I would love to have a husband that's down for us to have a baby. You know, but
well, let me ask you the forbidden question. Interestingly enough, a lot of LGBT parents or LGBT persons don't necessarily even want to have LGBT children. Do you have an issue with having a trans or non-binary or same gender loving?
No, I mean, because I think one privilege I got to give my parents the credit when credit is due. My father, I believe, knew that I was going to be gay way before I knew, and then my mom later after him, and they never. My dad was very, very strict. I was always feminine, so I used to get in trouble if I had dirty nails, dandruff, smell bad. Like, he used to whoop me for those things because he said, if you're gonna be this way, you're gonna do it right.
Gotta be the baddest bitch, honey, period.
He said, my daddy he was like, come here, let me clip your nails. And he would clip my nails for me. He would cut my hair for me. He would make sure.
Wow.
He literally would. He would buy me cologne. My mom would embrace that and take instruction from my dad to make sure I was always well groomed because he saw it before I did. So embedded within me is just that. I personally don't believe in, if I do have a child of trans experience, I don't believe in surgery or hormones until they can till they go through therapy like they're supposed to, hit 18 and make their own choices in life. But I mean, if you want to wear a dress, I'll get you the cutest one. If you want to wear, you know, the pants and the sneakers, I'll get you the best. But of course it will be a conversation with my husband or my partner.
Of course.
But yeah, I mean, I don't mind a person choosing to be who they want to be because that's how they're born. And if they happen to be my child, I'm gonna just always push what I was pushed for, which is success. Be successful, stay out of trouble, don't go to jail, and when you do have sex, be safe with it.
Yeah. So, you make it sound so easy, Reese. You make it sound okay, so in wrapping this up, I mean, dare I ask the question, who are you voting for this coming election?
Me?
Yeah.
I am voting for Joe Biden.
Okay.
I am on the Biden-Harris train.
Okay.
Of course, with any politician, there are things that I don't agree with. I don't agree with everything, but what I don't agree with is a plan to make a conscious effort to be the downfall of the LGBT community, of the Black community. My Congresswoman Jasmine Crockett, she represents Dallas. I'm here in Dallas, and I agree with her viewpoint on it. I do think that with age, you may not be quick with speech, but when that pen go to paper, you do the right thing. And so I do believe that when it comes down to our current president, and I think that he can do a well job for the next 4 years until we get someone in office on the blue side that will be able to liberate us again, such as what President Barack Obama did, but without scandal. But yeah, that's where I'm voting. I'm not telling anybody to sway. I'm not trying to sway or push anybody to vote. I'm just all for us as a people being, because I think that people are inherently good people. They just make bad decisions. And I think that if we all know what's to come, to try and avoid as much strife as we can as a nation, because I think in the last 10 years there's been a lot to happen, and I think we have an opportunity to be more kind to each other, especially when we try and kill the rhetoric against us just as people.
Absolutely. So you have been overall pretty satisfied with Biden, with the work of Biden's administration.
I have felt safer with Biden in office than Trump.
Okay. With you wanting blue, voting blue, what do you imagine your posture will be if the opposite occurs? Like, what does that make you feel like, and what energy then becomes you in order to live under that?
I would just brace myself for what we had before. Pray not for another pandemic, because I mean, I contracted COVID and I lost my sense of taste for a very long time. And you know, I like to eat, but I don't want that to happen again. So I would be disappointed if the candidate that I would want to win doesn't win, but I wouldn't feel comfortable, and I would not point fingers at anyone who did not make it publicly known that they voted for the other side, because still I think that I have enough understanding of what's going on to bring it down to certain people's levels. And I think that's where the steps are being missed. I appreciate this panel that you did, because you had so many different perspectives and with different educational backgrounds that were able to break it down, give us history, and then make sure that if they didn't understand what I was saying, they understood what the other people, other women were saying. And these were very strong, boisterous women that you had on your panel. So please continue to bring them back. But I think that,
you know, anybody who follow me is boisterous, bold as hell, outside.
Yes.
Yeah.
So I mean, I love Miss Jace. I love all the other women that came up, but I do believe that it's important to say this. If you know, right on a plate, Project 2025 is right on a plate, showing us what potentially 4 years could be. If there is anything in there that you do not like, consider voting the other way. One thing, if you have a gay friend, relative, it's against them. If you have a Black friend, it's against them. If you have someone that's in the armed forces, it's against them. If you have someone that works corporate America that's a person of color, it is against them. How? They're trying to get rid of DEI initiatives. If you have a Black relative, anybody of color going to a PWI or a predominantly white institution, a college, it is against them, because they're trying to eliminate diversity, equity, and inclusion. And what we have to understand, a lot of our Black women or women of minority or Black and brown that have these doctorates are in high seats with DEI. And if they get rid of DEI, our sisters are going to be out of jobs when they work very hard to achieve this high level of education. So we have to be mindful of those things. You may not like the candidate, and Jasmine Crockett made it very simple. You may not like your husband, you may not like your wife, but you still know that they love you and therefore your best interest at heart. And I do believe that our current president will be able to do that and continue that path. And even if he does step down, we do have a very well qualified vice president that could take the reins and sit in that seat and do us justice.
Well, I might just then vote for the hell of it, you know, like just to throw y'all one, you know.
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, just do it. Just do it for
Thank
the hell
you.
of it.
Do it.
Listen,
Do it,
I'll
child.
come into town and ride up there with you, child.
Come on, honey. Yeah, you got to
just
hold my hand.
Right.
That boy process shine.
Yeah, I vote for Biden too.
Yeah. I'm voting for President Biden and for
Everybody
Vice President Harris because, just as Reese said, I don't have to agree with everything, but I do know that these are people who are fighting to keep this democracy alive, that a democracy that we oftentimes have taken for granted. I think that in terms for Black people, for the LGBTQIA community, for any community that's considered to be marginalized, we have an opportunity to feel safe, be safe, to be able to. Uh, uh, I'm gonna tell you, if this other cat, the convicted felon, criminal defendant, Fulton County inmate number P0011358009 gets into office, it will not be for 4 years. It will be a forever thing because he's talking about a third term because he feels like he's still telling that lie that the last election was stolen. I am voting for the democracy, for the heart of this country. And for Black people, I'm minding my own Black business. I feel that this is the best shot that we have because we can we will be heard with Biden and Harris. So I'm riding the Biden and Harris train hard and trying to convince as many people as I can to become informed voters. Uh, you can get so much information about Project 2025. There are people who've been able to break it down to very basic information, so it's easily
I
understood.
that in my last live, Jason.
Yeah. So, and it's a frightening thing. So I'm voting for Biden and Harris, and
It's like they're turning us into slaves without the chains.
Right.
It's just
Exactly. Without the chains. So yeah, that's who I'm voting for.
And they're not doing it sneakily. It's right
out
here.
loud.
No, they're all in your face with it.
It's right here. It's right here. And on top of that, if there is anyone who enjoys content from Consciouztv, there's a possibility if this happens because of who Consciouztv is and how Consciouztv identifies, there
It will
could be
be no
no
more.
more of it.
That's right.
Puh. Puh.
That's right.
So let's get real, y'all. Come on now. And then let's even be clear too, because even within this manifesto, even if Consciouztv was straight, if they had just this rainbow background that we're on, and people thought that they were gay or part of the community, still an opportunity. And then even with that, with no DEI, because he's African American or brown skin,
It sure is.
there's another. So there's so many different ways that it can disparage people that look like us, people that are like us. Like y'all just don't understand. It is right here in your face. It's really not hard to understand it. I mean, it may be big words and everything, but all you got to do is just, girl, what that mean? Brother, what that mean? And we can break it down to you. I promise. It's only 922 pages. That's not a lot.
Right.
Bad. Yeah, you're right. They look. Are we talking about policing and a lack of agency? They're going to show you what a lack of autonomy looks like for sure.
And also, he's talking about giving policemen immunity for any kind of killing that they may commit. So if a Black man or woman is shot down or abused or killed at the hands of the police, there will be no recourse. You won't be able to take them to court. It just be done.
Yeah.
Not
so
to
there's
mention
a lot riding on this one.
Not to mention stop and frisk. You can
That's
be just
right.
a person of color walking down the street, and I can have on all the sparkles that I want to and look as gay as I want to. But if I'm walking down the street and there is an officer who wants to stop and frisk me, and I just may happen to have something on me that's considered to be unlawful, I'm going to jail.
Yeah.
So y'all,
Yeah.
it's a lot going on, y'all.
It's a lot.
Please
Like,
don't
Mhm.
don't not vote. Just vote the other way.
yeah.
I'm not telling you what to do, but just consider voting the other way, opposite of something that could that could set us back tens of 20 of 30 years.
Absolutely.
Just vote the other way. I'm not saying which party to vote with, but if Project 2020 is on one side, go to the other side.
And here's the thing
That's
about
right.
even that. More people are going to be affected by Project 2025 than not. So the number should outweigh one's own selfish interests.
That's
Because
right.
even if you could benefit from Project 2025, the majority of everybody that you know though are going to be reasonably impacted by everything listed in that manifesto.
Mm-hmm.
You know more people who are going to be impacted by Project 2025 than benefit from Project 2025.
That's right.
So
Mm-hmm.
so the math is so easy in this
Mm-hmm.
situation. It's so clear
And
cut.
then even with the dismantling of the Department of Homeland Security, y'all, these people are trying to combine so many departments that the trickle down effect is going to be heavy, and it could
Yeah,
potentially mess with your Ally Barton job, your security job. Come on now.
absolutely.
If it trickles, the trickle down
Yeah.
effect could be so
Horrendous.
real.
Yeah. Mm.
And this is not, I mean, this is not to, well, it is to kind of scare you a little bit, because this is something that is not going to be a sneak attack. The sneak attack is what else they can do if this goes through. But just
That's
on the
right.
surface, right in your face, 922 pages of what could possibly happen. And I have yet to read anything in there that could benefit me. Single parents,
That's right. We're not
single
included. And if
parents.
that don't scare you enough, think about Marjorie Taylor Greene
Mm-hmm.
being head of an important department. Oh
Mm-hmm.
my God, that ought to frighten you enough right there.
Mm-hmm. And if
'Cause
y'all don't
that
know who
shit
It
is
Marjorie
does.
Taylor
ignorant.
Greene is, Marjorie Taylor Greene is the bad Bill Butch body. That's who that is.
Yeah, Jasmine Crockett is bleach blonde, bad built butch body.
Yes, that's who
Let me
that is.
let me tell you something.
Wow.
We've been the millennials been saying we are not our grandparents, we are not our parents. But Project 2025 says like hell you ain't. Like hell you ain't your grandparents.
Mm-hmm.
They want to reverse the clock, honey. We're gonna be watching
Mm-hmm.
box television in black and white by the time they done with our asses.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah,
Mhm.
I gotta ask you a question. Do you think when Trump becomes president, not just
Hold
Project 2025?
on. King. So King Breezy, you Deshaun?
Yeah,
I didn't know that. What's going on, King? Okay, yeah, what's up?
yeah, I have the. Can I ask you a
Mhm.
question? So if
Sure.
let's just say, what if Trump becomes president in 20, and when he passes the bill, the 2025 thing, will he pass another bill where he will have the ability to kick all the Democrats out of the White House, the Pentagon, and everything else, and we'll have no choice but to vote for Republican just because he got almost assassinated, but all because of revenge?
He
What do you
said
think?
Well,
that. He said
he.
his whole thing is going to be about revenge and retribution.
Mm-hmm.
He will have absolute power so that whatever he says, his minions will carry out. And he's already talking about throwing people in prison and trying them.
Same
If
talk he
he,
was doing the last run.
that's
But
right.
he means it this time because we voted his ass out. So
That's
Oh,
now,
right.
so
But
now
the
he's
thing
coming
about
back
it,
with narcissistic rage, which is
yeah,
revenge
he's
game,
been
this
very
bad game.
vindictive,
hmm
very vindictive. So
Yeah.
the thing about it is, what is said in the manifesto is not necessarily him stopping or just saying, to hell with all the Democrats. What it's saying is that it gives the Republican candidate the power to fire everyone and hire who he wants. So that is what
Right.
that is.
And they have to
So
take
it's
an oath of loyalty
to him. And they are now, as we speak, putting out ads, going on television, talking about they're taking applications for
Wow.
20,000 people to come in and work in their administration. They want to hit the ground running on day one, so that people who have worked in civil service all of their lives, who've done great jobs, will no longer be there if they don't take an oath of loyalty.
Let me tell you something. But if the thing that I feel confident of as a counterbalance is Mr. Thomas Matthew Crooks showed that if Trump gonna be with the shits, he gonna have to live in that damn house he calls the White House, because the way that people gonna be outside on Trump's neck, like, this is only the beginning.
And that was one of their own. He is that Mr. Crooks, that young boy, was a registered Republican.
And keep in mind, and something else too, just because you're on if you are for Project 2025, you may be one of the authors, you may be on the boards of some of the organizations that are for it. If you are a person of color, if you are a minority, if you are not a white male, you have the potential to be out, even if you are Republican. With everything that's within these documents, within this one document, this only benefits the white Republican male. This does not benefit everyone else. This benefits the white Republican male. And even with that, they want to go back to an age where America was great, but in all actuality, with leadership of that type of person, it was never really that great, to be honest. So you have to understand, even if you are in the comments, watch this in post, it does not apply to you unless you are this particular person. And let's keep it real. If you white, male, and gay, you still out the door, babe.
That's why I love Reese. Like that's why I love that this manifesto is not exclusively about race or about sex or gender. It's really a classism manifesto, because it allows white people, dominant society, to be invested as well in the pushback against this agenda. It's like, and because I know white people in the business of showing their ass, just like Mr. Matthews Crooks did, or just like the white folk of the insurrection did, I can count on white people to show their motherfucking ass when they ain't with the shit. So it's going to be, that's how I know that the country going to be upside down as fuck if Trump gets into office and he's bringing Project 2025 with him. This is not going to be a pretty unfolding. This probably is going to completely arouse and bring to the head a whole civil riot and arouse all of that civil war that has been prophesied and evangelized for so long. But I'm glad that this memorandum also involves this administration or whatever administration also devouring white people, because white people are going to bring their resources into this fight with the rest of us.
And even if I'm gonna give y'all one more, I promise you I'm done. I just try to make this as plain as sliced bread. Beyonce is a Black woman, entrepreneur. She can still be affected by Project 2025.
Absolutely.
They can make that woman with as much power, talent, whatever positive characteristic you can give to her. They can still make that lady, if she wanted to perform at any stadium, come through the back door. Y'all have to understand, because she is a Black woman.
Exactly.
Black woman. And quiet as it's kept, if we really want to talk about it, all the Swifties out there, it can still affect Taylor Swift as well, because she is a woman.
Yeah.
So y'all, we gotta wake
Everybody
up.
and their mama.
This is not for play. Get out your feelings. You may not like the things that old man Biden say. All right, I get it. I understand. He may stutter a little bit and say the wrong name, but when he put his name on that dotted line, it still is beneficial to the masses.
All the right places. Yeah.
Yes, he has not been a president that is specific to any type of demographic, but for the masses, he has been very good for the country.
Yeah.
He has been helping with our people within the armed forces
Yeah.
who need the help. Because what people don't realize is when our troops come home, male, female, black, white, trans, cisgender, they don't necessarily, if they are not prepared, if they do not have family,
Yeah.
they still don't have housing. And it takes, here's the gag, it takes people that are chairman's black of organization. I just met one last week. I went to a fundraiser for Gaza and I spoke. It takes people like that. I met this guy. He has a nonprofit that caters strictly to veterans coming home to help them get into housing because most of them don't have anywhere to go. Because that man is African American, he can be done away with, even with the good work that he's doing for our troops when they come home, just because of what this manifesto says. So it affects what you got, your blue collar workers that's out there working on the oil rigs. If he black, he can get fired no matter how good of a job that he does. We got to look at these things, y'all.
Yeah.
It's all about, this is about caste system. This is about hierarchy.
Yeah.
This is about classism. It does not protect anybody but that particular dollar. Now, if he does get in there, which I don't believe that he is, I really don't think that he's going to win this one.
They in a tight race, like a look like a Biden to get him by a point or two, then Trump to get him by a point or two. Like they keep it's literally neck and neck, Reese.
I know, but I don't think he's gonna get in there because I don't think he's gonna get in there. I really don't think he's gonna get in there.
Let me just tell,
in my heart.
Let me tell you something as an ex-pollster and who follows the data. I used to work for a small polling company located in Atlanta, Republican leaning. I ain't gonna say leaning. That's what they were, and they conducted polls for Republicans throughout the entire country. And in the last election, presidential election, we were making calls. This is why polls are so fucked up. They get their information from registered Republican voters. That's how they get the data. And we make calls to these people. If I made 10 calls, 8 or 9 Republicans would say, I have been a lifelong Republican, but after this, I'll never vote Republican again. So there are a lot of people with the R behind their name that are not going to vote for him. He thinks he's got it sewed up like that. They may not be speaking loudly. They may not be telling anyone, but I'm telling you what I know. If I made 10 calls, 8 Republicans said that they would never vote Republican again. So we stand a chance. And yes, the polls are very tight, but we, the people, can make the difference. If we turn out and vote Democrat, we can make the difference and make sure that Biden and Kamala remain in office.
Because this is what I want people to be mindful of. I'm just going to add this. This is what I want people to be mindful of. Yes, Biden is reasonably frail. He has his days. He's at an age where he should be having his days. However, we know damn well that Biden is incubated and he's nested into a community of other competent people. He's not he's not a single hand player. He's not the only person behind the wheel of the car. He has Kamala. He has the entirety of his administration, who is also overseeing his affairs and making sure that shit is moving cohesively. So even though Trump may appear more competent and more upbeat and upright and more articulate, I don't want the optics of that to confuse us about the fact that, like Reese said, he may have his days, but baby, Biden's signature keep going in all the right places nonetheless. And that's a result also of the infrastructure that he is incubated within. Do y'all remember that story? I don't know if it was this year or last year. I think it was this year, of the gold digger who dragged the corpse of her sugar baby to the cashier and was trying to put
Get the money out the bank.
Trying to slide. That's Kamala ass next to Biden.
Wow.
Kamala ass next to Biden.
Never mind.
Okay, we ain't got nothing to worry about, baby. The job gonna get done one way or the other, baby. So don't fall for the optics. All right.
And then keep in mind with the optics too, Donald Trump is going to be better at optics than Joe
He's a
Biden,
showman.
mainly because he is a showman. Y'all don't understand. That man was in an episode of Sex and the City years ago. I think it was season 2, if I'm not mistaken, because he knows what media can do for him. He was in that. People automatically thought, oh, let me go to the Trump Tower. Let me go do that. And what he does is he leans into it. Whether it was glass that hit his ear or whether it was a bullet, he sent out a tweet. He posted on X. So we have to look at past all of that, because I know how to turn media too. I mean, if y'all know my story, y'all know. But you have to be mindful of what's on the ground for us. Turn the TV off, read just a little bit, and then just understand what we have, what is in plain sight. And then after we securely get Biden back in office, January 20th, he up in there. We got him in there. That's when we can then turn to all of, because one thing that we do have is, and I think it was said, I want to say either Jasmine Crockett or Ayanna said it. This time under this administration is the most has the highest rate of Black chairmen, minority chairman, people head of organizations. I benefit from being one of them. This would probably not happen. I could probably not be the first Black chairman of a nonprofit organization since its inception in 2015 if I was in 2025, if he was in office. So then that's when we can make the turn of, okay, we got Biden in office, we're safe there. Now let's group together and see what we can do to actually make more effective change on our state level.
That's right.
How can we work with the Vinton Joneses and the Jasmine Crockett's and the Ayanna? How can we work with these people to actually help our communities be stronger? Because gentrification is still going to be gentrification, period. No matter who's in office.
That's right.
Through this whole, like, all the way up to the vote and all that, I might need you to come over here for a few segments, because you're going to be my little political pundit over here.
Oh, come on.
Oh,
I'd
love to.
Hey, Candace. Hey, everybody. I just want to
Rashonda,
say
Hey, how are you?
All right. I wanted to ask something, if y'all don't mind.
Yeah, go ahead, girl.
What I wanted to say is, what people are not paying attention to is Biden been in office, not presidency, but office, different versions of the office for a long time.
50 years.
Almost 50 years. So he knows. That's what people missing. He knows what's going on in the world. That's why he's able to, get these laws into place and stuff like that. But see, people as a whole, they want to do stuff for clout and stuff like that, when they're not paying attention to, hey, it's gonna affect you, me, different colors. You know what I'm saying? If you paid attention, women really didn't have a right to vote, a few years back. And you see what I'm saying? We just now getting able to be voting and stuff like that. And people, they so worried about what they can get off, or get out of something right now, not understanding this is our future. You see what I'm saying? This is our future. And at the same time, everybody, it's like a distraction. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Stuff going on, and it's a distraction to where, okay, we worrying about our hair and different things like that. But if we go vote him in there, we won't be able to get no hair.
Listen.
and Conscious, just
I'm
for
glad I
you,
own all the hair I'm ever own then.
Conscious, and just so you know, he's a Scorpio.
Who was Scorpio?
A Scorpio.
Biden.
And
Biden.
I'm gonna
Biden
scroll
still
down
Oh,
here?
too.
I'm finna say
Yes,
no. What I'm gonna tell
Really?
y'all too.
I
yes,
thought you was
Biden,
talking about Trump.
Biden.
I'm like, whoa.
Oh no, Trump is what, a Gemini? I think.
Yes,
yeah.
Yeah.
what you don't. What I'm finna tell y'all. The reason why he does not like Obama because him and Obama is born the same day.
Oh, I'm glad that you said that,
Same
Rashonda,
day.
because I don't know if you saw the whole 7.5 hour craziness we had going on yesterday, Reese. But we was like, when the alleged assassination attempt had happened, we were unpacking whether this was a conspiracy. I mean, not a conspiracy, but whether this was like a psyop from Trump's administration, etc. And we was kind of entertaining those conspiracy theories. And I was thinking just now how I forgot that Trump is only like 3 years younger than
4.
Biden,
Right.
and
Mm-hmm.
or 4. And when it comes to
A drug addict.
this whole psyop concept, or Trump wanting to use this whole publicity as a way to distract from the Project 2025 conversation, which he's trying to desperately distance himself from, etc. If the reality to the psyop conspiracy is due to the fact that Trump would probably need to go all out in order to get to the throne, because the reality is Trump might not even be alive in 4 years. He might know personally that this might be it. This might be the only
This
chance
is
in
this
his
is his
life where
last
he's well enough,
opportunity.
where he's competent
He
enough,
this was
upright enough
mm-hmm.
to even do the president. And in 4 more years, he'll be even older than he is now.
I'm gonna tell y'all something. There's something that scared
He
the crap out of
he
me.
has I'm gonna tell you, excuse me, I know that man because of my ex. I have been unfortunately in his company when he was balling and calling himself the King of New York. And I'm tell you something. He was known to ride around in limousines with young women, and some of them underage, with piles of booger sugar, and that he had done so much of it that he blew his septum out. And there's a tiny scar on the left side of his nose where he had to get his stuff rebuilt. I said all of that to say he's an excellent showman. He knows because he's been on television. I think that he is playing the character that was created for him on the Apprentice. He never had to. He has always been a liar and a cheater. You don't know how many lawsuits he's got against him for not paying the people who built his beautiful buildings. He's always been a grifter. He would throw money at a situation and just wear people out so that they would just finally give up in lawsuits. I've said all of that to say his mind, his brain is scrambled. And Noel Kassler, a man who worked with him for many years on The Celebrity Apprentice, said that he now uses Adderall. That when you hear him, listen to him when he speaks. When he's sniffing, he's trying to keep that drug up his nose. His mind is gone for real. His mind.
But I want to add to that though. This is what I'm finna tell y'all. Like Conscious said, in 4 years he may not be. But what I'm finna tell you, the scary part about this, we talked about this yesterday, Conscious, about the AI. Tell me why I saw this. It scared the stank out of me, y'all. They have a robot, a full robot of this man with a mask on, moving. So when he
That's scary.
leaves, guess what? They're gonna replace him with a robot. I just want y'all to know that.
Wow.
I saw this yesterday. I was
Look,
like,
wow.
Biden is better than me, because I don't know why Biden's administration is not making him take advantage of these flesh masks, because I would easily have a young 25-year-old doing all these damn presidential debates with this imitation flesh mask on as me wearing Trump old cocaine ass the fuck out on that damn stage, because all that technology exists. So I don't even know why they actually got Biden pushing through like this when they could be doing their own little psyops to get the situation
I can tell you why.
situated.
I can tell you why. The
Why?
reason why Joe Biden is getting up there and as old as he is and messing up words, but his intentions and his heart is in the right place, is because he cares about this country.
Oh,
that part, because he's been in there for so long, and he knows, you know, he's seen the trials and the tribulations, and you know, he was there when Kenny was there, all of that. You get what I'm saying? So he knows.
He lost his family.
And he's been
He
resilient
lost his
through
entire
loss.
family in a heinous accident. His wife and his kids, the only two that survived, were Bo and Hunter. He doesn't come from a high class family. He's from Scranton, Pennsylvania. He comes from a working class family. That's why he understands unions and family issues, what they talk about when they sit around the table. He does have a heart for this country, and he has a stammer. He's a stutterer. So sometimes when you see him kind of slow down, he's controlling that stammer that he's had all his life. He's a good man. And unlike Trump, he does go to church. He was in church when he heard that there had been an attempt on old boy's life. He was in church. He goes to church, but not as a photo op. God is a part of his life. So say that I would rather have the integrity, the wisdom, and the knowledge. He's fabulous on foreign policy. And like you said, Conscious, he's got brilliant people surrounding him to take up the slack. So he's done more within 3 years than any president in history.
And then they didn't say that
people
about
of this country, and he's helped, and even those people who are MAGAs, he's helping them. Look at how many of them look like they a doggone heart attack about ready to happen, but needing to buy insulin. Now you can get it for $35 instead of $300 or $400 a month.
But see, what I wanted to say this too, y'all. Think about it. Okay, if how you gonna sit up there and say Biden is too old? I'm just gonna make a point, y'all, and tell me if I'm wrong, because I just thought about this. What's that man that lived till he was almost 100 that was in office? Y'all know who I'm talking about?
I know you're talking about. I see his ass. They used to roll him in a wheelchair.
That's
I'm
what
gonna
I'm
get his
saying.
name in a minute. I know.
I'm trying to make a point here. If that man was in there in a wheelchair, okay, running for office, I'm just saying, y'all.
Is it one of the
Please don't laugh at me, because I'm trying to make a point. If that man in a wheelchair and still can run for office and still do what he need to do, why can't Biden? That's all I'm saying.
Wasn't it Roosevelt?
No. He was from the South.
I know
I'm
this
gonna get his name.
He had white hair.
Oh, I see his face. Yeah, I see his face. Give me a minute. I'll
Strong
give
Thurman. Somebody said Strong Thurman. Strong Thurman.
Strom Thurmond.
It's somebody named Carter. Last name, I think that's Jimmy Carter. I think that's
Jimmy
who that
Carter,
is.
yeah.
But here's the problem. It ain't going like this is what we were talking about on yesterday, where like my concern is people gonna win based upon optics and not even actual capability. And that's why I don't even understand why Biden's team, because the aftermath excuse was, oh, he was recovering from a cold. That's why he was hoarse. That's why he was talking low. But I'm like, why would you then still set him up for this debate knowing that he's going up against King Narcissist and King Charisma, and Biden is not even at a 100% download? Like,
right, he had just come back from Europe.
Allowed him to walk into the ass whipping.
It's like he didn't get a fair chance. It's like they
It
knew
was a
he was feeling a
setup.
certain way.
And because
Yeah,
of
that's
that,
what I was
and
gonna say.
because they allowed him to walk into the ass whipping, and because this is an optic-based society that don't really care about the reality, as long as shit can look like what it's supposed to, they're gonna go with the illusion rather than the reality. And so because it looked like Trump was more articulate, he was more steadfast, he was more energized and had the stamina to toe his line, then this caused people's perspective and their desire to vote blue to change just based upon that debate all by itself. Fuck the numbers. Fuck, like, you know, how well his administration may be for so many people, including the people who are voting against their best interests by voting opposite of it. And like, just based upon 1 hour plus long debate and performance alone, performance in a debate,
It don't make
not,
no sense.
not in the curriculum, not in none of that, but in the fucking debate. And now you got major donors who allegedly done pulled out blue, etc. And I'm just like, now they're supposed to have a second debate, what, in September or October coming up?
In September.
I'm hoping that they allow that man to get a week's worth of sleep. Make sure his ass takes some good melatonin. Make sure his ass got 5-hour energy drinks and adrenaline and testosterone pumped into his ass and everything else. I don't want to hear nothing come to second debate, because Biden is going to need to wear his ass out. Because let me tell you something, if Biden come up in there sniffling and crackling and whimpering, and then Trump do that goddamn a death circle like he did around Hillary ass, baby, it's gonna be over.
And the thing about it, even with what he did with Hillary, the difference is, to me, my opinion, when him and Hillary, it was more of a power thing because she was a woman. Even though she made great points, she was more passionate because she cared about the country, and he saw that and definitely used that against her. With this particular debate, he still, people are, I'm like, y'all may be talking about how old and how raggedy President Biden sounded, but the fact of the matter is, Trump still did not clearly answer the majority of the questions that he was asked.
He always lied.
He didn't answer none of them.
He was more concerned about a quip and a clapback and a comeback about who the president is versus what can be done. Like he is not I'm sorry, but that man is not the American dream. He got his money through, passed down. He doesn't know how to hire the right people. How many people did he fire when he was president?
He has not mastered money. He got several bankruptcies behind his damn name.
Listen,
he can't even keep a nuclear family together, and he gave hush money to his mistress bitch while his woman was at home pregnant.
That part.
Then his wife is nowhere to be found,
and shouldn't be for her dignity. For dignity's sake, Reese, her ass is in hiding. I be in hiding too. The sheer embarrassment of it all to be married to Donald Trump at this point.
I'm sure she's sitting on the couch rewatching The Crown right about now. I mean,
and imagine how happy she is to know that she making all the right decisions, because her ass probably would have got popped by one of them stray bullets at this damn Saturday night rally along with his ass had she been hand and foot with him.
And let's not forget, y'all, he told us to drink bleach. He told us to drink bleach and Lysol. That said something right there, y'all.
And put a light up your ass and you kill COVID.
He talked all that shit about Hillary Clinton.
Look, mother is there
for her illegal emails, but then you took a bunch of declassified documents home with you and pandered them around to journalists and authors, committed treason, the whole fucking
that part.
And was found guilty. Who is found guilty on damn near 41 counts of federal charges?
If it was Barack, he'd be up the river.
And you know what 50 Cent said? He said because he was voting for him because
he making America a nigga again.
Yeah, because brothers were. He proved what Trump was saying at this black event where he said that black people like him because you've been treated so badly. No brother would be walking around with one indictment. They would be in prison waiting to have their trial. He was convicted on 34 charges. And he's still out now. 50 Cent said he's going to vote for him because there's brothers that's up on RICO charges. I guess he's talking about YSL and Fonnie Willis now. I said that's the stupidest reason to vote for anybody I ever heard in my life. What are you are voting? You voting for him because it means your taxes don't. You want to keep your money. You don't care about nobody else and nothing else. Also, if he gets into office, all of these next cases that are coming up go away. He can give himself. He'll have that immunity. And none of those cases that he's got to face in D.C. and in Florida would go right away. He's trying to stay out of jail. That's what he's trying to do.
But I'm gonna tell you
it ain't
how
got nothing to do with running the country.
He got fucking immunity.
Exactly. That's what I said
Yeah.
last night, y'all. I said that last night. And then not only that, I'm gonna tell y'all something else. What he gonna do to get the black folks, the popular black folks. Now I'm gonna tell you, pay attention to what I'm saying. He invited some black people to the White House and gave them some burgers from McDonald's. That's how he gonna try to get the black folks.
Rashonda, like, did y'all not see when they announced that Trump is literally looking for some of y'all favorite rappers to speak at the Republican National Convention? The pandering is going to be to the extreme. He's looking to have y'all favorite rappers to speak to y'all and to rally on behalf of his administration.
Yes.
And then he gonna add
he
some
got
burgers
Cube, he got Snoop. I don't know who's speaking so far. The ones that they have chosen are those same guys that showed up.
I know that
at his Bronx.
a bald-headed ass, is supposed
Amber
to be
Rose
speaking.
is gonna be there. Yeah.
Somebody else supposed to be speaking that was announced too. I forgot. It's Amber Rose and somebody else so far.
But I don't think he's gotten a big name rapper. Not yet. Not yet. But he's got, those rappers he had around him when he went to the Bronx, lying about the crowd size, when the real black people were standing outside saying, what is he doing here? He hadn't done anything for us. And the rappers that he had up there, nobody had ever heard of. And they themselves were convicted criminals themselves.
Everybody who believes in voting needs to literally vote by and just for the hell of it, because the right is going to vote for the hell of it. There's a really white content creator who I watch. I like him. He has like 200 something thousand subscribers on YouTube. He's like well known in the political world, even though he's not a politician. A lot of his content has made it up on these like high-end political networks. He's been in mainstream media, etc. I was so disappointed in him today because he did a review or did his commentary on the alleged assassination attempt. And he typically is just like super well informed. He's typically the ones who like giving us the Easter eggs and shit. He typically also tries to be non-biased. He was Team MAGA at first, but then once Trump's administration played out and he saw through all the smoke and mirrors and the Hunger Games of Trump, he was like anti-Trump and calling Trump on his shit, which I really respected, because to me, it was like, okay, this man is making informed decisions. And then when shit gets out of order, he knows how to regulate, and he's not afraid to regulate. No matter if he initially started off supporting a particular party, he's not going to be a blind follower. So I was like really feeling good about him. But today he said to like 3,000 people live, he was like, Joe need to sit down, which I was fine with that. Everybody's saying that he's decrepit and old, whatever. But then he was like, I'm going to go and vote for Trump just because I think he's funny. If nothing, Trump is funny. He's entertaining, and I can't tell you how many people I've literally heard say that literally, like, because Trump has a more and that has to be a privileged statement, like, to vote for the mascot of the country because they have to you a more entertaining administration is literally the premise some people are going
That
to
is
have to vote
stupid.
with.
That is very stupid. That is very stupid.
Because they know it's going to be a cackle and a key every time the camera is in front of him, because they know it's going to be a shit show, because they know that he's going to turn politics and his presidency into that of a reality TV series. They're going to vote simply off the basis of being well entertained.
Oh my God.
Trump knows this, which is why he chooses, to your point, TJs, to entertain. This is an actor playing his biggest role yet, a president. This is an entertainer parodying a president. But because America is so intellectually deprived, and because America is so sick in mind, that they too will prioritize entertainment and the entertainment factor over who is literally better equipped to fly the actual fucking plane.
That's
and then get mad.
Not who will give them a good laugh on the way down.
Okay.
Not who will give them a good laugh on the way down, but somebody who's actually equipped to drive the plane, even if the captain is boring and stale as hell, but nonetheless equipped to get you from point A to point B.
Safely.
With a proper co-pilot.
With a proper co-pilot.
Yes.
And see, here's the thing. Here's the thing, Conscious. We're gonna be in a situation where
you have a hold on, but I don't mean to entertain, but I can't really get over the fact that we even voted an entertainer and a reality star into office to begin with, and the fact that literally when you look at this poll, what it really symbolically is, it is entertainment versus an actual politician, somebody who has actually been involved in politics for decades, damn near his whole fucking life, versus a motherfucker who had a cameo on Home Alone.
Wow. Sex and the City.
This shit is ridiculous.
Yes.
That's funny. That is funny.
I fucking can't. I am shook at America right now. I am fucking shook to my knees. I'm shook.
But see, Conscious, this ain't the first. This is what I'm trying to tell you, Conscious, and y'all. This ain't the first time that America has voted for an entertainer. And I'm finna go somewhere with this. Okay, president or not. Okay, did you know Bubba was the governor for Texas from the heat of the night? Okay, that's one. Arnold Schwarzenegger, governor for California. Okay,
but he was actually a good governor.
Right,
Schwarzenegger actually.
Right, like at least he's serious behind
he
the wheel.
actually proved to be a good
But I'm trying to make a point, y'all. What I'm saying is, most of America like actors and celebrities. Ronald Reagan, he was an actor before he got into presidency. That's why I
think the only benefit
he didn't know where he was half the time.
The only benefit that a lot of celebrities have is familiarity. Familiarity. They have already made it into our living rooms. They've already made it into our hearts. So they do have an advantage over actual qualified people who've been doing this shit as an actual career. Like, this is their expertise.
And the thing about it though is, like, they equated his reality star publicity to him being a good businessman his first term. That totally proved to be wrong. I mean, all of that showed that he was not a good businessman. So now there is really nothing good people are saying about Donald Trump except for, oh, he trying to make America great again. Somebody can say, okay, what does that mean? Oh, there's Project 2025. Okay, well, did you read it? Do you agree with it? I ain't read it. So there's he's really grasping at straws, and I wish the American people would see through this.
They're trying to, Reese. Thomas
Are
Matthew
they?
Crooks tried to get us a clear view through Donald Trump. He tried. He tried to give us a clear look directly through the other side of Trump. He was trying
And
to do
quiet
that.
as kept. The only reason that this man, this is what I think, the only reason that this man is trying to win is because them millions and millions of dollars that these millionaires and billionaires have put into his campaign, he don't want to have to pay that back. Because he already
That's
strapped.
right.
So he gonna go ahead and take the bid and go to jail if he don't win.
He want to stay out of prison. He wants to stay out of prison most of all. But he got that money, and if a billionaire gives him money, what he will do is appoint them to a very important the position within his administration. How you gonna have a coal man, a man who believes in burning coal in the EPA as heading the EPA? What kind of sense does that make? And
I mean, it's even like adding the who was the guy that he put over HUD?
Ben Carson.
Oh yeah,
Like,
yeah.
Come on now, Ben Carson. That's the best you got?
He didn't know nothing, not a thing.
Like,
I
that's
just
the
got
best
to
you
he didn't know
got.
nothing. Not nothing.
We gotta
Baby,
do
he
better.
damn near appointed Omarosa as Secretary of the damn State shit.
Listen.
Oh Lord.
Just
Just throwing
don't make
motherfuckers in the
sense.
he was throwing their ass in the circle.
And I'm like, I don't even know why he even thought that she would have been a good option because it's been proven that she's unstable.
You forgot
Well,
she was on
she
the
got her ass thrown out of the White House by the back of her damn neck.
By the kitchen.
And called her
She was on
dog.
the
Sure
Princess
did.
though,
Called
y'all.
her a dog. Yes,
Y'all
she
forget
did.
she was on the
He said
Princess
you.
with him.
He's.
That's what I'm trying to tell you.
He
They
ain't even
she
delivered
said,
the eviction himself. He had Secret Service pull up with the pink slip and
Yes, he
escort her
did.
ass right then and there off the lawn.
And he said, you give a dog a chance, and this is what they do. I said, wow.
Oh, well, that's
He
consistent with shithole
called her a
countries.
dog.
I'm gonna tell y'all why he said that. Y'all forget she was on the Apprentice with him and she turned on him. That's why he got threw out.
But
They
that
was
was
working
long
together.
before. That was long before he decided to appoint
Long
her ass.
before. That's right.
That was prior, not after. And I don't think it ever became clear in terms of what she did. I still don't know today what actually happened between them.
Oh, he gave her some made up position for black people. I
That's why I
don't
said what I
nobody even
said.
know exactly what she was doing.
But
She
see,
came
I
on the
think she
View
wanted to
talking all
run
that
for.
shit.
I'm gonna tell y'all something else that y'all didn't know. She recorded. This is what I'm finna tell y'all. It's something that y'all don't know. She recorded some of the conversations she had at the White House with him. That's why he said what he said. Think about what I'm saying. So it's a reason why he threw her out. And she turned
She
all
was
that
thrown
information
out
in.
by General Kelly because every day she would come in and she would bring negative newspaper reports and stuff. And General Kelly didn't like black women either. But he's the reason that she got fired. She
So
didn't
they
tell
felt
us
like she was
about
a drama queen.
she didn't tell us about the tapes that she had recorded anything until
Did she ever
long after
present
she
the
was out
fucking
of
hold
office.
on? Did she ever present the tapes? Because her
She
claims
said
were they ever
she
backed
wrote a
up?
book.
Okay, a book and a
She
tape.
said she
Did she ever present the
wrote a
tape?
book. No,
Okay, ain't
she
no
wrote
damn
a book. She wrote a book, and she was on the no, she wasn't on the View, but they were reviewing her book on the View, and Whoopi asked her, "Why did you write this book?" And she said, I'm writing this book because I want to help my people." And Whoopi said, "Well, I hope you get out there and find them." And I
Because she
busted
sure ain't
up.
got no people.
Wow.
Yes.
Whoopi boxed her ass up in a damn
Yes.
AliExpress package and shipped her ass out. Wow.
Yes, she did. Yes, she did.
What an outro.
Special delivery.
Jesus.
Yep.
So it's so much that y'all don't know, information that y'all don't know that's coming out now, because it's a lot of people that still don't want him in there. You know what I'm saying? So what they're doing, they're using what they know as leverage. So when he get ready to get in, or they think he can get in office, they'll use that against him. You see what I'm saying? So what they're gonna do?
Well, check this out. The Epstein files have been released, okay? His name appears on the flight manifest 7 to 9 times. He's seen in films and pictures with Epstein, and now the young woman named Katie Johnson, who filed a complaint in New York against Trump when he was first running, alleging that he had aped her when she was 13 years old. I have a copy of the complaint. I'll be glad to send it to you, Conscious. Read page 3. Yes, I'll send it to you. Read page 3, paragraphs 11 and 12.
Wow.
And so he's trying. This thing to me is fabricated.
But if he becomes president, he's also going to have immunity as it relates to a guilty verdict there too, like he has been on the 30 project.
Yeah, to the guilty verdict. But I think
that's right.
If they're smart
And then
enough,
when she was getting ready, she came out with Gloria Allred, and when she was getting ready to have a second press conference, she disappeared. Now she's back in the spotlight because Ron DeSantis, his evil ass, was getting all these Epstein tapes with these young girls on them, telling what happened to them. His name is on the flight manifest. They were known to be real close and real tight. And so he knows that at some point that shit is going to come out. So he needed something to reflect. Don't look over there. Somebody tried to delete me. Yeah.
So with that said, y'all, because basically all I just heard is that he has every reason under the sun to do everything it takes to get into the winning position. So do y'all think there's going to be more over-the-top extreme psyop and junkie stunts done by his administration leading up to November? Because he really got to make sure he gets ahead of Biden.
That's right.
If he wants any of that immunity, any of that protection, if he wants his lit back on America, all that good shit, he got every reason to fight for his life right now. But what concerns me is that then that must mean he's going to rev up the junkie stunts and the publicity to get that done.
Yeah, I think so. And
even if that means possibly getting Joe popped.
You know what I think, Conscious? What I think that some of those people that he may, have behind him may turn on him. Meaning they might have, collect evidence and try to, they'll act like they on his side still. Because you see what happened yesterday. They act like they was so, protective of him, but he really, if that guy really wanted to pop him, he could have did it.
Absolutely.
He could have did it because
it was open season on Trump ass at that rally.
Because my thing is, how you gonna hug somebody, act like you protecting them, but you hugging? You ain't hugging him, but you hugging.
How is Secret Service not going to respond to any of the ground eyewitnesses who are pointing this man out? There's a video I meant to show y'all. Matter of fact, let me show it to y'all right now before we get up out of her. There's a video that's circulating right now where you can literally see Mr. Thomas Matthews on the ground, like shimmying up the wall, shimmying across the rooftop, and all of like 3, 4, 5 minutes go by, and everybody on the ground is like screaming and running amok. And once again, this could have been preventive as a whole. These people who were critically injured, these folk who were unalive, the top part of Trump's ear, all this stuff could have been prevented from being blown the hell off had these folk, Secret Service and local authorities who eyewitnesses said were looking directly at them. They were literally screaming at them. They were literally pointing at the man on the roof, literally begging law enforcement and Trump's Secret Service to look, like da. Nothing. And then when he got popped, he's fist pumping all the way to the damn SUV in plain sight. And Secret Service didn't know whether there were multiple shooters still in the crowd or not. So
They
I
ain't
didn't
nowhere to
understand
look.
why there was all this open space available. But yeah, like the whole thing is fucking bizarre. But my other question to y'all is, and Reese, my question to you is, there's been concerns as a result of what happened to Trump that there's going to be a mirrored attack on Biden. Are you concerned now that there's been an assassination attempt on Trump that there might be a retaliatory one done on Biden?
Am I concerned? I'm gonna always be concerned about an assassination attempt against anyone because I don't think anyone should die. I don't think anyone should die first. But do I think that there would be an attempt on Joe? I hope not. Only because, and do I think I personally feel like that attempt was set up by them, by that side.
Okay, so you do think it was psyop? Okay.
I don't think it was an authentic. Somebody tried to take him out. It was just so weird. It just none of it made sense to me, and especially the wait, and then he does his fist pumps for a photo op. Like, please. And I don't think that his team would encourage this. This is not scandal. This is not how to get away with murder. And I don't believe that his team would say, hey, let's try and make an attempt on Joe, because I don't care what nobody says, he is not a match for Kamala. He is not a match for Kamala, because we have to remember that Kamala used to be Republican. Kamala is an attorney by nature. So she would tear that man up the right way with optics, with legitimate facts, and within a debate. And she would get the pity vote because that man's no longer here. So I don't think that they would do something like that. I do pray for all of their safety. I do pray for his safety. But, this week starts the convention. The RNC starts this week. Well, it starts today, technically, Monday. So this week is going to be when they start to pull out all the stops. They start to, do all of they got one opportunity this week. Because what's going to happen is the Democrats are smart. They become more the Democrats in high seats have become more crafty. So what they're going to do is they're going to, especially the new school, the Jasmine Crockett's of it all, the new school, they're going to watch and see what everything that they do. And then they're going to lean into the space that they didn't cover. And then that's how the Democrats are going to win the election, in my opinion. So I hope that he's safe. I hope that nobody tries to make an attempt to take that man up out of here, because I don't think that it's that serious to take someone's life. However, within the same breath, we have this Project 2025 manifesto that shows,
and we have
how
Trump
they're trying to
following
do it,
who is highly irrational and lacks emotional intelligence, and is with
That's
all the
true, too.
shits.
Right.
The Proud Boys are with the shits.
Because I still believe somewhere deep down that Trump has a heart and he is human, and I don't think that he would want to see anyone dead. Because this is just a game for him. This is not. He's not serious about this.
He's a psychopath.
Oh well, yeah.
I got a
think that
question.
too.
He's a
I got a
psychopath.
question, Reese. I got a question for you. I
Think
respect your
that
opinion.
Trump has a heart. Now that's
That's what I was gonna say.
Now
said
that's
it
a
was
left
finna
field.
say
Deep. I said it was deep.
It's a
But what I'm
covert
saying, Reese, my question is to you. Can you explain what happened on 20 what? That was 20, I don't know, 23, 22, something like that. January 6th. Because if he had a heart, he would have made all those people go there, and people remember people left here. They was unalive because he said, go to this White House.
Well, technically he said go and peacefully protest.
I think that, and then some people may not agree, they may agree. I think that
3 hours later.
What he tried, to me, that mirrored when Bush was on vacation when the Twin Towers went down. It was just a blatant disregard for your job. You were not at your post, sir. You got one job, and that's to protect the country. And what you chose to do, you made a conscious effort to not care about what was going on because that could have been prevented. And what you chose to do was empower people to do bad things. And you say, oh, there are good people on both sides. Yeah, okay, I get all that. There are good people on both sides because inherently, technically, people are good. They just do bad things. But what you don't do is you don't endorse potential harm on other people that are just there. That's their workplace. That place, the Capitol was these people's workplaces. So when people run up in there and do all this stuff, every last person that went up in there should be up under the jail, to me, because you disrespected our country and what it stood for and what it stands for, because you are brats that just could not take, you're sore losers in certain spaces. You just could not take the fact that things are just not going your way at the moment. You are having a temper tantrum in the middle of Kroger, and your mother doesn't want to spank you because she don't want CPS called on her because she's white. You cannot, that you just can't do stuff like that. But then y'all want to try and pull out guns and shoot people with pellets and blind them and give them trauma because of peaceful, genuine, literal peaceful protests, because of how the United States is hurting from the deaths of all these different people, from the unalivements of all these different people. So we just have to be, I think that somebody need a talking to. Somebody need to sit them down and say, listen, y'all wrong now. You're wrong. So now how do we make this right? How do we make it right? Go on, sit over there now. Go on, be quiet.
It's a reason why I asked you that, Joe Reese, because if you fast forward, okay, that's January 6th now. Pay attention to what I'm saying. January 6th. Okay, now yesterday, he fist pumping, talking about fight, fight, fight. And some people mind, when they hear that, they gonna go fight, fight, fight. So think about what I'm saying. Do we really have a heart?
He whistle blows.
You know, I mean, with him in that moment, to me, that whole moment, it was just like, I don't think that he doesn't thoroughly think out what the outcome of certain actions are. He just think right here and right now, but he don't look at the reaction. Cause like you fist pumping and doing all of that, it's like there's so much to unpack right there while you're bleeding. Like, come on, like it was so much. And then I'm just like, I looked at that video so many times. There's this one guy in that video with some glasses on and a fedora standing behind him to the left. If y'all look back at the video, he just standing up.
Just standing there looking crazy.
Just standing up, look at what's going on. Honey, if I'm hearing anything that pop like that, I'm ducking and I'm getting up out of there.
They say it was an
So
AR.
it's just like,
so if it's an AR, how it just boggles my mind. If an AR did all that to you, baby, you wouldn't be sitting up there pump fist and talking about fight, fight, fight. I don't care what's going on. If anything, you be sitting on the ground like help, help, help. So something ain't right. That's all I'm telling y'all. I'm still gonna figure it out.
And I'm just like, I'm just trying to still figure out who's the photographer that got that angle when he was ducked down like that. It was given very much Scandal, Cyrus Bean, Olivia Pope. Y'all orchestrated something to make this happen.
And did you see the blood? Like, I was shook at, because they pretty much unalived him like as quickly as he started firing. But then when you see the close-up picture of like secret security kind of like analyzing the body and shit, and you see that like that death image, the blood that was on his face, it was crusted. It looked like old blood. It looked like a body that had been sitting out for hours. And I'm just like, why does this blood look aged like this? Like the blood was so thick and crusted, like you could literally just peel or start picking at like the blood that was all over his face. It was just weird. And the fact that once again, I'm trying to find this footage for y'all because I saw it earlier, but it's new footage of Matthew like shimmying across the roof, and once again even Secret Service members and like political experts who are analyzing this whole thing, everybody finds it bewildering that this man even got this far, considering that all of the rooftops were supposed to be secure. All of the rooftops were supposed to be detailed. There ain't that many buildings and rooftops to begin with. How did this man have a 5-minute window to actually get in position while pedestrians were sounding the alarm and there was no call to action whatsoever? The fact that he even accomplished this is bewildering, like law enforcement and people like from the outside of the situation. So this whole idea that this was a psyop, this was a setup, like it's just given. It is given all of that. And considering that Trump is just 4 years younger than Biden, he would have to live through another 4 years to run again. If Biden was to win, the stakes are high for Trump. This really is his only opportunity to run and to get in office, because I don't think that this country, if they're already saying Biden is decrepit and need to sit the fuck down, Trump will be Biden's age by the time Biden's administration is over. And this country would, I'm sure, be disinterested in an old ass Trump being behind the wheel of the country. So I think Trump is going to go all out. And I believe that there's going to be more pussy popping and backpedaling and more there's going to be more scripts. There's going to be more storylines. There's going to be more productions by the Trump administration. And I'm honestly kind of looking forward to seeing how absurd they're going to be, because they're going to have to be the extreme. Like this is Satan's last round in the earth. He's going to have to pull out all the motherfucking stops. He got
everything.
He have a choice.
And I'm just wondering, like, what would prompt y'all to have snipers on the roof automatically? You know what I'm saying? Like,
it's not making no sense, Reese. It's not making any sense. And then I'm gonna tell y'all some of y'all miss. Okay, this made me mad. I just turned the TV off when I saw it.
He misses.
Not only that, Conscious. Okay, they showed him after he got from the hospital. He got off the plane waving, happy. I'm all right. Hey, y'all.
Pooching through the airport. Pooching.
I was like, you know what? Never mind. And just turned the TV off. That was just too much yesterday. That was just too much.
Nothing about the shit makes no motherfucking sense at all.
But I guarantee you this is the telltale to know if this was real or not is if it was fake, he's definitely going to talk about it at the convention. If it was real, he's not going to talk about it. But we all know. Here's the
thing, Reese. This is the only thing that we have to consider, though. What about the other people who allegedly died and were critically injured? The firefighter whose family has a $500,000 GoFundMe up for his passing. Because this is the thing, though. If people want to really get into a real psyop always involves a bit of reality and the lie. Like, it always involves a little bit of reality and the actual agenda. So I can see there being genuine casualties of the psyop. Like, I don't think it got to be one over the other. I think the psyop and the reality that people were injured, people were unalived in this, can all be a part of the same package deal.
But see, here's the thing. Why lie? Why lie about getting shot? That's my whole point.
Because it pushes the agenda forward. He needs the sympathy votes for one. He needs the payola that would come from this whole attempt of assassination and this whole they're trying to destroy our democracy.
Yeah.
All of that for that. On top of that, he definitely got to curb the conversations around Project 2025. Now that Biden is sounding the alarm, there's a whole lot of reasons to pull the psyop and then once again, you got to remember, Rashonda, this is basically Trump's last run. He got to pull out every reverse Uno he can, every fucking draw.
I got
deck. He got to ensure his seat. But even more dramatic than that, you got to remember everything that Auntie Jay said. This man is also striving for immunity. He's only going to be able to get that as president. So literally his fucking livelihood is on the line as a result of this presidency. So getting president is, even for Trump, it's personal, and it's about a larger agenda. It's about the larger agenda of the elites that puppeteer his ass and that he's a part of, but also there's all this personal immunity for the crimes that
That's right.
already been charged for and the crimes he more than likely are going to be charged for going forward. So literally, like, this man is fighting for his life right now.
That's right. That's right.
So he gotta pull all the junkie sons. He got to. Got to. Okay, but we got to get out of here, y'all. This was amazing. Did y'all want to live stream the NRC?
Yeah, why don't we? Why not? Why not?
Okay, because we can do that, because I got time. Y'all done aroused my political hormones. So I'm now interested in just following this thing through until the end. So we'll be live streaming tomorrow night. I don't know what time yet. I'll set the watch page early so you guys can set y'all reminder, etc. If y'all want to come through and do the watch page together, that'll be super, 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 super dope. What is your week going to look like, Reese?
I don't know. I can make some time for sure. I'll definitely stop by.
Yeah, I would love for you to come through at least one of the nights.
Yeah, because I mean, I'm gonna be watching from the I'm a bush watcher.
I'm so glad you pushed through the day. Like,
I mean, I be on your stuff. I be watching.
Look at him. I ain't knew you had it up in you like this. I ain't knew you was a political gal. I ain't knew you get into the thing.
I am very well-rounded.
You
people
that.
just don't know until they dig into it.
A quadruple threat, baby. You proved that shit today. Where these hoes out, Reese, honey? Be every motherfucking moment. I'm here for it, bitch. I'ma send you a text.
Please do.
All right,
you guys.
Can you let everybody know where to find you? Because you a whole fucking producer, reality star out here. Let these folks know where you at.
So all social media platforms, it's ReeseG. That's RESSIEG. Definitely follow the nonprofit that I'm over, which is Impulse Dallas. It is one of 26 chapters over 15 countries where we empower LGBTQ people, especially men who have sex with men, with sexual health, mental health, LGBTQ rights, social justice, as well as sexual health as well. And my production company is called Revoice. That's REVOYCE.
On period, honey. Or BCG is gonna put me on one of them goddamn projects one of these days, baby, and let me make up some money.
Listen.
All right, baby. I'm gonna text your ass, and thank you for being here.
All right, good night, you guys. Make sure you get out and vote.
Absolutely, vote blue, honey. That was our ReeseG. Rashonda, any final words, boo?
Yeah, I just want to say I love the conversations. I love being on the panel, and and you're so loving and genuine and kind. And thank you for just being you.
Child, thank y'all for being y'all. Thank you for being you.
And thank you for just letting me up on the panel, because I was like, you know what, that made me mad yesterday. I was like, child.
No, baby, hit them panels, baby, because we're gonna be getting it started.
Child, this is a lot.
Trump gonna be on our neck, and we're gonna be equally on his motherfucking wide ass neck.
Exactly, because it don't make no sense.
Especially since it's real sore right now.
And not only that,
on his neck.
And not only that, Conscious, I want to say this. Thank you for all you do. Thank you for opening a panel where we can actually discuss these things and not, be judged for what we say or what we do. And I'm gonna say this: somebody actually said something on FB and got fired for it.
On FB? Oh, what's that?
FB. They got fired for it. So not only that, I want to say that our words are being censored.
Absolutely.
And stuff like that. So it's gonna be a time we ain't gonna be able to say nothing.
No, we're not.
So
look, that's why I had to curve Rashonda. I had to curve my whole pandemic segment earlier in the Project 2025 read, because the last time that I tried to have a conversation. I think this was the second year of the pandemic, and I was still using proper language, like curved language then. Them hoes clipped that shit. They clipped that shit, so they're not playing. And yeah, it's going to get worse. It's going to get worse with all of the censoring and all of the regulating, because this is a free media, and as long as people get to speak freely, the truth gets to be disseminated at a lightning speed rate, and they don't obviously want that. So
right, and they want to control every aspect
every
of
facet of
us.
our life. Absolutely.
And people need to understand this is our life, this is our livelihood, and you got to think about it. Being free is not, still coming at a cost. Think about what I'm saying.
No such thing. Ain't no such thing as free.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying.
Baby. Yep, everything come with a cost, and we're gonna have to fight for our actual freedoms so that we can actually be in fact free. Okay, let me get out of here. I'll see y'all tonight. No, I love you too, boo. That was our Rashonda, you guys. This was absolutely amazing. This was an incredible panel. Shout out to Professor. Came up here, honey, wilding, giving us the 411, baby. Not here for Candice Owens at all, baby. Okay, I live for it. We got to keep the conversations going. We got to have the conversations. We got to just continue to come together. I love that for us. I want to also make sure I shout out my contributors before I get up out of this bitch. My baby mother Raven for the old nasty piece, honey. My boo Logic for the old nasty piece of child support check, baby. Says sport is Logic. Vote blue. Love you. Okay, she paid for me to go down there to the vote, baby. Okay, so the administration, the Biden administration, it is, baby. Y'all done literally paid my motherfucking ass to head on down there. All right, shout out to my baby mother Roberta. Okay, so apparently Roberta was timed out in the chat. Roberta, if you're still in the chat, I think you've been emailing me as well, but I was live. I will regulate that once I get off. I'm not sure what happened. I'm not sure why you were timed out, etc. But I'll handle everything. Don't worry, boo. Also my baby mother Anya, honey. Okay, for the old nasty piece for being phenomenally you and motherfucking working. Shout out to my Anya. Shout out to Lorna, shout out to Star, shout out to Auntie Trisha, shout out to London, shout out to Fearfully and Beautifully Made, shout out to all of y'all who just appreciate the cane working, baby, because we working over here. We'll be going live tonight. Also, we got Tea on Top of Tea over on Voodoo Doll TV's platform. Her link is listed in the description box of the Tea on Top of Tea premiere episode that premiered this past Monday on my channel. But I will obviously be posting the link to tonight's show, 7 p.m. Central, 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time on Voodoo Dog TV. Come over there and get an hour's worth of gagging and hot topics and, just all of that good shit. Also, we'll probably have some... Well, we got a lot to do tomorrow. We got a lot to do today. Okay, so it's gonna be a lot going on, girl. We may be going. I'll figure it out. All right, just keep your notifications. Stay blessed. Shout out to the 46.9K. We like less than 75 subscribers away from 47 solid. On our way to our 50, baby. We're growing. We're working. I love you all down boots. Stay blessed, and I will talk to you guys real soon. Bye.